Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 351-400. Chapter 351 Intense Hand-to-Hand Combat. Crocodile is powerful, it has become very tired after such a long time of consumption. The previous continuous battle, as well as the use of the desert giant and the desert similitude, have seriously drained the crocodile's power. Combined with the blow of Smoker and Ace's full power, Crocodile was already draining most of his power. "You guys are really strong," Crocodile said wearily. After a long battle, Crocodile has been severely consumed. Now that the battle continues, he may not be able to take much advantage. Ace and Smoker looked at Crocodile. "You're tough," Ace said. "You should be running out of money, though," Smoker said. Crocodile did not deny it either. "Indeed, I don't have much power left now. But you two can't fight, right?" Crocodile said. Ace and Smoker's faces were heavy. Indeed, both of them were exhausted and could not continue fighting. In this case, it's up to Rogue and Sanji to fight Crocodile. Rogue and Sanji have been watching Crocodile seriously. "Okay, leave it to us next," Rogue said. Sanji also said, "Okay, let's fight this guy to the end." "Yeah, leave it to us," Luffy also said. "My katana also needs to show its strength," Zoro also said. Even Usopp, who has always been passive, mustered up his courage and said boldly, "Crocodile, let's fight." Chopper also mustered up his courage and said, "Let's fight." Izumi, the water goddess and the king of ninjas, looked at Crocodile with disgust. For them, being forced to serve the crocodile and the Baroque works was a great shame. Now they can finally be ashamed. Although Colonel Hina didn't say a word, her eyes showed that she was fighting hard. Ace and Smoker looked at everyone. Now is not the time to be brave. And Hard can also be killed by Crocodile. "Leave it to everyone," Ace said. "You guys be careful," Smoker said. The two then backed away. In the early stage of this battle, the two of them also exerted most of their strength. The rest should be Rogue and the others fighting hard. Rogue and Sanji bravely stood up and looked at Crocodile with hatred. "Come on, Crocodile," everyone said together. Everyone's face was filled with that strong fighting will. Full of confidence to defeat a strong enemy. Crocodile's face became more gloomy when he saw the fighting spirit. "Okay, I'll let you die without a burial," Crocodile said gloomily. After a fierce battle, only 20% of Crocodile's power remained. But even so, Crocodile still decided to fight. Is no way out for Crocodile now. He decided to destroy his opponent and finally revive Hades. For Crocodile, all enemies in the way are to be ruthlessly destroyed. Crocodile waved his right arm, and he concentrated his power on it. Desert King Kong Sword. Crocodile's right arm turned into a large knife large enough to slash a horse. Of course, it is still similar to the style of the Desert Machete, but it is larger. Crocodile charged at the crowd with the Desert Diamond Sword. Rogue threw away the stake air cannon on his left arm, and clenched the iron birch sword with both arms to face it. Rogue's iron birch greatsword collided fiercely with the Desert Diamond Sword. Chang! The two heavy blades clashed violently. After the separation, there was another period of handover battle. Chong! 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 Crocodile and Rogue stalemate. The fierce battle between the two was indistinguishable for a while. Crocodile isn't very good at hand-to-hand combat. After the continuous battle, Crocodile was also a little unbearable. After all, he didn't want to spend any more. "Okay, let's try this. Desert Sunflower." Crocodile suddenly activated the ability to the desert land where Rogue was located in front of him. Rogue felt a tremor under his feet for a while. Then the feet started to sink. Rogue's feet felt like quicksand. And not only around Rogue, but a huge area of quicksand in the shape of a disc that sinks down within a few dozen meters. In this quicksand area, Rogue couldn't pull out his body at all. "Okay, kid, you know the power of desert sunflowers, right? That's creating an area of quicksand. Let people sink in. This is your grave, Crocodile said gloomily and triumphantly. Even if Crocodile can't continue to fight with desert giants and deserts, it can still make people feel hopeless. This is the strength of a careerist who wants to revive Hades. Bad. Rog was working hard now but couldn't pull his body out. Instead, it kept sinking downwards. When Rog lost his fighting power, Luffy rushed over. Pounce on Crocodile. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy hits Crocodile with both hands. Crocodile's body suddenly elementalized and turned into flying sand. Luffy slammed his hands into the air quickly. Luffy charged forward again, followed by another slam dunk. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy slammed a dozen punches with both fists, but they were all empty. Crocodile's body turned into sand and was still able to recover. Luffy attacked desperately, but still couldn't hurt Crocodile. Crocodile's body was sanded, it continued to recover. Usopp watched Luffy's battle to no avail, so he quickly aimed his slingshot at Crocodile. Then he pulled the slingshot and fired a projectile. Launch, said Usopp. The projectile was ejected by the slingshot and hit the crocodile. Crocodile was hit in the body, the projectile split. This projectile is nothing but water. What? Crocodile was startled. Water covers Crocodile's head. At this moment, Luffy's fist came. Boom. Luffy's punch hit Crocodile in the head, sending him flying. Crocodile rolled over the desert several times before stopping. Luffy also stopped attacking and looked at his fists. Wow, that hit, Luffy said happily. Crocodile stood up and touched the water on his face. Humph, Crocodile said. The moisture on his face quickly disappeared, and the rustling fruit man was able to absorb the moisture. Luffy hit again, but this time it wasn't as good as the last time, and the attack failed this time. Crocodile's body turned into sand again, dodging the attack. What's the matter? Luffy said in surprise. Chapter 352 Water, Crocodile Buster. Crocodile was behind Luffy after returning to human form this time, and the Sasori poison he wielded with his left arm aimed at Luffy and stabbed Luffy. Sasori needle stabbed Luffy in the back. Ah! Luffy cried out in pain. Oops, Sanji said urgently. Usopp was even more anxious. The water projectile he used just now was the only prototype. There are no other liquid weapons. Rog was still struggling among the desert sunflowers, but now he saw the tragic state of Luffy being killed. Damn it, Roger felt now in extreme predicament. He is now wearing walnut-heavy armor on his body. Instead, it made the body heavier and accelerated into the quicksand. No way, Rog used the power of the plant fruit in his body to lift the walnut-heavy armor. Rog, who had regained his light clothes, hurriedly searched for plant weapons from his clothes. Finally found a pea. This pea is not ordinary, it has been transformed by Rog's long-term plant and fruit ability. Okay, you long pea. Come on. Rog quickly infused the pea with a large amount of plant fruit power. The peas were buried in the sand below. Quickly the peas began to grow. Bring up Rog, who was sunk in the quicksand. The peas grew thicker and thicker, as thick as a human leg. And it also acts like a wandering dragon. Under the control of Rog, the dragon peas began to rush towards Crocodile. Crocodile was jerked away from the shock. Rog took this opportunity to manipulate the dragon pea to grab Luffy and leave quickly. It's dangerous. Roger manipulated the dragon pea to bring himself and Luffy to a safe area. Luffy hurts his back, but gnaws at Kiba. Damn, I'm going to shoot him, Luffy said. Crocodile with ghostly footwork. Exploding shuriken. The Ninja King threw 4 explosive shuriken in a row. The exploding shuriken hit the crocodile, which exploded for a while. Boom, 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 boom. After a while of exploding, Crocodile's body recovered like flying sand. Rog looked at Crocodile. Crocodile can't be hurt without water. But suddenly Rog's eyes glanced at Izumi, the water goddess. Before the Izumi water goddess used a variety of powerful magic, the three axes have three kinds of magic. The golden axe is fire, the silver axe is ice, and the iron axe is wind. The silver axe. I have an idea, Roger said. Rog rushed towards the water goddess Izumi quickly. Rushing to the water goddess Izumi, Rog said, Izumi water goddess, now I have a way to defeat Crocodile. But I need your help. Izumi, the water goddess, immediately said, okay, since it is to defeat Crocodile. Then I will spare no effort. Please speak, Rog. Rog said, please use your magic to create a large block of ice. Izumi, she said, okay. Izumi, the water goddess, used the silver axe and whispered an ancient spell in her mouth. First frost, then snow, and then ice appeared around the silver axe. Izumi water goddess subordinates the silver axe to a great deal of magical power. Then a puck shot out. The puck hits the top of the desert. The puck then exploded, creating an ice block the size of a house. Rog was very happy to see ice block. That's it, let's add new functions to our weapons, Roger said to the others. Sanji and the others were a little puzzled. Roger pointed to the huge ice block and continued, ice block is also water. Melt the ice block and attach it to a weapon to fight Crocodile. Usopp said, so that's how it looks. It's really good. Chopper said in surprise, you're so smart to think so. The King of Ninja looked at ice block and said, to use it, you need to turn these ice blocks into a part of water. The Ninja King quickly approached ice block and jumped on top of ice block. He took out a bottle of liquid from the pack in his waist and poured the liquid on ice block. Thorn. The Ninja King then ignited the liquid, and the ice block quickly burned. Ice block was partially burned. But the Ninja King controls the amount of burning liquid. So this big ice block just burned part of it. The whole big ice block is like a huge bowl. The outside is still the part made of ice, and the inside is water. Fantastic, Roger praised. Zoro looked at the King of Ninjas and said, do you have a good head? Zoro couldn't wait any longer. He went to ice block first and soaked all three katana swords in water. In this way, the three samurai swords are all capable of slaying Crocodile in sand. The King of Ninja also quickly went to ice block, soaking not only the ninja sword, but also the hidden weapons such as kunai and shuriken. Sanji also rushed over to ice block and soaked his feet. Rog also went to ice block and took out a bamboo from his clothes. Chenkin bamboo spear. Rog infuses the power of plant fruit into bamboo. The bamboo grew rapidly and turned into a 2-meter sharp bamboo gun. Rog also soaked the Chenkin bamboo gun in the water. I'm coming. Luffy rushed over. He didn't soak anything. Instead, the whole person jumped into the water in ice block. The whole body is soaked, so that Luffy's whole body is able to fight. Everyone completed the immersion, and they were all gearing up to fight with weapons. Okay, kill Crocodile. Rushed towards Crocodile. Zoro is the first to rush towards Crocodile. He wields the snow and dashes towards Crocodile. Rhino back. Zoro spins and slashes at Crocodile with both knives. Crocodile's body violently elementalized, turning into sand. However, after Zoro's blade touched Crocodile, it successfully slashed the opponent's entity. What? Crocodile was slashed twice and rolled out. The injured Crocodile quickly stood up hard. At this time, suddenly a ghostly figure came over from behind him. One ninja slashed Crocodile's back. This knife is the same as Zoro's, with water in it, directly slashing Crocodile. The wounded Crocodile shivered in pain for a while. However, before it was over, a figure kicked over in front of him. First meet. Sanji kicked Crocodile in the head. This foot was also covered in water, and Crocodile's body elementalization didn't help at all. In addition, Luffy rushed over. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy hit Crocodile with more than 10 consecutive punches this time. Crocodile was bruised and bruised. Chapter 353 Enter the Ancient Pyramids. Rog swung the Chenkin bamboo gun from the side and aimed it at Crocodile's heart, which was an assassination attempt. Crocodile quickly blocked with the Sasori needle in his left arm. This caused Rog's assassination to deviate from the direction and hit Crocodile in the ribs. Ah! Crocodile roared in pain. Crocodile, though urgently, avoided being fatally wounded. But also hurt. Rog's attack worked. Even the Logia Devil Fruit powers have obvious weaknesses. Logia Devil Fruit powers can transform their bodies into elements. They are also very afraid of substances that restrain each other. Just like sand is afraid of water, Crocodile is also very afraid of water. Although he can make full use of the surrounding natural environment to enhance himself in the desert land. But here he will be hurt if he gets wet with water. If it rains, Crocodile will be completely hors de combat. Crocodile, who has suffered a great loss now, has also discovered the reason why Rog and their attacks have water. It turns out that you use water as a tool to assist in combat. Crocodile said. He turned his head in the direction of the magnificent ancient pyramid. That is, the middle of the three ancient pyramids. In this open desert area, his advantage gradually disappeared, and he had to see the ancient weapon Pluto no matter what. According to Cobra earlier, Hades is under the pyramid. Then there may be some huge secret palaces and other spaces under the ancient pyramid. If it is not possible to stay here forever, Crocodile decided to enter the ancient pyramid to find out. Crocodile didn't continue to consume anymore, and his body suddenly turned into sand. Then a dust storm formed, going in the direction of the ancient pyramids. This is, Rog said. It wasn't just Roger who was blown away by the sandstorm. Crocodile's incarnation blew away everyone in the way and headed for the ancient pyramid. The dust storm is moving towards the middle of the three ancient pyramids. Cobra and Gaka, who were guarding the ancient pyramid, and the elite cavalry of the king's army saw the sandstorm moving. What's going on? Garka said in surprise. Crocodile rushed right here, Cobra said in surprise. None of them thought that Crocodile would rush directly. Just as Cobra and others were shocked. Nami saw the dust storm approaching. My God, how could this be? Hurry up and get away. Nami whispered. Nami quickly escaped from here on a horse. Crocodile transformed into kept approaching. Gaga stands in front of Crocodile. Your Majesty, be careful. Garka quickly began to change. His body rapidly grew huge from a human shape and landed on all fours. In the end, he turned into a black jackal comparable to an elephant. After Gaka turned into a jackal in the form of a beast, he stood in front of Cobra. At the same time he issued the order, saying, well, all out against Crocodile. Follow orders. The elite cavalry of the royal army shouted. Despite facing a formidable enemy, the elite cavalry of the king's army had high fighting spirit. The villain who made Alabasta wailed was in sight. The hatred of the country and the family made these elite cavalrymen of the king's army all share the same hatred. Crocodile transformed into is approaching at an accelerated rate. The shoulder-mounted artillery and rifles carried by the king's army cavalry were aimed at the sandstorm. Bang 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 bang. Quote. Boom, 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 boom. Bullets and artillery shells hit the sandstorm densely. The sandstorm was concentrated by intensive firepower, but it continued to going. It seemed like a bottomless pit that absorbed all the firepower of the attack. What a bunch of idiots. Crocodile's voice echoed in the sandstorm. The sandstorm swirled and flew into the king's army. Immediately, the hordes of the king's army were thrown away. Ah! A burst of screams could be heard incessantly. Crocodile quickly broke through the defenses of the king's cavalry. Finally, Gaka rushed over and blocked the front of the sandstorm. Crocodile, I won't let you in. Garka growled. This gigantic jackal blocks the entrance to the ancient pyramid. Stop getting in the way. Crocodile's voice growled in the sandstorm. Ow! Gaka growled in a low voice. Like the god of death in hell. Crocodile turned into swept over quickly. Gaka was unable to attack the opponent, but slammed the sandstorm violently for a while. Crocodile couldn't be harmed by this powerful and almost undead body. The dust storm swept past Gaka, and then came to the door of the ancient pyramid. At the gate of the ancient pyramid, the dust storm finally stopped and turned into a humanoid. Crocodile, in human form, stands at the door of the ancient pyramid. "No one can stop me," Crocodile said. He took a step and walked in. Crocodile entered this ancient pyramid. After Crocodile entered the ancient pyramid, Gaka turned sharply and saw that the other party had succeeded. "Damn it," Garka said. At this time, Rog and the others also arrived here. Gaka saw Rog and Sanji and said, "It's too late, Crocodile is already inside." "Okay, then let's go in," Roger said. "Okay, go in and have a look," Luffy said. "We must stop him," said the Ninja King. "Just beat him," Sanji said. "Otherwise the world will be played," Zoro said. "Absolutely can't let him succeed," Izumi Water Goddess said. The six quickly rushed into the passage of the pyramid together. Usopp and Chopper and others were waiting outside. Seeing Rog and the others disappearing into the passage of the ancient pyramid, Usopp said, "Well, Captain Usopp thinks he should guard the outside." "I think that's the way to go, too," Chopper said. Gaka and Cobra are also waiting outside. They are all expecting Rog and the others to win. "Young people, you must win," Cobra said with a grim expression. The ancient pyramid, Crocodile came in first and went all the way to a central hall. Here is an ancient hall with nothing. There are only some ancient frescoes and sculptures around. Looking around, Crocodile turned his gaze back to the ground beneath his feet. "Since it's under the palace, there must be an entrance. But I'm not in the mood to look for it. Crocodile needs now is time, no time to find the entrance." Chapter 354 Hades. Crocodile squatted down, pressing his right arm on the masonry below. The power in his body was concentrated on his right arm. The surface is dry and cracked. Crocodile began to absorb the moisture contained in the masonry below. Everything in the world contains water, but the content is different. Even the masonry contains moisture. If it was completely sucked dry, it would turn into sand. Crocodile's right palm madly absorbed the moisture in the bricks below. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing sound of masonry rubbing and cracking. The masonry below began to crumble. The ancient masonry, which has survived countless years, was not damaged, but was quickly cracked after being absorbed by the crocodile. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. The bricks below were quickly filled with cracks. These cracks turned the masonry from large to small. But it wasn't over. Crocodile stepped up his hydration. Eros Samsara. Crocodile's right arm is further strengthened. More moisture was drawn from the already cracked masonry. The moisture in these masonry is completely sucked dry. Then it started to turn into a bunch of sand. At the same time, Crocodile's absorption range continues to increase, and it spreads to the masonry deep below. Along with the masonry, they were sucked dry. The bottom also trembled like an earthquake. Suddenly the masonry below began to crumble. The masonry, sand and stones mixed in and collapsed downward. Crocodile's body turned into sand, and the flight descended slowly. After the masonry below collapsed, I saw a huge bottomless cave. Is this cave really going to hell? Crocodile looked down with some anticipation. The cave below is more than 20 meters in diameter, leading to the unfathomable underground. But Crocodile is very fond of darkness. After his body turned into sand, he kept descending. All the way down to the deep place where ancient mysterious weapons are buried. I don't know how long it took. Crocodile finally reached a deeper underground space. However, there is no light here. It's so dark, so I need to find a way to. Crocodile struggled to observe his surroundings with his senses. Although Crocodile does not have the observation haki in the real Master Haki, it can also observe the surroundings more keenly. Observation hockey is a kind of hockey. It can make people's eyes see 6 roads and ears to hear all directions. Anticipate the environment and enemy actions. Crocodile doesn't have a real master, but it's close. Focus on observing with your senses. Crocodile also felt nearby, that is, with a platform below. Here is where you can find something like an ancient mechanism. Crocodile descended, reverting to human form and standing on the platform below. But at this time Crocodile can still feel that the platform is very small, and there are unfathomable places around it. But there seems to be a ladder ahead. But there is also a statue-like thing on top of the platform. Is this an agency? Crocodile tentatively touched the statue. After touching it for a while, the statue began to turn. Then there was a rattling voice in the darkness. The statue finished spinning, and at the same time, flames began to burn on the statue in this huge underground space. Under the light of the flames, it can be clearly seen that the statue is a person dressed in a strange shape. Like some kind of ancient sculpture. Not only sculptures, but rows of firelights appeared one after another in the distance in the underground space. Crocodile saw rows of flames burning hundreds of meters in the distance. This huge underground space is also quickly illuminated. Crocodile is now able to see its surroundings. The platform is only 10 meters or so and is a square. There is a statue in the center, which is the organ that was just touched. In front of the platform, there is a long staircase that leads all the way down. On the ground in the underground space further below and further ahead. A huge object made of black metal was placed there. Crocodile was stunned when his eyes caught sight of the huge black object. Crocodile's body trembled. He never imagined this magnificent thing in front of him. A long and huge black object, similar to a ship but not like it. Obviously made of some kind of metal. This huge black ship-like metal object was placed in front. Could this be the Pluto? Crocodile said tremblingly. In front of him is a magnificent and huge black ship, the kind of metal that is still shiny after countless years. This thing can be determined based on countless information. It is the ancient weapon Pluto that once existed in historical documents. Hades appeared in front of him, but Crocodile was excited and shocked. His previous contempt for everything was also gone. All that was left was the shock of this ancient weapon. It took a long time for Crocodile to recover from the shock. He knew what he was going to do. Crocodile took a step and walked down the stairs on the platform. After walking hundreds of stairs, Crocodile finally reached the ground below. Here you can see Pluto more closely. The body of Pluto in front of him was indeed bigger than Marine's warship. It is hundreds of meters in length. There are 10 stories high. Pluto's entire body is made of metal. I don't know how many years these black metals have gone through, but they are still full of luster. This is that powerful ancient force. Ah, I need to hurry. Crocodile stepped forward quickly. Crocodile walked in front of Hades with great respect and adoration. He walked in front of Hades and observed the behemoth further. There are also some machinery-like gears and pendants around Hades. But it has gone through many years, and it is already relatively old and dilapidated. Not like Pluto who has stood the test of time. In front of Hades, there is also an ancient slate. Crocodile stopped in front. Crocodile looked at the slate. I saw the text written on it. However, there are 2 versions of these texts. One is the ancient script that he can't understand at all, and the other is the modern script that everyone in the world can understand. Crocodile only sees the current text. Unleash its power and destroy the world. This is what is written in modern writing. Is more written in ancient script, but Crocodile can't read it either. Crocodile stayed in front of this ancient stone slab for a long time. Forget it, even if the above is very important, I can't understand it. But I can find a way to resurrect and activate Hades, Crocodile said. Crocodile also walked away from the front of the ancient stone slab. Chapter 355 The Power to Destroy the World. He wants to explore the huge ancient weapon in front of him, Hades. The thing in front of you is like a battleship, but it is not the same as a battleship. The biggest feature is not that this ancient weapon is made of metal. It's not that huge. Rather, Hades did not have the masts and decks of a normal ship. Like a fully enclosed battleship. This filled Crocodile with curiosity. As long as I control this ancient weapon, the world will be surrendered to my feet. Crocodile begins to explore the mysteries of Hades. Inside the ancient pyramid above. Rog and his party finally pass through the passage to a hall after a fast march. What's going on? Sanji asked in surprise. I saw a hall in front, but a huge cave appeared below. The cave is more than 20 meters in diameter. Below is a dark, bottomless cave. Everyone, let's prepare to go down. There is no other choice. Rog said, looking at the bottomless dark cave. Okay, let's go, Luffy said. But now a problem is placed in front of everyone, and the bottom is bottomless. So going down is actually not easy. Izumi saw the problem. Don't worry everyone, I'll use magic to help everyone go down. Izumi Water Goddess said. Looked at the water goddess Izumi and said kindly, I believe the goddess will be able to do something. Zoro snorted in disgust, and was very dismissive of Sanji's flattery of the water goddess Izumi. Izumi began to chant a mantra softly. Body floated with Sanji and Roger and Luffy. The six floated to the top of the dark cave together. Looking down here, it's really bottomless. But all six of them were able to float in the air. Wow, that's great, Luffy said excitedly. As expected of a goddess, Sanji said. Izumi manipulated magic and made the six of them slowly descend into the dark cave below. While floating, Rog and the others looked at the dark cave below, wondering what the dark cave deep down would look like. But since there is a Pluto there, I am afraid it will surprise everyone. The six kept descending. The depth of this dark cave is far beyond anyone's imagination. It's so deep, how deep will it go underground? Sanji said. It wouldn't be hell, would it? Zoro said. The six descended all the way. However, Rog suddenly saw that there seemed to be a faint light below. Let's see what that is, Roger said. Oh, everyone else looked at it one after another. I saw that there was indeed light beneath the dark cave. The six continued to descend, and finally got closer and closer to the light below. It appears to be a platform with flames on it. Seeing this, the water goddess Izumi concentrated her energy to prepare everyone to fall. After descending to a depth of several hundred meters, the six finally reached the end of the dark cave. The six came out of the dark cave and went to the platform below. Under the influence of magic, the six people landed safely on the platform. After landing on the platform, the six looked around. On this platform there is an ancient humanoid statue with fire burning on it. Around it is a very wide underground space. I don't know how such a huge underground space was excavated. The huge underground space is surrounded by a lot of flames. This is, Sanji said, looking around. Wow, that's spectacular, Luffy said excitedly. But what really caught everyone's attention was the past. It is a black metal ship. The huge black metal ship is hundreds of meters long, and although it looks like a ship, it does not have the mast and deck of a ship. Like a black, completely enclosed huge ship. What is this? Luffy said in surprise. Could it be that this is? Said the Ninja King. Pluto, Zoro said. The giant-like thing in front of him is the legendary ancient weapon Pluto. After seeing this behemoth, Rog sighed and said, it's really an ancient behemoth. Sanji looked at the black Pluto made entirely of metal. He said, by the way, Crocodile must have been here first. We need to pay attention. Rog looked at the flames here again and said, these flames can't have been burning for so many years. It must have been Crocodile who managed to get rid of the mechanism or something. Right now, the real problem in front of everyone is to stop Crocodile. Crocodile got here before everyone else. He was trying to find a way to activate Hades. Once the opponent succeeds, the consequences are unimaginable. Okay, let's go check out this ancient weapon together, Rog said. Let's go, Sanji said. The six went to Hades together to prepare for exploration. Rog and the others walked to the front of the platform together, and there were hundreds of stairs going down from here. The six of them started going down the stairs together. At the same time, everyone is very concerned about all the movements around them. Crocodile is here after all. Rog and the others continued going and went to the bottom of hundreds of stairs. Going forward from here is the ground where Hades is placed. Rog and the others walked for a while and came to the front of Hades. Before the gigantic Hades, there was an ancient slate. Both ancient and modern characters are engraved on it. There are many ancient texts, but I can't understand them. The modern text has only one sentence: unleash its power and destroy the world. Seeing this line of text, Rog and the others also understood the terrifying power of Hades. Sanji looked at Hades and said, "Is this weapon capable of destroying the world?" The huge and incomparable black ancient ship in front of him gave people a feeling of intimidation just in terms of shape and size. Rog looked at Hades and wondered how this huge ancient weapon got here. At this moment, a terrifying voice suddenly came from above Pluto. "Ahahaha, you guys are here too." A sinister but arrogant voice sounded. Rog and Sanji could hear them clearly, and the owner of this voice was Crocodile. As expected, he was the first to arrive at Hades, Sanji said. Rog was even more worried in his heart, worried about the worst. At this time, Crocodile's voice continued to sound. "You are late. Hades already belongs to me." Crocodile's voice made everyone shudder. The things he tried to prevent by all means came true. Crocodile successfully mastered Hades. This is the worst thing ever. Crocodile's voice continued to echo. Now, Hades is officially activated. An ancient demon is about to be resurrected. Chapter 356: The Resurrection of Hades. After Crocodile's voice disappeared, suddenly Pluto's metal body vibrated. Boom! Pluto's ship body distance trembled. There seems to be some kind of ancient machinery at work inside. Boom! Rumble! 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 The mechanical sound inside Hades became more and more intense. This behemoth seems to be like the resurrection of an ancient demon. After the violent tremor, the mechanical sound inside Hades became stable, but the roar was still constant. But then something unexpected happened. The top and sides of this sprawling underground space began to collapse. Amazing cracks began to develop on the sides and top of the subterranean space. Then groups of sand and bricks collapsed. "Gosh, what's going on?" Zoro said. "This can't be caused by Crocodile. He already has no such power. It must be that Pluto will collapse because of the mechanism after being activated." Rog said. The underground space accelerated to collapse. The sand and masonry around and on the top fell frantically. A lot of masonry and sand fell down, and everyone couldn't stay any longer. "Get out now," Sanji said. The six of them rushed towards the previous platform together. However, it is not only the surrounding rock walls and the top that collapsed here, but even the platform collapsed. Izumi, the water goddess, saw this critical moment, and immediately chanted a spell in her mouth. Use powerful magic to float everyone together. After floating everyone together, they quickly brought them to the cave where Going came. However, a lot of bricks and stones fell down on the way. "Be careful." Rog quickly swung the Chenkin bamboo spear to block a stone that was about to hit Izumi's head. "Thank you," Izumi water goddess said quickly. "Don't be like this, leave it to us," Roger said. "Yes, goddess, don't worry," Sanji said happily. Rog, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, the king of ninjas fought hard against the masonry. With the efforts of the water goddess Izumi, she finally floated to the cave where Going came. After entering the cave, it quickly floated upwards. But this cave also has a tendency to begin to collapse. The bottom keeps collapsing. Just after everyone ascended, the cave below collapsed. With the rise of everyone, the collapse below is more serious. If it was a little bit later, they would be buried together. Izumi, the water goddess, concentrated her mind and used her floating magic with all her strength. With the efforts of the water goddess Izumi, everyone went through a long cave hundreds of meters deep and returned to the previous hall inside the pyramid. Izumi, the water goddess, used her last strength to send everyone to the side of the cave. Everyone on the ground rushed out to the entrance passage on the side of the hall. "Quick," said Roger. Everyone rushed out quickly. Saw that the water goddess Izumi was a little tired, so he quickly helped him and said, "Goddess, please let me help you." Izumi just used a powerful magic, and her energy consumption is serious, and it is not convenient to refuse. "Thank you." Izumi, the water goddess, started rushing out with the help of Sanji. Sanji was very happy, thinking that there is nothing happier than this. The 6 people sprinted desperately, and finally escaped the ancient pyramid urgently. Just rushed out of the pyramid, outside is Cobra and Gaka and the king's army. Vivi and Belle also circled together in the sky. Cobra looked at Rog and the others who rushed out with a surprised expression on his face. But he also saw the ancient pyramid behind him tremble violently for a while. Cobra was very disturbed. Terrible things are about to happen. The secret that Cobra and the Neferutari family have guarded for generations is finally broken. That horrible thing is going to come back to life. Rog and the others were out of breath after rushing out of the ancient pyramid. When they looked back at the ancient pyramid, I saw the pyramid shaking and shaking violently. "My God, how long will this collapse take?" Sanji said in surprise. Usopp and Chopper were also waiting outside with Cobra and the others. When I saw this scene, I was horrified. Chopper jumped on Usopp's head for protection. "It's horrible," Chopper said in horror. "What's going on?" Usopp swallowed and said. "If this ancient pyramid is likened to a tombstone, it seems that the buried person below is rushing out as if it is about to be resurrected. But in fact, what is about to be unearthed is a powerful force enough to destroy the world." "Hurry back," Cobra urgently ordered. "Hurry back," Garca shouted loudly. Groups of people quickly retreated, pulling away from this ancient pyramid. The ancient pyramids trembled even more. A large number of bricks and stones fell from the huge building 300 meters high. The entire structure of the pyramid is beginning to collapse. This ancient pyramid collapsed, not even the middlemost ancient pyramid. Even the 2 surrounding ancient pyramids began to collapse. All 3 ancient pyramids collapsed. Groups of masonry rolled down. Finally, the remaining base part shattered and collapsed together. Belle and Vivi in the sky can see it more clearly. A huge collapsed area appeared below the 3 pyramids. The ancient buildings that have gone through so many years are all destroyed. Does this mean that Pluto is resurrected? Vivi, who was standing on Belle's back, said in horror. Her body kept shaking. Hades resurrected, then Alabasta was the first to bear the brunt. After 3 ancient pyramids completely collapsed, huge collapsed areas appeared below. And it's a collapsed area big enough to hold a city. And the depth is hundreds of meters deep. This is simply a huge basin in the middle of the desert. In the lower middle area, there appears to be a huge hole-like thing there. However, because of the burial of sand, Vivi and Belle could not see clearly from the sky. Suddenly, there was a sandstorm in the middle for a while. The sandstorms have been very regular these days, obviously man-made. After the dust storm swept across the middle, the objects in the middle of the basin could be clearly seen from the sky. "This is," Vivi said in shock. She saw a black ship-like object several hundred meters long there. Belle was also shocked. His eyesight was excellent and he could see some details of the object more clearly. "I saw that this was a closed warship made of black metal with a length of several hundred meters. The back of the warship has no deck and mast, but has a huge turret. There is only one main gun on the turret. But the main gun was amazingly large. Judging by the surrounding environment and humans on the ground. The main gun is 5 meters in diameter. The length can reach 50 meters. This is Hades. Vivi and Belle said in unison. Chapter 357 Turn the Tide. On the back of Hades' ship. Crocodile stands here. He had just used a sandstorm to blow the surrounding sand away. Crocodile looked at the huge turret on Hades' back and nodded with satisfaction. Let me see your power. Crocodile said that. His body turned into sand and floated to a hatch on Hades' back. Here is the entrance where Crocodile entered before. After floating for a while, Crocodile's body reverted back to human form in a core wheelhouse inside Hades' hull. Crocodile manipulates the machinery in front of him. There is actually a video screen made of ancient technology. What a powerful ancient technology. Only projection phone bugs can produce images today. Crocodile just pressed the button here. Caused Pluto to start again. After Pluto was activated, he set off some kind of mechanism. Caused a violent collapse in the surrounding area. I heard that there seems to be a scientist from the Science Corps in Marine who has mastered technology that has been ahead of the world for hundreds of years. But this weapon is sure to be something he has never seen before. Crocodile looked at the control device in front of him and said. Crocodile wants to use Hades. Unleash the immense power of this terrifying ancient weapon. Everyone in the desert outside saw this terrifying ancient weapon. Even Rog and the others went to the edge of the desert basin to observe this terrifying ancient weapon. This is Hades, Usopp said in a breathless voice. It's huge, Chopper said nervously. This is Hades, Zoro also said with admiration. But he's in there, Sanji said. Now for everyone, the worst fact is what happened. But no matter how frightened the others were, they didn't have the more pained expression on Cobra's face. Cobra stood on the edge of the basin, looking at Hades inside. This hundreds-meter-long ancient warship can be said to be Alabasta's undiscovered secret. But now it has been excavated from ancient ruins. Countless catastrophe will unfold. I failed. If I hadn't been fascinated by the psychedelic drug at the time. Cobra said painfully. The king knelt on the ground. Gaka said quickly, Your Majesty. Cobra looked at Hades in despair. Ever since the Nefertiti family ruled the Desert Kingdom, they have guarded this secret for generations. But Pluto finally saw the light of day again. What is even more frightening is that the master who has mastered Pluto is an evil person. This terrifying ancient weapon is about to destroy everything. Just when Cobra lost his mind, Roger walked to Cobra. Your Majesty, now is not the time to be discouraged, Rog said. Cobra looked up at Roger. He looked at the brown-haired young man. Rog turned his gaze to Hades again. Pluto has been restarted, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. Since it's a weapon manipulated by humans, then we have to end it. Rog said with unyielding ambition. Cobra looked at Hades, then at Rogue. You're right, Cobra said. The king stood up again. He looked at Hades in the distance and clenched his fists. Power is controlled by people. Then we still have a chance. Just figure out a way to defeat Crocodile. Even destroy Hades, Cobra said. Gaka was also shocked to see that Cobra actually regained his strength. Needless to say, even a few moments ago, Cobra was very sad during the years of the Alabasta Civil War. But now, like when I was young, full of cheer. Gaka was the first to kneel down, and the king's army behind him also knelt down one after another. Your Majesty, we must turn the tide. Gaka and the soldiers of the king's army shouted in loud voices. Not just Gaka and king's army. Although Rog and Sanji did not kneel, they looked at Cobra full of fighting spirit. We have to turn the tide. Rog and Sanji shouted full of fighting spirit. Whether it's Rog, Sanji, and Usopp and Luffy and others are all very cheered up. Now a huge crisis lies ahead. But still trying to turn the tide. Vivi and Belle in the sky heard the shouts below. It also corresponds to shouting. Father, come on. Belle pulled down, and Vivi shouted to Cobra in the sky. Cobra looked around and even looked at the world. His heart was shaken. Eyes are wet. Cobra raised his fist in the air. We have to turn the tide. Cobra's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Cobra and the crowd regained their morale. At this critical juncture, pain and depression are useless. Only try to turn the tide. In the core wheelhouse in the Pluto hull. Crocodile is very excited to manipulate various devices here. Oh, that's how it is. Crocodile learned more about the workings of Hades. He manipulated Hades' weapon joystick. On Hades' huge back, the huge turret began to rotate. After a while of mechanical roar, the huge main gun began to aim. The area where Pluto is located is the northwest area of Aluna, the former ancient pyramid ruins area. Even if it is more than 10 kilometers away, you can see the ancient city on the huge cliff in the distance. In the core wheelhouse of the Pluto hull, Crocodile saw the sight on the video screen aimed at Urubana. After pondering for a while, he said, "Okay, just to show the power of Hades." Crocodile didn't know how exaggerated the power of Hades was. But here is just right to target Urubana. Using this ancient city with thousands of years of history as a test object couldn't be better. Crocodile controls Hades' main gun to reload. On the back of Pluto's huge hull, the huge main gun of the huge turret aimed at the city on the huge cliff in the southeast. Urubana was aimed at Hades' main cannon. The power of death and destruction is about to unfold. However, millions of people and soldiers in Urubana at this time are praying for the future of Alabasta. None of them knew that they were about to face extinction. Crocodile, who was in the Pluto core cab, had his eyes fixed on the cliff where Urubana was located on the video screen after controlling everything. He pressed the launch button. At the turret main gun on the back of the Pluto ship, the 5-meter diameter main gun rang suddenly. The sound is enough to tear the world apart. A shell was fired from the barrel of the main gun and flew out of the muzzle towards Urubana with incredible speed. Cobra and everyone who were preparing for action near Hades were stunned. I saw a flash of fire from the main gun on Pluto's back, and the sound of the cannon that shook the sky. Even Belle in the sky is difficult to see with his superhuman eyesight. I saw a huge spherical shell shot towards Urubana. Chapter 358 The Destruction of Urubana. Shells hit Urubana on a huge cliff. Millions of soldiers and civilians in the city of Urubana just heard a loud bang. A huge explosion rose into the sky, and the fire engulfed the entire city of Urubana from the center to the outside. The huge explosive force completely engulfed the entire ancient city of Urubana, and the impact even reached around the huge cliff. An astonishingly huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The soaring gunpowder and mushroom clouds made Urubana's clear sky also shocking. Like the god of death, the mushroom cloud tells the world what is the power to destroy the world. This amazing shocking force made the world tremble. All of them, whether it's Cobra and the others or Belle flying in the sky. Or the king's army that had been rectified in southeastern Urubana before. Even Crocodile in Hades. Everyone was shocked. This shock is enough to make anyone surrender. There is no force in the world that can resist it. Seeing this terrifying mushroom cloud, no one said a word. In the face of absolute power, there is no other thought. Cobra looked at the huge mushroom cloud rising from Urubana. He couldn't believe that the ancient city that transcended time was destroyed like this. There are more than 1 million soldiers and civilians there. Others, even the very calm Zoro and the Ninja King and Izumi, the water goddess, looked at the mushroom cloud in the sky of Urubana in surprise. Rog, Sanji, Luffy and Usopp are all standing there like statues, too shocked to move. Belle in the sky maintains flight only by normal gliding. Vivi, who was standing on Belle's back, looked directly at Urubana. There were tears in her eyes. Not just fear, but sadness. Millions of creatures in Urubana turned to dust. Urubana. Vivi knelt on the back of Belle who was flying. Cobra on the desert ground also knelt down. He looked to the ground. Tears flowed from the eye sockets. Arubana, it's gone, Cobra said. Rog, Sanji and Luffy looked at Hades. The current situation is that Arubana has been completely destroyed. Just now, Hades turned Arubana into dust with just one shot. Unforgivable, Sanji said angrily. Must kill him, Roger said angrily. The devil, Luffy said angrily. Others also looked at Pluto one after another. This terrifying weapon has brought rage from its original terror. When terror and despair reach a certain level, it turns into anger. Now the crowd is full of unprecedented anger. Go ahead and kill Crocodile. The crowd shouted angrily. Everyone rushed towards Pluto together. Cobra also turned into anger in despair, and rushed to Hades with everyone. Rog, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Zoro, Ninja King, Izumi Water Goddess, Cobra, Gakka and the King's army rushed to the front of Hades. This huge black ship is motionless here. No matter how powerful a weapon is, someone is manipulating it. And inside it is crocodile manipulation. Solve Crocodile and everything is saved. Rushing to Hades, the Ninja King took the lead in rushing up with ghostly footwork. The Ninja King was even able to climb up from the side of the hull. Luffy stretched out his rubber arms and brought himself to Hades' back. Rog looked at Sanji, and Sanji immediately understood. Air Force burst kick. Rog was kicked up. I want to curl my eyebrows too. Zoro said too. Sanji didn't talk nonsense, just another Air Force burst kick. Zoro also flew up. Next, Usopp, Chopper, Gakka and Cobra were all kicked up by Sanji. Izumi, the water goddess, floats up using magic herself. Sanji continued to help some soldiers of the King's army go up. Vivi landed on the back of Hades with Belle. This princess fights bravely against the enemies of the kingdom. Rog, who was on the back of Hades, used the plant fruit ability to change the 3 walnuts into walnut-heavy armor again. Zoro and the King of Ninjas swung their blades and charged ahead. No matter how powerful Pluto is, Crocodile is once eliminated. Then it is victory. Rog stabbed the hull below with the Chenkin bamboo spear. The hardness of the hull is extremely high, and it is unknown that it is made of some ancient alloy. Zoro and the Ninja King searched all the way, and finally found the hatch on the back of Hades. Found the entrance, Zoro and the Ninja King said. Really, hurry in, Roger said. After finding the entrance, everyone rushed inside together. Zoro, the King of Ninjas, and Rog rushed in first. Luffy and Sanji and Cobra also entered one after another. After entering the hull of Hades, I saw that it was a metal cabin. And there are a lot of tubes. Apparently it was built with incredible ancient technology. Keep exploring. Watch out for enemies, Cobra said. Everyone began to explore hard in the Hades ship. In the Pluto core cab. Crocodile sees a huge mushroom cloud over Arubana through a video screen. He was also deeply shocked. The destruction of Arubana just now was his attack. Pluto is in his hands, and a single act of his can turn a big city with a population of 1 million into dust and gunpowder. That's the power. Crocodile said slowly. Now Crocodile is very clear that his master, Pluto does have the power to destroy the world. One cannonball destroyed Arubana. But another problem also came. Pluto also needs to move, and that requires seawater to move. According to the previous judgment in the underground space, Pluto itself was buried here by the ancients through measures such as underground canals. And 3 ancient pyramids were built above. But now there is no way to move Pluto. That would require Crocodile to dig a canal again. The master has power, but he can't move it. Crocodile now has the pleasure of the master's power, but feels annoyed. But as long as Pluto is in the sea, he can really compete with any power, including the most powerful world government. By that time, no matter how many elite fleets came from the marine headquarters, Crocodile was lost in thought. In the end, how to be able to move Pluto as soon as possible. There is also a problem, such as Cobra and others have not been completely eliminated. Crocodile was thinking of this, considering the huge limitations of Hades. This weapon in his hand can destroy the world, but there is no way for the enemy under his nose. Chapter 359 Final Battle. It would be bad if someone suddenly broke in here at this time, Crocodile said with great concern. At this moment, a sound rang out for a while. Plus Crocodile's keen senses. He noticed that there was a sound inside Hades for a while. Someone came in. The people who came in were definitely Rog and Sanji, who had not been eliminated before. It sucks now, Crocodile said. He got up from his seat and placed the Sasori needle in his left arm. The fierce battle is not over yet. Whoever sticks to the end is the winner. Inside Hades, it seemed a little chaotic when he first came in. But after traveling for a while, Rog and Zoro understood this place more clearly. Although the hull is made of metal, the internal structure is similar to the internal deck of a large ship. After sneaking in for a while, Rog and Zoro also came to a room. This room is located at the mid-forward inside the Pluto hull. Above it is probably the position of the fort. It's suspicious here. I think there's a lot of power in it, Zoro said with his combat instincts. There are enemies here, said the Ninja King. Everyone be careful, Roger said. Never mind, shoot him. No, kill him, Luffy said. At this moment, the door to the room in front of him actually opened. There was a sound of metal rubbing for a while, and after the door opened, a figure stood there. Exactly Crocodile. Crocodile had a weird smile on his face. Wearing a luxurious fur coat. Left arm is going, Sasori poison needle. He still has the horizontal stitched scar on his face. Everyone, you rushed here too. I really admire it, Crocodile said. You destroyed Urubana just now, Rog said calmly. Crocodile's face was slightly smug. He said disdainfully, oh, I didn't expect it. Pluto would be so powerful. I didn't expect Pluto's one shot to turn Urubana into a mushroom cloud. The extreme contempt between Crocodile's words, as if the dead were all sand and worthless. Luffy angrily scolded Crocodile, you bastard. You have killed so many people. Crocodile looked at Luffy contemptuously, and said, HMPH, so what? Kings have been defeated since ancient times. Only those with strength are qualified to speak. Do you think that everyone in this world is innocent? Luffy can't wait to punch right away. Rog rebuked Crocodile, saying, the dead have passed away. There is no way to make up for it. But as long as you solve it, Pluto will still not do evil again. Crocodile's eyes showed a slight murderous look after hearing this. Okay, then come on. Crocodile said. Luffy rushed forward angrily and punched Crocodile. Rubber. Machine gun. Before everyone came in, they also used the sheepskin bags of the royal army to put the ice water created by the water goddess Izumi into it. Luffy now attacks with ice water attached to his fist. Crocodile's body dodged quickly. Although he is afraid of water, Luffy's fist can kill him if it is covered with water. But Crocodile's body can dodge quickly. Luffy's first wave of attacks fell through. Crocodile took the chance and the Sasori needle in his left arm left his body and flew towards Luffy. Luffy stepped back quickly. Crap. Luffy was quickly overtaken by the extremely flexible Sasori needle. Sasori needle flew quickly towards Luffy's chest. At this moment, Rog wielded the Chenkin bamboo spear and aimed at the poisonous needle of Sasori, which was a blow. Chong. The Chenkin bamboo gun in Rog's hand blocked the poisonous needle of Sasori. Luffy narrowly missed getting hit. At this time, Zoro and the Ninja King rushed from both sides of Crocodile. The katana and ninja are meant to cut through. Of course it was covered in ice water. Both knives are extremely fast. But at this critical moment, Crocodile's body suddenly burst out with strength. His body was quickly covered with black powder. This black powder made his body emit a black metallic luster. Clang clang. Zoro's and Ninja King's katana and ninja both hit Crocodile's body, but they all hit the steel. What? Zoro and the Ninja King said in shock. Crocodile, dressed in black armament haki, said triumphantly, "Even if you have water, I have a way to deal with it." Water can restrain sand, but after the whole body is covered with armament haki, it is as hard as steel, and the opponent's weapon is useless whether it is a property-related weapon or a seastone weapon. The King of Ninjas looked at Crocodile seriously and said, "This is the kind of haki in legends. Armament haki." Crocodile looked at the King of Ninjas and said, "Yes, you know a lot. You are indeed a ninja from Wano Kuni." The King of Ninja said, "Wano Kuni often have masters attaching this kind of haki to their weapons. That is armament haki. It can make the weapon harder. Even a wooden stick can be as hard as steel." Zoro looked at the black armament haki on Crocodile and said, "I've heard of this ability too." Rog looked at Crocodile, which can be said to be difficult to deal with now. Armament haki on the opponent's body. In this way, it is very difficult to defeat the opponent. Luffy looked at Crocodile angrily and said, "Nothing to say, isn't it just black metal on the body? Rubber. Bazooka." Luffy put his hands behind him for a long time, and then pushed Crocodile in front of him. Luffy hits Crocodile with both hands. Crocodile's body trembled violently. Although he was not knocked out, he trembled for a while. Luffy was forced to withdraw his hands and looked at Crocodile. "Strange, how could it be like this? It's like hitting steel," Luffy said in disbelief. Crocodile regained his footing and looked at Luffy. "In my current state, you can't hurt me at all," Crocodile said. Luffy was annoyed, but helpless. Although he is very direct in fighting and doing things, he also understands that the opponent is difficult to deal with. At this time, Rog also spoke after thinking. "Crocodile, even so, your weaknesses are there," Rog said. Crocodile looked at Rogue fiercely. Rog looked directly at Crocodile and continued, "Crocodile, your armament haki can cover your entire body, but it takes a lot of strength to maintain, doesn't it?" Crocodile just looked at Rog without saying a word. This is clearly what Roger said. Rog said, "Armament haki needs a lot of strength to protect the entire body. You will consume a lot if you continue like this. So as long as you continue to force you to consume like this, then the winner will definitely not be you. There is also armament haki. It's not about being powerful and invincible without limits. It's okay to have a powerful force to break it in advance, isn't it?" Quote. Chapter 360 Life and Death. After Rog's judgment, Zoro and the Ninja King who were present both felt that they had pointed out the point. Even Luffy, who has always been unable to think through the problem, has some eyebrows. "Like this, it turns out that he is not invincible," Luffy said suddenly. Crocodile's face became even more ugly. He looked at Roger and the others and said, "That's right. But am I going to let you live until then?" After saying that, Crocodile rushed over quickly. The hook of his waving left arm aimed at Rog and hooked it. This blow Rog quickly used Chenkin Bamboo Spear to block in front. Chong! Rog's Chenkin Bamboo Spear horizontally blocked the Sasori Poison Needle. At this moment, Luffy suddenly rushed towards Crocodile. A fist hit Crocodile's body. But Crocodile didn't move. Crocodile grabbed Luffy with his right arm. "Luffy!" Roger said in shock. Crocodile grabbed Luffy and said gloomily, "There is such a guy who is not afraid of death. Then I will give you a taste of being a mummy." Luffy, who was being held, quickly felt the moisture from his body being sucked dry from the grabbed neck. Luffy's face, torso, and limbs dried up quickly. He lost a lot of weight. Even shriveled. Soon Luffy was turned into a mummy. Asshole! Rog desperately used the Chenkin Spear to attack Crocodile's throat. Although because armament haki didn't penetrate, Crocodile was forced to step back and leave Luffy behind. Roger, hurry up and save Luffy. At this time, Zoro rushed over and attacked Crocodile. The Ninja King is also rushing to attack Crocodile. Crocodile is now under a fierce siege, and there is no way to get out and attack Rog. Roger hurriedly hugged the shriveled Luffy. Oops, try hydrating him quickly. Roger saw the sheepskin water bag on Luffy's waist. Open the top cork and quickly pour the ice water from the water bag into the shriveled Luffy's mouth. Gudong, gudong. A bag of ice water went down, and Luffy's body quickly became full again from a shriveled state. Finally Luffy regained his face and sat up quickly to catch his breath. Ah, it's so dangerous. Almost a real mummy, Luffy said in horror. Roger helped Luffy up and said, be careful. Luffy looked at Crocodile and Zoro and the Ninja King who were holding him down. Thank you so much. Horrible, like coming back from hell, Luffy said. Now to Luffy, Crocodile's ability to absorb moisture is simply the most terrifying ability. Zoro fights the Ninja King very carefully because of Luffy's previous lessons. Of course both are more flexible and cautious. It seems to be more able to contain the opponent than Luffy's reckless attack. Rog clenched the Chenkin bamboo spear again and said, let's go, be careful not to get caught by his arms. Okay, fight, Luffy said. Rog swung the Chenkin bamboo spear to assassinate him again. Luffy is also more cautious after punching Crocodile's side. Once caught by Crocodile, it would be disastrous. Chong, chong. Rog's Chenkin bamboo spear and the Ninja King's ninja sword hit Crocodile's body. But Armament Hockey's body is still extremely hard. Crocodile also used Armament Hockey in the previous battle with Ace. But at that time he was very powerful. So Armament Hockey is also in the best shape. But after a series of consumption to the present, Crocodile power is already only more than 10%. Barely holding on to Armament Hockey now is only to avoid being penetrated by sharp weapons. Zoro, use your invincible attack. Rog gestured to Zoro. Zoro glanced at Rog and said, no problem. Zoro pulled away quickly. Now Rog, Ninja King and Luffy are holding Crocodile firmly. Zoro only had a handful of words left in his hand. Zoro clenched the katana in both hands. All the strength of the whole body is concentrated on the blade. As Zoro concentrates, everything in front of him seems to slow down. Can even feel the strength of Crocodile weakening. Zoro swung his katana at Crocodile. This kind of aura was only present when he killed Mr. One in Yudi before. One knife flow, aye, lion song song. Zoro's blade is like a lightning flint, and his body is also one with a human and a knife, slaying the past like a lightning flint. Crocodile is being held back, his body holding Armament Hockey. But in an instant, he felt an astonishing chill slashed from his back and neck. The chill passed, and Zoro was already in front of him. The samurai sword slashed Crocodile's neck just now, a dazzling spark burst out for a while. At this time, the others also stopped attacking, waiting for Crocodile's response. Zoro turned around again. He looked at Crocodile. Crocodile's black Armament Hockey still exists. Failed, Zoro felt disappointed. The slash that was enough to cut through steel just now was still unable to do anything to Crocodile. But Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and the Armament Hockey on him was instantly lifted. It's not so much a release, it's more like a crash. Rog and Luffy and the Ninja King are all looking at Crocodile with Zoro. Zoro's slash just now didn't kill Crocodile, but just consumes Armament Hockey of Crocodile. Strong enough, Crocodile said tremblingly. His previous Armament Hockey didn't hurt him though. But Zoro's attack destroyed his Armament Hockey. Armament Hockey was destroyed, a big blow to Crocodile. Crocodile, who now has few hands, was destroyed by Armament Hockey, which is a serious nerf. Destroying Armament Hockey is a serious drain on his power. However, Crocodile's who refused to admit defeat, worked hard to recover armament haki on his body. You haven't won yet. Crocodile worked hard to cover the body again with the black armament haki. The black armament haki is far-fetched covering the body. But Rog and Zoro, as well as Ninja King and Luffy can all see it. Crocodile is now extremely struggling. Armament haki finally reluctantly covered his entire body, but at the last moment his armament haki suddenly collapsed. Crocodile cried out in pain. His physical strength was severely weakened, and now it is less than 10% of his strength. Covering armament haki all over is extremely difficult. The ambitious Desert King raised his head and looked at Rog and Zoro. Chapter 361 The Failure of Crocodile. This is an extremely unwilling look. Crocodile had been planning for countless years, was about to go bankrupt. He himself might say that defeat is almost certain. At this moment, footsteps sounded for a while. Cobra, Gaka, Vivi, Belle, and Usopp and Chopper, and Izumi, the water goddess, are here. This is... Cobra looked at Crocodile, who was severely injured, in shock. Could it be? Vivi said in surprise. When? Usopp said. In the current situation, it can be said that Rog and Zoro won, and Crocodile was injured and failed. Cobra looked at the wounded Crocodile and said, "Okay, you devil. Your wickedness ends here." Vivi said indignantly, "Okay, now you lose." Crocodile turned his head to look at Cobra and Vivi. Crocodile regained his footing, the expression on his face from defeat to madness. "Ahahaha, when will it be your turn to teach me a lesson?" After Crocodile said that, his body quickly turned into sand and rushed towards Cobra and Vivi. Vivi took out the peacock saw urgently. She stood in front of Cobra. "Watch out, father," Vivi said. At this time, Belle and Gaka suddenly blocked in front of them together. "Go away." Crocodile slammed his right arm into a desert machete attack. The huge impact wounded Gaka and Belle and put them aside. Crocodile's Sasori needle had its hook thrown away, revealing a sharp dagger inside. Die! Crocodile's dagger flew quickly towards Vivi. Rog and Zoro rushed over to block. The King of Ninja hurriedly threw a shuriken but did not resist. The dagger on the Sasori needle was about to pierce Vivi's chest. But at this time, a projectile suddenly hit the sand that Crocodile turned into Death, Flame Star. Usopp struck at a critical moment. This attack did not stop Crocodile. But it made Crocodile's attack stray. Sasori needle was supposed to pierce Vivi's chest. But it changed direction. PFF'd. The dagger on Sasori's poison needle stabbed Vivi's left rib. Vivi fell down sharply. Vivi! Everyone here screamed in disbelief. Crocodile manipulated the Sasori needle that deviates from the attack to attempt another attack. This time the Sasori needle pierced Vivi's forehead. But suddenly a puck hits Sasori's poison needle. The Sasori poison needle was frozen in a lump of ice. Crocodile looked at the frozen Sasori needle in shock. "It's okay, it's not too late." Izumi sounded. Izumi Water Goddess holds the silver axe high. The ice ball was fired just now, freezing Sasori's poison needle. Izumi Water Goddess glanced at Usopp and said, "My attack is too slow, but your shot is so powerful." Usopp listened to the compliment, and said somewhat unable to react, Yes. Izumi Water Goddess is powerful though. But need to recite the mantra to prepare." Usopp was able to shoot in an instant. Crocodile's attack was blocked. Rog and Zoro also rushed over. Kill. Rog and Zoro stabbed and beheaded Crocodile with their emergency icy weapons. Crocodile screamed in pain for a while. His body suffered further damage. "Bastard, how dare you hurt Vivi!" Sanji jumped up angrily and kicked Crocodile's body violently for a while. Superlative ground meat. Sanji's foot kicked violently, kicking Crocodile against the wall on one side. After the attack, Rog, Zoro, and Sanji quickly protected Vivi's Cobra's front. Cobra hurriedly hugged Vivi. "Vivi, cheer up!" Cobra shouted desperately. Vivi squeezed Cobra's hand and said, "I'm hurt a little here." "It's okay, father." Vivi was stabbed in the left rib cage. But luckily it wasn't fatal. Chopper hurried over and said, "Vivi, I'll wrap you up." Just now, Vivi sacrificed his life to protect Cobra, which completely shocked Chopper's heart. Sacrifice is the greatest. This is the teaching of a former benefactor to Chopper. Chopper, nervously, quickly stopped and bandaged Vivi. Rog and Zoro and the Ninja King and Luffy quickly surrounded Crocodile again. Izumi, the water goddess, and Usopp, as well as the injured Gaka and Bell, are also always paying attention to protecting Vivi and Cobra, as well as Chopper, who helps heal. Some of the other King's troops who had sneaked in together also blocked them with human walls. Crocodile was a little crazy, he failed to such a degree. Unfortunately, he is already the Master Hades. But it was defeated by the enemy under the nose. Ha ha ha, this is my destiny. My dream is doomed to fail. Crocodile regained his footing. He is now seriously injured. There is little power left. Sasori needle on the left arm is also missing. Surrounded by powerful enemies, there is only one dead end. But I will take you to bury you, Crocodile said suddenly and strangely. He quickly turned into sand, but this time he wasn't attacking anyone. Instead, it entered the core cab. Crocodile said, "I can destroy Hades himself." After he finished speaking, he quickly closed the door of the core cab. Rog and the others also looked at the closed door, and Luffy rushed over immediately. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched for a while, but his fist was swollen. "It's so hard, harder than metal." Luffy stroked his fist painfully. Rog looked at the door of the closed room. "Everyone pay attention, I'm afraid Crocodile will try to detonate this place," Rog said suddenly. "What?" Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Rog looked at the closed door of the room and said, "Crocodile said he was going to take us to be buried with you just now. Then he might find a way to use the explosive weapons in Hades to destroy this place." After hearing what Rog said, everyone felt fear in their hearts. This is indeed basically what is going to happen. "Then what are you doing here? Get out now," Sanji said quickly. "Let's go." Everyone here quickly began to evacuate. Crocodile in the core cab operates the controls ahead. One of them has the ultimate button that detonates the shell inside. Looking at the button, Crocodile gave a strange wicked smile for a while. If anyone could see his smile now, they would definitely be scared to death. "Pluto, if I can't have you, then I will destroy you. No one else can have what I don't have in this world," Crocodile said in a frantic voice. Chapter 362 Destruction of Hades. Crocodile pressed the ultimate button. The imaging screen in front flickered for a while. Then there's a terrifying blaring of sirens here. It seems to be a call from the ancient god of death. Hades was forcibly resurrected in modern times, but he couldn't really exist in the human world. Pluto's self-destruction program is activated, but this ancient weapon is internally complicated. The mechanical structure makes it take some time for the self-destruct to activate. At this time, everyone who entered Hades rushed out desperately. On the hatch on Hades' back, people rushed out one by one. Crowds of people came out from inside. People quickly began to flee from here. After most of the people were evacuated, Cobra and Sanji helped the injured Vivi out of the hatch. Bell and Gaka also hurried out. Rog and Zoro, Sanji and the Ninja King and Luffy, and Usopp, Chopper and Izumi, the water goddess, also rushed out. "Your Majesty Vivi, hurry up." Bell retransformed into a giant falcon in the form of a beast. "Okay." Vivi hurriedly sat on Bell's back with the help of Sanji and Cobra. Bell quickly flew into the air. Izumi, the water goddess, also hurriedly cast her magic, after chanting a spell softly in her mouth for a while. The floating magic is on display again. "Oops, I can't take everyone away now. Izumi Water Goddess said with some difficulty. Izumi Water Goddess used to consume power frequently. It is already impossible to take everyone away with magic. Rog looked at the water goddess Izumi and said, then take away whoever you can take away first. At this time, Gaka quickly transformed into a huge jackal. I'll take the others with me, Garka said. Izumi quickly casts her magic. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper and the King of Ninjas move with floating magic with Izumi Water Goddess. Gaka's back is carrying Rog, Cobra and Sanji. Hurry back, hold on tight, Garka said. Under the gallop of Gaka, he took Rog and the others to leave here quickly. Izumi, the water goddess, also took Luffy and the others to fly away. Everyone quickly moved away from Pluto, who was about to explode. Inside Hades, Core Cab. Crocodile lay on the seat, full of infinite arrogance. A man who wanted to rule the world, but ultimately failed. He failed at the last step. It can even be said that it has failed in the state of success. The dream of the past, the worship of power. All turned into bubbles. If there is an afterlife, I must be One Piece, King of Pirates. Crocodile finally said. Pluto's weapon has reached a critical point. The astonishingly powerful shells in the internal ammunition depot were all about to explode. Crocodile is doomed to hell just like his evil dreams. On the desert land outside Hades, Gaka dashed in the desert. Now it is thousands of meters away from Hades. However, absolute security cannot be guaranteed. Yaka, it's all up to you. Hurry up. Cobra said. Okay, Your Majesty. Gaga has become more aggressive at its original speed. This speed becomes more rapid. Gaga galloped across the desert like a galloping shadow. It flew for several kilometers in a row. Finally, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Hades was detonated in a stunning explosion. Earth-shattering mushroom clouds rose. The powerful impact eclipsed the sky and the earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a meteorite hit here. Hades was completely destroyed. Rog, Cobra and Sanji on Garka's back looked at this magnificent scene. Nothing can replace that shock. The power to destroy the world is destroyed by itself. Nothing is more terrifying than this power. But that also ended everything. The mushroom cloud created after Hades exploded into the sky. All the way to add the card, the crowd finally arrived at the place where they met with others. Gaka carried Log, Sanji and Cobra to the front of the crowd and stopped. Father, Vivi said happily when Cobra returned safely. Vivi, Cobra rushed towards Vivi. Vivi and Cobra hug each other. Cobra looks at Vivi's injury. Vivi, are you all right? Cobra said. Vivi looked down at her left rib cage, which was bandaged after being treated by Chopper. I'm fine, Chopper's treatment is perfect, Vivi said, looking at Chopper beside him. Chopper couldn't help but said, are you complimenting me? The little guy twisted his body happily. Luffy looked at Cobra, and then at the mushroom cloud of Hades in the distance. Ah, is Crocodile dead? Luffy asked. Of course he's dead. No one can escape such a violent explosion, Rog said. Luffy's face then brightened. Crocodile is blown up, Luffy exclaimed happily. With Luffy taking the lead, Usopp and the others cheered for a while. Crocodile is on the west side. Quote. Everyone cheered happily. Everyone cheered, celebrating the destruction of Hades and the destruction of Crocodile. Vivi and Cobra look around. It took so many sacrifices and bloodshed to finally get to this point. Years of Alabasta's civil war has finally come to an end. Culprit, Crocodile, disappeared with the ancient weapon Pluto. No matter how much sacrifice, how much suffering. It's all over. Bell and Gaka also looked around. They also have complicated feelings in their hearts, but they are more happy. It's a pity, I really hope he can see all this. Gaka said thoughtfully. Bell looked at Gaka and understood who he was talking about. Don't be so sorry, maybe he really survived. Bell said to Gaka. Gaka said expectantly again, I hope. Although it took countless blood and sweat, the victory was finally achieved. Ace and Smoker also looked at the festive scene in front of them. It was a rare win, Smoker said. Yeah, Ace said. Smoker turned to look at Ace again and said, this is the only time we've worked together. But it's really strong. After today, we'll be opposing forces again. Ace looked at Smoker, smiled, and said, that's right. How can a pirate coexist peacefully with Marine? Ace stroked the hat on his head with his hand. He remembered his mission. Met Luffy here by chance and teamed up with Smoker. It also made him unforgettable in his life. But he still has his own important mission to carry out. Hugged Usopp and Luffy, trying to celebrate. Zoro and Ninja King rarely exchanged each other's weapon observations. Chapter 363 Aftermath. The King of Ninjas held Zoro's word of harmony in his hands and was shocked to observe it. Zoro, your weapon is so powerful. This is one of the 21 great swordsmen. The Ninja King said in surprise. Zoro looked at the King of Ninjas and said, are you also very knowledgeable? It is said that the best katana swords in the world are made by craftsmen from Wano Kuni. The King of Ninja nodded and said, I grew up in Wano Kuni. It has been turbulent for a long time, and there are amazing powerhouses. All kinds of powerful skills and weapons have been heard. Zoro turned his gaze to the ninja sword he exchanged with the Ninja King. Zoro weighed the ninja sword repeatedly with both hands. Although this ninja sword is shorter than the samurai sword, it is still extremely well made. Zoro asked, King of Ninjas, I ask you, what is the name of your ninja sword? The King of Ninjas said seriously, this ninja sword is called Phantom. It is one of the 50 craftsmen of the good and quick sword. It is the treasure that my master gave me. Zoro looked at the sharp steel ninja sword in his hand. The handle is very simple. But there is a shadowy figure engraved on it. The blade is extremely sharp, but if you look closely for a long time, it will give people a sense of trance. It's a good knife, Zoro complimented. Zoro and the Ninja King have known each other for a long time, they both cherish each other. Samurai and ninja, two different people. They all have their own goals and commitments. Hurriedly talked to the water goddess Izumi. Izumi, the water goddess, has a gentle personality and has a very friendly conversation with Sanji. Goddess, are you a magician from the Magic Island? Sanji asked with great interest. Yeah, I'm from the Magic Island, an island deep in the Great Root, said Izumi, the water goddess. Sanji said looking forward, magic is really powerful. But goddess, you are even more powerful when you use it. Izumi smiled softly and said, oh, yes. I'm nothing. There are too many great magicians on the Magic Island. And the magicians of today are nothing compared to the ancient times. Sanji said again, oh, I must go there and see. Izumi water goddess said very gently, okay. I will greet you when you get there in the future. Sanji's eyes were filled with love and anticipation. Can't wait to get to that day. After countless tears and perseverance, it is now a victory anyway. Cobra stood in front of everyone and said to everyone, everyone, we need to rest. Please go to Wongbin City in the east to rest first. No matter which faction the crowd was, they were both excited and exhausted after the battle. Good. Cobra and many others are going to the city of Wongbin in the eastern part of Arubana. Arubana has been destroyed. The city that has been standing on this huge cliff for thousands of years has completely disappeared from the map. When everyone walked through the southern part of the huge cliff, they could not help but bow their heads in silence for the destruction of the city. Millions of soldiers and civilians died under the attack of Hades. But the deceased has passed away, and it is useless to have sorrow. Cobra and Vivi, as well as Gaka and Bell, were all determined in their hearts. Be sure to see Alabasta revive and create a truly great kingdom. The people and cavalry led by Cobra gathered together the king's army troops who had participated in the war before. After the rectification, go to Wongbin City in the eastern part of the original Arubana. Although Wangbin City is not like rapeseed flowers, Wangguoxingong, the rain is so huge. But it is also a city of some size. There is a temporary palace for the king that was built here. And some hotels and houses for people to live in. There are also many warehouses here that can provide supplies. In Wangbin City, everyone first lived and rested. After the fierce battle, everyone was exhausted. However, Cobra and Vivi, as well as Gaka and Belle, did not dare to neglect. Inside the temporary palace in Wangbin City. In an office room, the four of them discussed together. Now Crocodile, the culprit of the Alabasta Civil War, has been destroyed with Hades, but there are still some aftermath. Stood in the room, looking at the map of Alabasta. Alabasta, now peace is finally back. Crocodile is finally destroyed by his ambition. Cobra said, looking at the map of Alabasta. Vivi looked at Cobra and said, Father, there are still some areas in Alabasta that have not been completely settled. For example, the former rebel army area in the southeast. Cobra turned around and said, yeah. After Kosha's death, there has been turmoil there. Now we need to contact them as soon as possible so that they can quickly return to the banner of Alabasta. Again and said, Gaka, I personally want to contact the remnants of the rebel army. Now Alabasta is in ruins. The chaos cannot continue. Garka said respectfully, as you order, Your Majesty. He went down immediately. Cobra looked at Belle again and said, Belle. We can win with all of Vivi's comrades and those who are willing to help us. But they seem to have some factional rivalries. So it's your responsibility to try to avoid them. As long as they're there Alabasta one day, then there is a need to avoid anyone appearing to hurt each other. Quote. Cobra knows very well that the pirates, Marine, CP3 and other forces are opposed to each other. But in this catastrophe, those people are the ones who helped. Cobra didn't want unpleasant things to happen after the battle was over. As ordered, Your Majesty. I'll keep everyone safe, Belle said firmly. Belle also resigned and hurried to deal with things. Vivi were left in the room. Cobra looked at Vivi and said, Vivi, this time we can win. It's all about your mates. The situation where you boldly went out to sea to find the enemy. That's right. I used to think of you as a kid. Boy, it's my stupidity. I want you to govern this country with me from now on. Build a truly great, prosperous Alabasta with countless people. Vivi looked at Cobra and said modestly at this time, Father. It's nothing. This is what I should do. It's my responsibility to be able to dedicate to Alabasta. Looked at Vivi and said, Alabasta has a lot going for it. But we're going to give our friends a huge celebration party in a few days. Thanks for that. Well, it's a must. Vivi nodded firmly. But she soon became a little lost and said, But, Igram, Hope he's all right. Whether Igram is dead or alive, there is no result. Heavy heart, said, Vivi, I believe Igram is still alive. He may be here soon. Vivi raised his head sharply and said, Hope so. Chapter 364 Report of CP3. Vivi suddenly remembered something, and quickly said, By the way, what happened to Karu? Arubana was destroyed before, and Karu's whereabouts are unknown. Cobra's face suddenly became ugly. You said yours was running fast. In the end just when Cobra and Vivi felt very sad in their hearts. Suddenly, the voice of a soldier rang out. No, you can't go in. Your Majesty has important business. Suddenly, there was a bang. The door was slammed open. Vivi saw Karu running fast and rushing in. Seeing that the duck was intact, Vivi shouted with joy. Kalu. Ga. Ran fast and rushed to Vivi, acting like a spoiled child. You're fine. Vivi caressed Karu's body freely. But then there was another sound. Ga, ga, ga. More ducks rushed in. They are all fast ducks like Karu. Karu quickly gave orders to the ducks. Ga. Karu exclaimed sternly. The ducks all stood up straight like a salute, saluting Vivi and Cobra. Vivi saw this scene and said to Karu, So it is. Then you were the commander of the fast-running army. Karoo. Karoo looked at Vivi very seriously, saluted and shouted seriously, "Ga." Karoo seemed pleased with Vivi's appointment to it. "That's it," said Cobra. Compared to Cobra, Vivi has a lot of responsibilities as a princess. But still not as heavy as he was sitting on the throne. Vivi is a young man with boundless energy and vigor. After the war, it will inevitably be so easy. The night sky in Wangbin City is still peaceful. However, serenity will finally come to the land of Alabasta for a long time. But this night, there are always people who are still busy. A hotel in Wangbin City. A room, CP3 people eat and rest here. Although it was very late at night, Furox still did not rest. Furox typed quickly beside a telegraph bug. Here, the rattling of typing is constantly ringing. Furox is writing the report very carefully. Of course, the authenticity of some of the details here is completely written in accordance with the maximization of his and CP3 feed's interests. Gorosei, 5 elders, the highest power of the world government. It is read, but as long as the general content is okay, it will be fine. After a long time of writing, Furox finally finished writing the report and sent it out using the phone bug's ability to spread the radio. It's really tiring. Furox was done. He stroked his long and graceful beard with his hand. Furox said to the side, "Make me a cup of coffee." A CP3 agent said immediately, "Yes." Furox was soon on a cup of Alabasta-style coffee. Zeros, who was on the side, looked at him and said, "Sir, I want to ask. How will the above handle the matter here?" Furox put down the coffee cup and said after thinking, "You said above. They definitely won't let the rumor that people like pirates play a huge role in this incident spread out. But there is also Marine at the scene. So in the end the credit will definitely go to Marine. Marine belongs to the world government leaders. It's putting money in their own face." Quote. Zeros was a little unhappy and said, "Marine. Is that Smoker and Hina? Indeed, they played a lot of roles. Especially that Smoker. But this victory is not entirely their credit. Don't talk about those who are not in the mainstream. Pirates. We also put in a lot of effort." Furox understood Zero's dissatisfaction and said, "You can rest assured. Gorosei, 5 elders will never forget us. But after all, we are an intelligence organization. So the awards are also carried out in private. CP3 people will never be mistreated." Zeros felt more comfortable hearing this, but he immediately fell back into thought. This battle, 5 of the 6 core members of CP3 died. Only him left. Although he is the strongest. But he didn't play a bigger role because he wasn't strong enough. Zeros was determined to make himself stronger. It can even reach the level of a member of CP9, a group as powerful as a god in the intelligence agency. After thinking for a while, Zeros asked again, "Sir. There is one more question. You said that after Hades was destroyed. What will be done with Hades above?" Furox took another sip of coffee and said, "Pluto. That weapon is indeed a terrifying existence that destroys the world. But it has finally disappeared. But there is one more thing. If the remnant of Pluto, Mukuro, can be found at the site of the explosion, someone will definitely be sent from above. One of them is probably the famous scientific troupe." Quote. Zeros said, "This is also reasonable. Pluto is such a terrifying weapon. Even if it is some crippled Mukuro, the world government will send people to collect and study it. The other question is what will happen to Rog and Zoro and the other pirates. This Zeros is clear even if he doesn't ask, he must be trying to destroy it. Although Rog and Zoro met this time, they showed amazing power. But pirates are always enemies and people to be eliminated in the eyes of the world government." Zeros, don't you have anything else to say? Furox asked again. Zeros looked at Furox and said silently, "Sir, I want to say that you should have more master skills after Kami-e." Furox looked embarrassed. Inside the temporary palace in Wangbin City. In a large room. Rog, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, Ace, Usopp, Chopper, and the King of Ninjas slept together. After a fierce battle, everyone was exhausted. In the next room is Nami and Izumi, the water goddess. After a hearty battle, everyone was full of blood and energy, and then returned to peace. In an official reception house in Wangbin City, Smoker and Tashigi and his follower Marine, as well as Hina and her follower Marine live here. Although Cobra is very grateful to them, but in order to prevent them from conflicting with Rog and the others, had to let them live here. Marine's people were also tired and went to rest after eating and drinking. Wangbin City is peaceful and peaceful. This night, in the devastated northern Urubana, the royal cemetery of the Neferutali family is located here. An entrance deep in the cemetery was opened. This entrance leads to a staircase deep underground. Under the stairs is a passage, and after passing through the passage is a room where important items are stored. In the room, Nicole Robin lit the surroundings with torches. Chapter 365 History. Here Robin is studying the ancient writing on the huge boulder ahead. The huge rock in front of Robin is a cube. And it is a kind of stone that is hardly available in the world. This kind of stone is probably some kind of extraterrestrial meteorite that fell on the earth and was found to be used to make this cube. However, there is a group of very old characters on the cube. The complexity of the text is unimaginable. Robin's deep eyes carefully read the ancient text above. These ancient scripts are complex, combining hieroglyphic and cuneiform scripts that are difficult to read. But Robin quickly deciphered the above with the rare knowledge in her mind. Sure enough, there is content about the ancient weapon Pluto. However, Pluto had already revealed it before Cobra, and Robin's interest wasn't there at all. Robin studied carefully below. She found something that surprised her. But these are not complete. It seems that all the historical texts need to be gathered together before we can really understand what happened in that blank 100 years. Robin said thoughtfully. She has too much on her shoulders. That catastrophe was still in her mind. To unlock the secrets of historical texts. Why is that secret so frightening to the world government? Why her hometown suffered that terrible fate because of the interpretation of historical texts. Robin decided to find another way out. Time went on, 2 days in a row. By the morning of the third day, the weather in Wangbin City is sunny. In the room where Rog and the others lived in the temporary palace. What? Are you telling the truth? Luffy's voice echoed throughout the room. Luffy looked at Ace in surprise. Ace stood in front of Luffy and everyone, and said calmly, yes. I have to go. Luffy couldn't help seeing Ace's decision. I want to stay with you for a while. Luffy said regretfully. Ace said with a smile on his Madara-filled face, Luffy. I was able to meet you and fight together. This is very happy for me. But after all, I also have my own mission. So I'm leaving first. After all, Ace has a heavy responsibility and must leave here. Luffy then added, okay, I'll send you off. Let's go too, said Rog on the side. Yeah, we'll see you off too. Usopp also said. Ace saw everyone's generosity and said, okay, come on. The group and Ace then left the room, went through the corridor and finally exited the gate of the temporary palace. At the door of the temporary palace, Ace said his final goodbyes to Luffy and everyone. Guys, I'm so happy to meet you and fight with you. Luffy is so lucky to have all of you as a partner. What a person needs most in this world is a partner. A partner enables a person to truly fulfill one's life. Ace said to Rog and Usopp in a friendly manner. Ace then looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, you're strong and competitive. I'm glad. But you also have moments of recklessness, which need your friends to help. Luffy said helplessly, you can rest assured. Ace took out another special piece of paper from his clothes. Luffy, keep this thing safe. No matter where you are, whenever you want to find me. You can find me according to the guidelines of this piece of paper. Ace said. Luffy took the paper and observed it carefully. Nothing special was found. Okay, I'll keep it, Luffy said. Ace stroked the hat on his forehead again, looking at Luffy and everyone else. Everyone, farewell, Ace said politely. Farewell, Ace, Luffy said. Farewell, Zoro said. Goodbye, Roger said. It's nice to meet you, Usopp said. I like you too, Chopper said. The others also said goodbye and the like and waved Ace off. In the eyes of everyone, Ace's figure gradually disappeared. It wasn't until Ace disappeared completely that Luffy and the others looked back. Let's go, Luffy said. Everyone is ready to go back. At this time Luffy carefully observed the piece of paper that Ace gave him. Nami was also beside Luffy at this time. Luffy, it's not convenient for you to carry this. Let me help you, Nami said. Luffy looked at Nami and said, really? I'll sew it into the hat for you. Isn't your hat very important? This piece of paper is also very important, Nami said. Okay, please, Luffy said happily. The group returned to the temporary palace. On the streets of Wongbin City, a man in a cloak walks here. He walked very fast and seemed to be familiar with this place. All the way to the front of the temporary palace. He removed the cloak from his head, revealing his face. A full uncle face. Curly court hair. It was Ikolem, one of the 3 guardian ministers of the Alabasta Kingdom. But compared to when he disappeared, Ikolem's face was dusty. After escaping the explosion of the camouflage ship that time, Ikolem returned here after a lot of hardships. Your Majesty, Princess, I'm back, said Ikolem. Ikolem then walked towards the temporary palace gate. In a living room of the temporary palace. Cobra, Vivi and Roger, Sanji and the others, and Verse who arrived yesterday. It's really like this, Ace is gone. I can't say goodbye, it's a pity. Vivi said with some regret. It's a pity, I originally planned to keep that young man for more time. Cobra said regretfully. Said politely, Mr. Valles. You and the Drum Nation troops fought so hard for Alabasta's future, which is really admirable. Where, Your Majesty, don't talk like that. We just helped escort Luffy and the others and dealt with a few Baroque Works troopers. Verse said quickly. At Rogue and Sanji and Luffy again and said, these young men are really teenage heroes. Saved Alabasta and defeated the mighty crocodile. Verse also looked at Luffy, Sanji and Roger with admiration. These young people saved the Drum Country. Here they saved Alabasta. The young people really have a limitless future. Verse said with admiration. Rog said politely, it's really an award. This is the result of everyone's efforts. Both the soldiers and the people fought heroically. Chapter 366_Immortal Ikolem. Usopp said very narcissistically, I'm so sorry. Although Captain Usopp is very strong, he can win like this with everyone's support and help. Chopper on the side said full of admiration, it's really powerful. Zoro snorted with disdain after seeing it. Luffy said very politely, okay, someone will do evil in Drum Country and Alabasta in the future. We will be back. I am really looking forward to that day, Cobra said. Then everyone in the room laughed politely. At this moment, a soldier came in suddenly. Report, said the soldier saluting. Cobra looked at him and said, tell me something. Soldier reported, Lord Ikolem, he's back. As soon as these words came out, the living room suddenly became silent. Cobra and Vivi's expressions became shocked. Can't speak for a while. Ikolem, who is he? Luffy said strangely. Rog looked at him and said, it's the curly-haired uncle. Cobra ordered quickly, saying, let him in. Yes, said the soldier. Soon the door to the living room was opened. A middle-aged uncle with blonde curly hair in a dress walked in. Ikolem, Vivi said happily. You survived, I believe it. Cobra was also a little excited. Your Majesty. Ikolem ran in front of Vivi and Cobra. In front of the two of them, he quickly knelt down and bowed. Don't be like this, Ikolem. Vivi hurriedly supported him. What are you doing like this? Cobra also hurriedly helped Ecolem. Ecolem stood up with tears all over his face. He cried like a big boy. I survived only to see His Majesty and Princess Vivi. Now my wish is finally fulfilled. While Ecolem was overjoyed with Vivi and Cobra, Luffy finally remembered something. Ah, I see. Isn't that what entertaining our uncle at Whiskey Peak? Luffy said suddenly. Chopper said suspiciously. Who is he? Usopp explained to Chopper. This is Vivi's friend. Or one of the guardian ministers of the kingdom. Same as Bell and Garca. And Captain Usopp once saved him. Let him be grateful to Dade. Is that so? Chopper said in surprise. Zoro looks awkward. He sighed helplessly and closed his eyes. Rog also looked helplessly at the bragging Usopp. Just when everyone was very happy, there was another sound outside. Two figures rushed in from the door. It was Bell and Garca. When they saw Ecolem, they were all excited. Ecolem! The two shouted. Bell, Garca! Shouted Ecolem. The two quickly walked to the front of Ecolem. Both of them were very happy to see the intact Ecolem. But then they resumed their serious expressions. Ecolem, it's great that you survived. Garca said happily. Where did you go when we were fighting to the death? Really? Bell said with some venomous snakes. But Ecolem is very happy now. He sees the eyes of the two people as if he sees his own brothers. I survived, but I didn't get here in time to fight. It's my fault. Bell, Garca, thank you for your hard work, said Ecolem. Having said that, it was only when Ecolem escorted Vivi out to investigate the enemy's situation that the situation could develop to this day. His credit is also great. Cobra walked between the three and patted Ecolem on the shoulder. Ecolem, you blame yourself too much. You escorted Princess Vivi and even gave up her life to protect her. The credit is enormous. And Alabasta was given a new life. From now on, you, Bell and Garca will continue to serve as the three ministers of protection of the Alabasta Kingdom. And officially named Alabasta National Hero. Quote. Ecolem's face also became serious. He quickly lined up with Bell and Garca again. Three said respectfully, Your Majesty, Princess. We will swear allegiance to Alabasta and Your Majesty and Princess. The three of them together are invincible. Without the Jinchuriki column roll of the three, the tranquility of the Kingdom of Alabasta cannot be guaranteed. Not only power and status, but also glory is something that the three people admire. To Alabasta and the royal family could make the trio die. Vivi celebrated tearfully and said, Congratulations, Ecolem, Garca, Bell. Ecolem's face returned to light again. He was the least serious person among the three. Princess, thank you. At this moment, suddenly the door of the living room was pushed open. Everyone looked, only to see a middle-aged woman walking in. The middle-aged woman is a burly body, comparable to Ecolem. Her face. Everyone present became surprised. I saw her face and blonde curly hair. Simply a copy of Ecolem. If it weren't for her mouth Yuhi and her dress, people would think it was Ecolem's twin brother. Luffy looked at the two in surprise, repeatedly comparing. Strange, how come there are two curly-haired uncles? Luffy said very puzzled. And Vivi, as well as Garca and Bell, became lighter. But Ecolem was embarrassed. Taragoten. Ecolem was about to say something. A middle-aged woman named Tiragoten stepped forward. One is to grab Ecolem's curly hair. Ecolem, you survived. Why didn't you find me first? Tiragoten scolded. Ecolem said with some guilt, Do I want to see Your Majesty and them first? And Vivi, and let go of Ecolem. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty, said Taragoten. Cobra said kindly, It's okay. It's normal for you to be angry. He's been missing for so long. You're worried to death. That's what your husband and wife are like, quarreling on weekdays. But in fact, they care about each other very much. Tiragotham looked at Ecolem again, and politely said to Cobra, Your Majesty, I'm so sorry I rushed here. But didn't you instruct a banquet? The cooks and I are going fast. Cooking. Quote. Cobra said, Don't be in such a hurry. You are working hard. I hope you don't work so hard. The banquet is not until tonight anyway. Okay, Your Majesty, but now I'm going to take him to help the cook, said Taragotin. He grabbed Ikulem's curly hair again and took it directly out of the living room. Chapter 367 Banquet. Hurry up and cook with me. You don't want to be lazy, Tiragotham said as she walked. My lady, forgive me, Ikulem said pitifully. The crowd watched them leave. Couple, said Usopp in surprise. This couple's appearance is too exaggerated. No matter how similar they are, there is a limit. Zoro also complained. Luffy looked at Cobra. His eyes lit up immediately. Oh, you said it was going to be a party, didn't you? Luffy said happily. Nodded and said, yes. A great feast. You have given so much to Alabasta. It must be celebrated. Great, I'm going to eat more. I haven't had a decent meal in days, Luffy said excitedly. Usopp was also very happy when he heard that there was a banquet. He looked at Sanji and asked, Sanji, aren't you going to help the cook? Sanji shook his head and glanced at Vivi, Nami, and Izumi, the water goddess. If the two ladies and the goddess go, I also want to help the cook, Sanji said. Sanji lost interest in helping the chef after seeing Taragotin, who was the head chef just now. Unless it's a beautiful woman like Vivi doing the cooking, he is willing to help the cook. Besides, this banquet is a celebration banquet. A royal family thanked everyone in the name of the country, but he went to help the cook. Instead, it didn't give Cobra face. The time finally came tonight. In the large restaurant of the temporary palace. The crowd sat at a long rectangular dining table. Everyone, please relax and enjoy yourself today. This is a celebration for everyone, Cobra said very kindly. Good. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Roger said happily. Soon, the door of the restaurant was opened again. Let's keep you all waiting. Tiragotin came in with a large plate of food. Tiragotham walked to the middle of the table and put down the huge plate in his hand. I saw a huge roasted whole cow on the plate. The aroma of grilled meat and Alabasta's specialty spice spreads all around. It smells so good. Usopp and Chopper looked at the roasted whole cow and said. Luffy was so greedy that his mouth was drooling. Tiragotin added, don't worry, everyone. There are still many dishes. After Tiragotin, another row of waiters came in one after another. The waiters brought the dishes to the table one after another. 2 more large plates were served, each with a roasted whole lamb. In addition to these, several plates of delicious giant lobster were served. After these heavyweight delicacies are served, Luffy took the lead, and started eating wildly. Usopp and Chopper also eat. Rog and Sanji also ate them one after another. Nami and Izumi, the water goddess, are still polite when they eat. Yummy, quote. It's delicious. It tastes so good, quote. The crowd feasted. Luffy and Usopp are especially exaggerated. After the first round of rough food was consumed some, Tiragotin arranged for the waiters to bring in the second batch of food. Soon a plate of exquisite food was served. Roasted pigeon stuffed with pigeon eggs, salad platter, camel milk cheese, alabasta scones, roasted chicken in dessert, chan sauce, caviar, chan rice, alabasta spiced pasta, tomato roasted fish, butter bread, strawberry cake, alabasta figs, coconut dates, alabasta melon etc. are all served. These delicacies are more refined. People are happier when they eat. Even Vivi is talking loudly and happily with other people to eat. Cobra also looked at everyone with a smile. Zoro said suddenly, do you have any drinks? Taragotin said immediately, yes, someone will serve wine and drinks. The waiters were quick to bring many delicious drinks. Alabasta specialty yuhi wine and white wine, baiju, sake, sweet wine, whiskey, cocktails and other liquors are served. There are also a variety of freshly squeezed fruit juices, camel milk yogurt, iced milk, chocolate drinks, and cold coffee. After these delicious drinks and beverages were served, everyone began to enjoy them to the fullest. "Everyone, please have a drink," said Cobra, raising his glass. Zoro first took a white wine bottle, opened the cork, and poured the cool white wine directly into his throat. "This is the drink that a swordsman should have," Zoro said boldly after drinking half a bottle of white wine in one breath. A bottle of yuhi wine and poured the yuhi wine inside into a glass. Sanji glanced at Zoro and said in a low voice, "A gentleman should taste wine elegantly." Put the glass to his lips gracefully, and slowly sipped this Alabasta specialty. Nami and Vivi poured sweet wine to each other and drank happily. "Come on, cheers," Vivi said cheerfully. The wine glasses of the two people touched each other, and then each drank the sweet wine. Although Vivi is revered as a princess, there are some attendants and guards here. But Vivi didn't have the air of a princess at all, just like a group of good friends to let go of the belly and drink. Rog was drinking with the king of ninjas. "Why, don't you like whiskey?" Roger said, drinking a bottle of whiskey directly from the bottle. The king of ninjas poured sake into a wine glass and drank it very well. "This ninja from Wano Kuni has a constant rigor and discipline. I also like whiskey, but I'm used to drinking sake." "Ha ha," the ninja king said kindly. "Izumi Water Goddess is always quiet, she is drinking cocktails." Verse and Cobra politely toasted each other. Chopper is all about drinking a variety of beverages. Fruit juices, chocolate drinks, camel milk yogurt, especially Chopper drank it for a while. "It's delicious. This camel milk yogurt," Chopper compliments. After hearing it, Tiragotten said happily, "Oh, I'm glad you said that. I made this myself. It doesn't matter how much you want to drink." Chopper said happily to Tiragotten, "Really? That's great." Usopp drank white wine while joking with Luffy. Luffy just eats, devours it, and shoves other people's food with a stretched rubber arm. "If you feel thirsty, just take it and swallow it." Usopp sang with Yuhi's face, mocking Luffy at the same time. "Hey, you're bored eating so fast. Food and wine have to be tasted," Usopp said. Luffy devoured it, as if trying to say something but didn't say anything. Luffy had just stuffed his mouth with food, and Usopp had a new idea. He put the pepper pellets into a glass of ice-cold milk. Chapter 368 Show and Finish. Luffy quickly grabbed the iced milk and poured it into his mouth. Ah! Luffy chokes his throat suddenly. Then the flames spewed out for a while. Good, really handsome." Usopp applauded. Cobra laughed when he saw it and said, "They still have so many ways to entertain them." Ikulem sat next to Cobra, who couldn't hold back when he saw Luffy breathing fire. "Okay, everyone, listen to me." Ikulem took out a saxophone and began to play. Ikulem plays rough, desert-inspired tunes. For a while, a distant sound that seemed to come from the depths of the desert resounded through the restaurant. "Okay, that's great," said Usopp, thumbs up. "Okay, Uncle can play music," Luffy said happily. "Great music. It's so refreshing," Roger complimented. "Wow, I seem to be dancing together," Chopper said. Everyone cheered in unison, praising Ikulem for playing well. When Tiragotten saw Ikulem playing in such a way, she also said, "It seems that I should also appear." Tiragotten quickly called for 4 timpani drums the size of wine barrels. "I'll cheer everyone up too." Tiragotten wielded 2 drumsticks and struck the timpani on all sides with very skillful movements. Tiragodden's timpani echoes with Ikulem's saxophone, making the restaurant reverberate with beautiful melodies. Usopp and Rog were amazed that not only was Tiragotten superb in cooking, but also in playing as well as Ikulem. There was laughter and laughter in the restaurant, and even Gaka and Bell beside Cobra were moved. Cobra saw the performance of the two and said, "You all show your hands too." Gaka and Bell looked at each other. "Come on, sing as much as you like," Bell said. "You dance too," Garka said. The two also played. After Gaka took a deep breath, he let go of his voice, a deep and distant Alabasta desert ballad. Bell began to dance his unique Alabasta dance. Good good. Good singing. Good dancing. Usopp, Rog, Luffy, Chopper, Sanji and Zoro were all cheering. The banquet reached its climax, and Usopp and Chopper joined the show. Usopp presses his long nose against the plate and performs acrobatics. Chopper uses the blue wave ball to change his body and perform various exaggerated performances at the same time. Luffy performs various rubber tricks. In the end, even the waiters and guards in the restaurant joined in the laughter. The banquet was very lively, and everyone was drinking happily. After the dinner, everyone was tired, and everyone rested one after another. In addition to this, Cobra also sent people to condolences to Smoker and Hina and other Marines. And also sent people to thank the people of CP3. In the temporary palace, Rog, Luffy and Zoro gathered everyone to the rest room to discuss. "What's the matter? I'm so happy tonight, isn't there a joke to tell?" Usopp asked. "No, it's a very important thing," Roger said. Luffy said casually, "Yeah, are we leaving here?" "Yes, we have been here for a long time. We have to leave," Rog said. Everyone was calm at first after hearing it, but some people also had regretful eyes in their eyes. Vivi asked Roger directly, saying, "You guys are leaving here. Can't you stay longer?" Rog shook his head regretfully, and said, "This is really no way. After all, Crocodile and Hades have caused such a big thing. This way, Marine will come to find it quickly. And there are Smoker and Hina here. It made us tricky." Quote. Zoro also said, "Yes, staying here will cause you trouble." Vivi wanted to say something, but took it back. This is indeed the case now. After all, such a big thing happened, Rog and Luffy will get angry sooner or later. Marine and the world governments cannot sit idly by. Even in this Wongbin city, there are Smoker and Hina. For a long time, the danger is great. That way, even if the Alabasta royal family tried their best to protect them, they might not be able to keep everyone. This way, Vivi cannot be retained. Rog said to the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess again, "I'm afraid we will be leaving soon. Even tonight, so will you go together?" The Ninja King said, "Of course." Izumi Water Goddess said, "We are also suspicious people. We must go. And we have a relationship with the Baroque Works room before. We will go to see first with you." Luffy suddenly asked the two of them at this time, "Would you like to be a pirate and take an adventure with us?" The Ninja King was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm going back to Wano Kuni to join my fellow apprentices and masters." Izumi also said, "I need to go back to the Magic Island. These 3 axes are the ancient magic weapons of the Magic Island. They will be coveted by people when they are outside for a long time. So I will bring them back as soon as possible. And I will continue to work on Magic Island practice. But I will welcome everyone to the Magic Island in the future." Quote. It is now clear that both the Ninja King and the Izumi Water Goddess have their own business and need to return to their respective belongings. Luffy asked Vivi again and said, "So Vivi, would you like to go on an adventure with us? To the depths of the Great Root and go through all kinds of adventures?" Vivi looked at Luffy and the others. Walked up to Vivi and said, "Let's do it, Vivi. Think about it for a while. According to the plan, we'll be in the rapeseed area at noon tomorrow. If you want, join us there." Vivi looked at the crowd and pursed her lips. "Okay," Vivi said. Rog looked at Vivi and said, "Vivi, all choices are up to you. Don't force it. And please don't tell your father. He may keep us." "Well, I see," Vivi said. Then Rog looked at Vers again. "It's up to you, Vers," Roger said. Wells said, "Okay, I'll tell you about the route after the departure." Everyone listened carefully. Stood in front of the map in the rest room and explained, "Look, everyone, in the middle of the Santara River in the middle of Alabasta, this is almost the west direction of our place. There is a fleet of our fleet in the middle of the river. The small speedboat, take the speedboat, and then go down the river to the estuary. Our fleet is concentrated at the estuary. Of course, Mary is still with the fleet. After getting on the fleet's warship, our fleet will leave in the east direction. Alabasta, passing through the southern waters of the Rape Flower. But this way, because I lead the Drum Nation fleet. Even if Marine finds out that you are there, it is not easy to shoot directly. Chapter 369 Leave. Wells told his plan. Everyone was able to reach Alabasta thanks to the fighting of the Drum Nation fleet led by Vers, and now they need their cover to leave here. I'm leaving here tonight. It was too fast for the crowd. We used to drink together at banquets. Vivi asked suddenly, you are leaving. Then I will help you. Oh, Usopp said. Don't worry, you wait. There will be a surprise for you. Vivi said. Everyone looked at Vivi, but saw Vivi leave the room. Needed some travel. Vivi also returned to the room after a while. After a while, everyone was ready. Okay, it's almost 12 o'clock at night now. We should go, said Roger. No problem, Zoro said. I really miss it here. Chopper said with emotion. This will be part of Captain Usopp's glorious campaign history. Usopp said solemnly. I still want to eat the Alabasta dishes here. Luffy said reluctantly. Don't worry, I brought a lot of spices and cooking skills to ask them. Sanji said. That's great, Luffy said happily. Nami came with a big box of salute. What? Zoro said casually. Ah, these are some antiques. Vivi and her father gave me. Nami said happily. Antique. Everyone looked at Nami in surprise and then at Vivi. Vivi said, it's nothing. But after a long civil war, Alabasta has limited available funds and needs to be fully rebuilt. So I gave you some antiques. Some of these antiques can be thousands of years old, and if they go to overseas antique markets it can be sold for a sky-high price. Quote. Nami's eyes gleamed, almost always a sign of money. Although I don't like antiques. But antiques are worth money, that's what's really precious. Nami said with anticipation. Alabasta has a long history, and it is still affordable to send some antiques. And these antiques are easier to carry than going white-silver jewelry of the same value. Although Nami is not a grandmaster antique, but according to some information, she also understands that if these antiques really go to the overseas market, they will be exchanged for Jinshan Silver Mountain. Money is everything, and that's how it is for Nami. The crowd was ready and went out through the windows on the side of this room. Rog used a rattan whip to transform it into a rattan ladder, allowing everyone to climb down smoothly. After reaching the bottom, only Vivi was left in the room. Vivi looked at the crowd and said, the surprise is coming soon. Rog and the others all looked around. Surprise? What kind of surprise is it? Usopp looked around. All of a sudden there was sand flying nearby for a while. Gah! A familiar voice sounded. Everyone looked around, and saw Karoo running fast towards this side. There is actually a group of ducks similar to him around it. What? Sanji said in surprise. So many Karoos, Luffy said. My god, Chopper said. The swarms ran fast and rushed over. The leader Karoo stopped in front of everyone, and the ducks around him also stopped together. Gah! Karoo made a military salute. Gah, 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 gah. The other ducks also salute. It seems that Karoo is the leader of this group of fast ducks. Vivi at the upper window said, Kaloo, please. Karoo called to Vivi again, Gah. Chopper said to Usopp, it's saying, don't worry. Usopp looked very knowledgeable and said, don't tell me, Captain Usopp has already guessed it. That's amazing, Chopper said in shock. Vivi said to everyone, hurry up. Take the legion led by Karoo to your destination. Roger looked at Vivi by the window and said, thank you so much, Vivi. Vivi, you're so smart. Let Karoo help us, Sanji praised. It's really strong, Zoro said. Everyone knows how fast Karoo is. Even the horses are no match for these ducks. In this way, you can reach the predetermined location of the Sandora River faster. Okay, let's go, Luffy said. Everyone is riding on the fast-running army. Vivi, we're waiting for you, Sanji still said. Vivi nodded. Now that the time is tight, everyone quickly started to march. In the sound of Karu's quack, the fast runners carried the crowd to the west. At the window, Vivi watched everyone go away. After everyone disappeared from sight, she returned to the room. She stood in the room, thinking about the future. Do you want to go together and go on that adventure? But here is everything about her beloved Alabasta and her father. Vivi was lost in thought. Alabasta under Gecko, everything is so peaceful. In the desert, Rog, Luffy, and Sanji rode the fast-running ducks on a fast pilgrimage to the middle of the Dora River. While marching, everyone is also discussing together. You said, will Vivi come? Usopp asked suddenly. Why not? With a super-class chef like Sanji, how could Vivi not join us on an adventure? Sanji said proudly. This is Vivi's own decision, and she needs to make her own decision, Rog said. I want her to come, Luffy said. Chopper saw Nami thoughtfully and asked, Nami, what do you think? Nami came back to her senses and said, I'm thinking about how many billions of Baileys the antiques in that box are worth. OMG. Everyone was speechless. Usopp almost fell. Rog grabbed Usopp with a cane whip to avoid the danger. In this way, everyone marched on the middle reaches of the Santa Dora River. A speedboat stops here in the middle of the Sandora River. The speedboat is about slightly larger than the Mary, but more streamlined and can travel faster. On this speedboat, more than a dozen sailors from the Drum Nation Army are waiting here. Captain, have you and the others set off, sir? A soldier asked. The captain in charge said, no problem. Chief Vers contacted me just now, and they are moving fast here. The officers and soldiers looked towards the east bank of the river. After a while, Vers and Rog will come over. Alabasta are extraordinarily peaceful. The Sandora River is also extraordinarily peaceful, and the river water is very slow. In this way, the speedboat can go upstream here. Chapter 370 Sandora Catfish, Delicious. There are wheat fields and date palm forests on both sides of the Sandora River. At night, accompanied by some light winds, there are constant rustling sounds. When it was peaceful and sleepy, the group of officers and soldiers suddenly found the east bank of the Sandora River, and a group of figures quickly approached. They're coming. The officers and soldiers acted quickly. Throw the plank horizontally to the shore. On the east bank of the Sandora River. Rog and Vers rode on top of the fast duck, heading here quickly. Is this the ship? Roger said. Exactly, said Vols. Everyone rode on the fast ducks and continued to move to the side of the speedboat. Okay, folks, it's time for us to get on board, said Vols. Everyone got down from the fast-running duck one after another. Standing on the land on the shore, Roger and Sanji looked at these fast-running ducks. Thank you for your hard work, Roger said. Quack, the fast ducks shouted together. These fast-running ducks didn't stay any longer, and quickly turned around and left here. Goodbye, Luffy yelled. Thank you, Usopp shouted. After the ducks ran away, everyone boarded the boat one after another. Usopp took out a tin box and put the soil below it. Usopp, what are you doing? Chopper asked. Every time I go to a place, I get some soil to keep as a souvenir. Usopp said. What it is, Chopper said. Luffy seemed to remember something. Strange, I seem to have forgotten something important too, Luffy said with some doubts. The whole group got on the speedboat. Break down, let's get out of here, ordered Vols. Soldiers pulled up the anchor, and the speedboat began to travel downstream along the Sandora River. The speedboat sails on the Sandora River. The wheat fields on both sides of the strait were rustling because of the cool breeze at night. Even the Sandora River is constantly gushing out all kinds of fish. Let's go fishing, Sanji said. Okay. Everyone was very happy. The boat also has fishing rods, and Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all started fishing. In the dry land of Alabasta, there are really many fish in the Sandora River. Usopp was the most efficient among several people, catching several fish in a row. Usopp, you really know how to fish, Chopper exclaimed. Captain Usopp is a good fisherman. These things are a piece of cake, Usopp said as he put the fish he caught in a jar. Usopp looked at Luffy again and said, Luffy, how are you fishing? Luffy kept frowning. The jar of city defense fish beside him was empty. It's boring, Luffy said in a rare negative tone. At this moment, suddenly the fishing rod in Luffy's hand vibrated for a while. Next, the originally peaceful surface of the Sandora River also became surging. Even the speedboat beneath everyone's feet shook. What's the matter? Usopp looked around in shock. Finally, a huge catfish with a length of more than 10 meters rushed out of the water. This catfish is the Santara catfish that everyone encountered before crossing the Santara River. And this giant Sandora catfish is holding the bait of Luffy's fishing rod in its mouth. Ow! The huge Santara catfish roared fiercely. Wow, it's this monster again, Chopper yelled for a while, startled. Usopp shouted directly to Luffy, let you catch a fish for everyone to eat, not for you to catch a fish to eat everyone. Luffy suddenly became very excited. He said, yeah, this is it. It's called Sandora catfish. I remember, I want to get some Sandora catfish meat for food. Luffy just remembered something when he saw Usopp collecting the soil from the riverbank. In fact, the last time I crossed the Sandora River, I was also attacked by a school of Sandora catfish. Luffy wanted to eat Sandora catfish by then, but didn't have the time. Now the Sandora catfish has come to the door by accident. Nami was also taken aback when she saw this, and said, what is this? Sanji quickly stood in front of Nami, looked at the Santara catfish and said, it seems to be a kind of catfish. Everyone landed in Alabasta before, it was divided into two groups. Sanji, Nami and the others just landed directly with rape flowers, and they didn't pass through the Sandora River. Naturally, it didn't look like other people had seen such a huge catfish. Zoro stepped forward and said, since everyone has come, let's try the meat for everyone. Zoro drew two katana swords from his waist and jumped head-on for the Sandora catfish. The Santara catfish roared at him. Two swords. Cross-cut. The katana in Zoro's arm crossed and slashed horizontally for a while. Before this Santara catfish had time to attack, its body was broken into several pieces like a sliced fish steak. Zoro jumped back to the deck after a perfect attack. Luffy was still a little surprised, and quickly stretched out his rubber arm. Oops, hurry up and collect the fish. Luffy's rubber arms quickly grabbed two big chunks of Sandora catfish. The two pieces of meat were quickly brought back to the deck. Every piece of meat is as big as a cow. The remaining fish heads and tails and other pieces of meat floated away with the river water. Sanji, hurry up and cook for me, Luffy said happily. Sanji stepped forward and observed two huge Sandora catfish chunks, both of which were the equivalent of the middle torso of the fish. Catfish meat, I haven't made it for a long time, Sanji said. The speedboat continued downstream along the Sandora River. Sanji found some simple stoves from the speedboat, and used these to bake the giant catfish meat. Izumi, the water goddess, uses a golden axe to create a flame to help Sanji cook. As expected of a goddess, Sanji said with love. Izumi said softly, it's a small matter. Sprinkles the giant Sandora catfish chunks with the alabasta spice and salt and pepper he brought earlier. Roasted by the flames, the meat of the giant catfish exudes a delicious meaty aroma. It smells so good. Luffy was drooling. After a bit of barbecue, the catfish meat was finally cooked, and Sanji cut the meat with a knife and distributed it to everyone. Usopp ate a bite of the grilled Sandora catfish, and his face changed immediately. Delicious. Usopp said excitedly. Rog also took a bite and said, "It's delicious." The Sandora catfish is smooth but firm, with moderate fatness and leanness. Coupled with Sanji's cooking and Alabasta's spices, it's even more delicious. Luffy's mouth was full of food. What a pity, I should have known to catch more Sandora catfish. Luffy said regretfully while eating. Chapter 371 Back to Sea. Others also raved about the deliciousness of the Sandora catfish. This gigantic carnivorous torpedo has eaten many other creatures to make its meat so textured. Along the way, everyone continued to taste the Sandora catfish, while the speedboat continued to go downstream. After a long journey, the sky has gradually become brighter. In the early morning, the speedboat finally reached the mouth of the Sandora River. "Everyone, cheer up, we have rejoined the fleet," Vers said. Everyone saw more than a dozen 100-meter warships moored here at the mouth of the Sandora River. Many of them were the warships that everyone had taken before. "Finally back again," Usopp said. The Drum Nation's fleet, led by Vers, rode the wind and waves to Alabasta quickly. Among them, he fought fiercely with the enemy in the new port of the kingdom. Now all the warships in Alabasta have reunited and escorted them away together. Alabasta with the fleet suffered thousands of casualties. Several warships were also sunk. However, the surviving officers and soldiers in the fleet can finally leave here. "Okay, please open the cabin," Vols ordered. A warship after the phone bug received the order opened its side hull. I saw that it could accommodate a cabin similar to a speedboat. The speedboat carrying the crowd entered the open cabin under the command of Vers. Once in here, the side opening hatch closes. Here I see Mary beside me. "Mary, we're back." Usopp jumped to Mary next to him very happily. "I wanted to die, but I finally came back," Chopper also said happily. Izumi and the King of Ninjas looked at the pirate ship aside, although it was not big and even had some scars. But it seems to be very important to everyone. Rog looked at the two and forgot to introduce, "This is our pirate ship, Going Mary." The King of Ninjas observed Mary and said, "It's amazing that your ship is so large that it can travel on a great route." Of course, Mary is the most powerful pirate ship, Usopp said happily. Izumi Water Goddess saw Mary. She suddenly felt a strange feeling. It seems that the ship contains a power that can communicate with people. After all, as a magician, she has a sense of many things beyond ordinary people. "Your boat is very sweet. It seems to be alive," Izumi Water Goddess said softly. Mary with love and said, "Of course, Mary is also our partner." Now the inner cabin of this warship is actually like a small dock, which can park small sailboats such as Mary and speedboats. The officers and soldiers in the cabin quickly picked up the crowd. "Report, Captain Vers." "Report from Captain Andler of the Discovery," said an officer in captain's attire. "Okay, thank you for taking everyone to the deck together," Vers said. Everyone left the cabin and began to march on the deck. On the deck, everyone was able to be blown by the sea breeze again. The sea breeze in the early morning was still very cool, and the dry sea breeze blew over, making everyone feel a very comfortable feeling. From landing in Alabasta before, it seems like a dream now. Standing on the deck of the USS Discovery, everyone was filled with emotion. "Now this one left Alabasta, I don't know how long it will take to come back," said to Rog and Sanji. "Everyone, now our fleet will escort you all the way east out of the Alabasta waters. After all, Marine may find a way to pursue you." Rog and Sanji looked at Vers. "Thank you so much," Roger said. "I am really bothering you," Sanji said. Vers hurriedly said, "Don't be like this. You helped the Drum Nation to gain a new life. We do nothing. After successfully sending you out of the Alabasta Sea, we will leave here. Return to the Drum Nation." Usopp said with some regret, "Alas, we still have to part." Vers said, "Don't be like that. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Luffy said, "We'll see you again when we circle the Great Route once." Definitely. At that time we in Dalton will definitely build the Drum Nation into a truly beautiful country. There will be no more exploitation and oppression, Vers said. Chopper looked at Vols and said, I am really looking forward to it. Chopper's hometown is the Drum Country. Although he has only one concern there. Chopper looked at Vols again and said, also, please help me take care of Dr. Gerva. After hearing this, and then said, you said Dr. Gerva, she is in very good health. I have also been in contact with Dalton these days. Dalton has always been reluctant to live in Wapple's place. A going castle, so Dr. Gerval has been enjoying the whole palace in it. Quote. Chopper was a little surprised and said, really? That's good. She likes a spacious place. The fleet kept heading east. Because according to the plan there, it is necessary to pass the Rape Flower. While the Drum Nation fleet was sailing in the waters south of Alabasta. A fleet then accelerated its pursuit. This fleet is just ordinary three-masted marine general-purpose sailing ships. But in addition to the huge marine logo on the sail, there were the words Smoker and Hina. Smoker and Tashigi aboard Smoker's sailing ship, the Smoke. Because there were only 50 officers and soldiers accompanying them. This is the sailboat. In addition to her own flagship, Hina on the side has more than 10 marine general-purpose sailing ships. These three-masted marine general-purpose sailboats are not as massive as Marine's larger warships, but they are quite agile. In addition, the 100-meter warships of the Drum Nation's fleet are not fast, so that these marine general-purpose sailboats can follow at any time after a certain distance. On the deck of the Smoker and Tashigi are standing near the bow. Here they can see the large warships of the Drum Kingdom in the distance. Smoker looked at the blurred Drum Nation fleet and said, that's right. Those ships were carrying the pirates. Tashigi, who was on the side, held Zanshiu in his hand and looked into the distance. She wanted to compete with Zoro day and night. Take back the famous sword and the word. That pirate hunter is really strong, Tashigi said. Before, when Smoker was fighting Crocodile with all his strength, he had to temporarily truce with Sanji and the others. At that time, Tashigi saw Zoro's great strength. That is really a swordsman fighting desperately. The strength, speed, and tricks are all powerful and unimaginable. Chapter 372 Promoted. Zoro's swordsmanship is so strong that even steel can be cut. With Tashigi's current strength, defeating Zoro is simply harder than reaching the sky. But Tashigi insisted in his heart that he had to do it. Pirates don't deserve that kind of famous sword. Tashigi has always thought so. But Zoro's fight against the evil crocodile makes Tashigi have some doubts about good and evil. Tashigi. Smoker's strong voice came to mind suddenly. Tashigi then reacted and said, Colonel, what's the matter? Smoker said, do you think the pirates were chasing our villains? Smoker asked. Tashigi was silent for a while. Colonel, I think they do things that are not bad in some cases. At least 1,000,000 times better than Crocodile, Tashigi said. Smoker looked at the sea and said, I used to think that pirates are also very evil. Of course, I have never met a good pirate. At most, I have seen extraordinary pirates. But these pirates are for me to meet. On the bright side of the pirates. Loyalty to partners, hatred of villains. On the other hand, the world government actually allows the existence of such absurd systems as King Shichibukai. The reason why Crocodile is so amazing is all because that system protects result. Smoker has no scruples about denying the world government's malpractices this time. Tashigi then said, Colonel, what you said is true. Smoker looked back at the sailboat where Colonel Hina was sitting. The fleet led by Colonel Hina was the fleet in charge of the waters near Alabasta. Here, the pirates are found and destroyed. This is the responsibility of Colonel Hina. Marine General sailing ship where Colonel Hina was. She observed the Drum Nation fleet in the distance while smoking a cigarette. Sighed Full Body and Django kept dancing. Hina's special sailboat, Black Threshold, often attracts other officers and soldiers to work on this sailboat because of the performances of two master dancers. Although Hina was serious when fighting, but on weekdays, she condoned the two lively subordinates dancing here. Colonel Hina, our great sir. Full body sang as he danced. Colonel Hina, gentle and considerate, all over the country. Django danced and sang more exaggeratedly. Some marine officers and soldiers around did not have much intense work for the time being, and they all gathered here to watch the two people sing and dance. Hina suddenly looked at them both. Sir, please accept my roses. Full body knelt down and offered a ball of roses. Sir, please accept my violets. Django half knelt down and offered a ball of violets. Hina's face turned serious and said, okay. Let's see what new telegrams the phone bug has. Yes. The two quickly put away the flowers and began to deal with the telephone bugs that were used exclusively for telegrams. Although Hina refuses their courtship almost every time, Full Body and Django are more attentive. They want to work harder to gain Hina's appreciation. The two quickly got a telegram full of words from the phone bug. Please, sir. Full Body and Django respectfully grabbed a telegram and handed it to Hina. Hina began to study the telegram. In view of the horrific tragedy in Alabasta and the actions of Crocodile, the culprit behind it all, the world government expresses its deep condolences. Crocodile is dead and peace has been restored in Alabasta. All credit goes to Colonel Hina of Marine Headquarters. Marine Headquarters Colonel Smoker, Marine Headquarters Sergeant Tashigi, and Marine Headquarters officers and soldiers. Among them, Colonel Hina was promoted to Commodore, Colonel Smoker was promoted to Commodore, and Sergeant Tashigi was promoted to Ensign. The Marine officers and soldiers were promoted to one level, in recognition of the officers and soldiers of the Marine Headquarters who sacrificed their lives in Alabasta. The award ceremony will be held at the Marine Headquarters in 10 days. Quote. After Hina finished reading this, her expression was flat. Then she let out a long sigh of relief. This is how the world government honors them in order to exaggerate themselves. In fact, both Hina and Smoker submitted their reports upward. But how could Gorosei, 5 elders and Marine allow it to come out that the pirates played a decisive role in saving Alabasta? So I tried my best to reward Marine who was promoted to participate in the war. After being promoted, Marine and the world government can claim that Alabasta was saved from the war because of Marine's heroic fighting. Promotion of Smoker and Hina is actually putting money on the face of the world government. It's impossible, Hina said helplessly. But on the side of Smoker and Tashigi also got telegram messages. Smoker looked at the telegram, and his face grew uglier. What are they doing? I'm going to report that the group of pirates played an important role. Smoker said with great dissatisfaction. Tashigi also looked at the telegram and said, this is really one-sided. Smoker brought the phone bug back. He personally sent a telegram to the Marine Headquarters. Okay. Smoker gasped. Tashigi looked at Smoker, worried that Smoker had sent out bad content on impulse. Colonel, you just... Tashigi asked with concern. Smoker said disdainfully, I told them directly. This is the behavior of a liar. Smoker is outspoken and daring. The bureaucracy and superiors within Marine. And Smoker continued to track the Drum Nation fleet. The Drum Nation fleet has been sailing. Sail eastward in the direction of the Rape Blossoms. Time goes on like this. It's already noon. In Catalia, southeast of Alabasta, the former rebel base camp welcomed a distinguished guest at this time. Alabasta King Neferutali Cobra came to the city. Gaka, Bell, and Ekolem are all escorting Cobra safely into here. Crocodile's death, Cobra energized Alabasta country in time. After this long catastrophe, the Alabasta factions are not willing to fight. In particular, the various factions of the insurgent army split in the southeast. After Kosh's death, the rebel armies went their separate ways and attacked each other. Also got nothing. After the collapse of Crocodile and Baroque works, the king's army still has the most powerful strength. Cobra succeeded in getting all the rebel factions to surrender. At noon today, Cobra came to Catalia to give a great speech. Cobra rode on a high-headed horse and marched on the streets of Catalia under the escort of the 3 ministers of the guard and the former rebel leaders who had defected. Chapter 373 Great Speech. Countless soldiers and civilians here understand that the catastrophe encountered by Alabasta was caused by a pirate who was once regarded as a national hero. The benevolent king was once again supported by the whole nation. Cobra wasn't exactly the kind of mite who ruled the country, but he had unparalleled kindness and patience. It is these that make Alabasta finally reborn after a long catastrophe. But on the streets of Catalia, despite the crowds watching, but everyone is generally quiet. Because what is about to happen is a great and solemn speech. Cobra and the others continued to move forward, and finally reached the largest square in Catalia. King's Renaissance Square. Here Cobra was here before the Alabasta Civil War. And this plaza was built, vowing to revive the ancient civilization of Alabasta. However, man counts as heaven, and the brutal civil war will pass the years. Everything has changed, from war to peace again. Cobra traveled all the way, and finally came to the vicinity of the high platform in the center of the King's Renaissance Square. "Your Majesty, please," said the surrendered leaders respectfully. Cobra looked at the high platform and walked to the vicinity of the steps. Gaka and Ekulem are guarding the bottom 2 sides of the ladder together. Bell transformed into a giant falcon and flew into the sky again to monitor this area. At the same time, as a symbol of the patron saint of Alabasta, Bell flying above this sky can make the Alabasta people who have returned to unity proud. Cobra took steady steps, one step after another, to this high platform. Cobra eventually made it to the top of the platform. He turned his body around again, just in time to see tens of thousands of people around him. The former Kosha died here for the sake of peace. Kosha, your aspirations are the same as mine, and I will make this country better. Cobra thought silently. There are also megaphone bugs and camera phone bugs on the high platform. It can display Cobra's appearance on the giant projection screen in the square. His voice was also able to travel all over the square via the loudspeaker bug, and to more areas via radio. When the time comes, Cobra's speech is heard in every corner of Alabasta. "Everyone, I'm very happy to be here today." Cobra's voice echoed across the square. The crowd in the square was quiet. Everyone is full of expectations. Alabasta is a great country, a country with a rich history. A brutal civil war orchestrated by conspirators that took countless lives. Some lost their fathers, some lost their mothers, some lost wives, some lost their husbands, some lost their children, some lost friends. This war has brought eternal pain to countless people, but many more survived and survived catastrophe. Cobra's tone was heavy but powerful. The hearts of countless people are twitching. Now everyone has successfully survived the catastrophe. The dead can't be resurrected. But we have to make people in this world work better for their dreams. To inherit the dreams of those who died. Only then can they rest in heaven. So we must survive bravely. Quote. Cobra's tone suddenly became high. The square suddenly burst into applause. The applause was like thunder. Unstoppable. Cobra went on with this great speech. Suffering breeds greatness. Alabasta has been through thousands of years. Suffered countless sufferings. But this day is finally here. Suffering is the source of motivation. Now I am the 230th of the Neferutali royal family. Nine Kun Lord. I vowed to build a truly equal, prosperous and great Alabasta with everyone. No matter who it is, everyone is equal. Everyone will exert everyone's strength. Let us unite as one. Revive this great country. Quote. Cobra's speech came to a climax, and the people in the square burst into applause. People shouted slogans. Long live Alabasta. Quote. Building an equal, prosperous and great Alabasta is the dream of every Alabasta. Whether it's people who have passed away, people who were first in the square, or people in every corner of Alabasta. All hope that Alabasta will become better. Bell, who was hovering in the sky, was very excited at this time. He felt that Alabasta's former vitality had been restored. The will to revive that great ancient civilization is overwhelming. This great speech by Catalia heralds a new era for Alabasta. Meanwhile, on the sea near the port city of Rape Flowers, southeast of Alabasta, the Drum Nation fleet has already reached the sea here. However, according to the agreement with Vivi, she may choose to join everyone on board here. Rog and Zoro and Sanji and Luffy were waiting on the deck of the Discovery with Vers. It's almost 12 o'clock now. It's the scheduled time, Luffy said. He should be able to come. Captain Usopp, Chopper asked Usopp. Usopp lifted his chin immediately. Well, think about it, Captain Usopp. Vivi has been with us for so long in this situation. She'd love to continue the adventure with us. And you know what's the most important reason? Usopp said very seriously. Chopper asked curiously, what is it? Usopp pointed to himself with a thumb and said, it was the wise leadership of Captain Usopp. It made everyone successful through amazing adventures. Chopper exclaimed in shock, so it is. Sanji is also looking forward to it. He sincerely hopes that Vivi can join everyone. Why isn't Vivi here yet? Sanji said anxiously. I believe Vivi will come. Nami said, looking in the direction of the Rape Flower. Rog and Zoro looked to the sea together. Vivi also doesn't know when it will come. It is now almost the appointed time. And Rog's eyes turned to the Marine General sailing ships that were being tracked by the Drum Nation's fleet in the distance. How long are they going to follow? Zoro said, looking at the Marines. Marine for a while with the telescope on deck. Sure enough, the sailboats belong to Hina and Smoker. They don't attack and they don't track for too long, Rog said. At this time on Hina and Smoker's sailboats. Both Smoker and Hina felt difficult to deal with the Drum Nation's fleet. The Drum Nation's fleet is all 100-meter giant ships, are made of steel and fine wood. Their marine general-purpose sailboats are only 50 meters long. There is a huge difference in size. The platoons and turrets of the Drum Nation's fleet can easily blow off the general-purpose sailboats. Chapter 374 Partner. Of course, this is not the main point. The key is that although Smoker and Hina are powerful, the other party is also very powerful. They were clear when they fought Crocodile before. Rog, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Ninja King, Izumi Water Goddess, etc. are all extremely powerful. The odds of winning against them are really low. Coupled with the strength of the Drum Nation's fleet, it is really uncertain to take action at this time. Hina stood on the deck of the Black Gate and looked at the Drum Nation fleet. The situation is really unfavorable now. Forget it, pass my order. Give up tracking the Drum Nation's fleet and prepare for a new mission. Hina gave the order. Full Body behind him asked, yes. But Sir Hina, what's the new mission? Hina looked at him and said, hunt all the remnants of the Baroque Works room. Full Body and Django said immediately, as you order, sir. The order came soon. More than a dozen three-masted general-purpose sailing ships of the Hina fleet began to retreat. On the deck of the Smoker, where Smoker and Tashigi are, the two saw Hina on the side start to retreat. Colonel, they retreated, Tashigi said. Smoker watched as Hina's fleet retreated. Hina will leave, but we won't stay here too much. Of course, it has nothing to do with her retreat. After all, you have also seen the size of the warships of the Drum Nation's fleet and the strength of those pirates. So upset, not in the mood to fight right now. Forget it, let's get out later, Smoker said. Tashigi's mood was mixed when he saw Smoker make such a decision. However, in addition to strength considerations, there are opponents against Crocodile, which can also be said to be not extremely evil. Do a group of pirates who have done justice really need to spare no effort to hunt them down? Tashigi thought a lot about this question. What's the matter, have a coffee. Let's go later, Smoker said. Okay, Tashigi said. After some more time, Smoker's boat also departed. Everyone standing on the deck of the Discovery saw this. Of course, this is not what everyone cares about most. What everyone cares most about is whether the partner can reach. It was finally 12 o'clock noon. Everyone is looking forward to it. Why haven't you seen it yet? Usopp said with a telescope. Sanji watched a pocket watch repeatedly, and it was indeed 12 o'clock. Of course, slight discrepancies are possible. What's more, if Vivi doesn't want to come, maybe he will use the phone bug to contact him. At this time, Usopp's telescope suddenly saw a rocky area beside the port. On a towering rock, a beautiful girl in a white dress was riding on a duck. It's Vivi. Usopp cried out happily. What, here comes Vivi. Rog, Luffy, Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, and Nami all hurried to the coast. On a high rock on the coast, Vivi was riding on the back of the fast-running Karoo. At this point on the rocks on the coast, Vivi came down from Karoo's back. At this time, Vivi was wearing a white classic-style dress, fluttering in the dry sea breeze. Vivi wasn't braiding her hair at this time either. Instead, let a long blue hair flutter with the sea breeze. To compare Vivi at this time to the ancient princess in the Alabasta mythology. Vivi looked at the Drum Nation fleet with tenderness, and she saw everyone on the deck of the Discovery at a glance. Everyone is waiting for me, Vivi said. She turned towards Karoo's back and took down a phone bug's handset. This is both a microphone and an amplifier. At this time on the deck of the Discovery, Roger, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and Zoro called out her name together. Vivi, come on up. Vivi looked at the companions on the Discovery, and the phone bug's amplifier was brought to his mouth, and his heart was suddenly excited for a while. Now she's going to speak her mind. But it's heartbreaking. My dear friends, as promised, I am here to give you the last ride. Vivi's gentle and melodious voice echoed in everyone's ears through the loudspeaker like the sea breeze. Everyone on the deck was very happy. But soon someone felt something was wrong. Sanji frowned. Luffy said, Vivi, Everyone heard the sentence of sending the last ride. Vivi continued on the megaphone bug. So many days, unforgettable adventures with everyone. Whether it's Chopper, Usopp, Luffy, Nami or Rog, Sanji, Zoro and the rest, all make me feel so caring. You are just like my family. Quote. Everyone on the Discovery deck looked serious. But just as the fish are going back to the sea, I belong to this land full of ancient times. Alabasta is my homeland, my father, everything I love is here. So even though I also would love to be adventurous, but my life needs me to stay here. Quote. Vivi spoke in a more emotional tone. So I have to stay here. Vivi said the most important sentence. Hearing this sentence, everyone on the Discovery had complicated expressions. Some people expected it, some people couldn't believe it, and some people couldn't accept it. Vivi, Luffy said with a complicated expression. Sanji was also a little disappointed, but still calm. Chopper and Usopp are very unacceptable. Nami and Rog also looked at Vivi calmly and sadly. Zoro's expression was calm, which seemed to be what he expected. Vivi stood on the rock on the coast and was silent for a long time. Tears silently rushed out of her eyes and onto her cheeks. Karoo on the side seemed to want to comfort Vivi, but could only wait silently. Vivi raised his head again, choked, and put the microphone to his mouth. She opened her mouth. But I want to ask you a question, if you see me again. Can you call me buddy? Vivi's choked question echoed between the sea and the sky like the sea breeze. Everyone on the Discovery looked at Vivi in silence. Vivi on the rocks on the coast dropped his head in pain after saying this. She liked the group of friends very much, but she couldn't go on an adventure with them. This friendship made it difficult for her to let go. Vivi. The familiar voice sounded. Vivi raised his head. I saw everyone looking at her in a row. Our partner. Roger, Sanji, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami shouted together. Vivi's face immediately filled with joy, and she looked at everyone. Quickly put the megaphone bug microphone to your mouth. Guys, we will meet again. Vivi's voice resounded through the sea and the heavens and the earth. Her voice was still choked, but it was full of anticipation. Chapter 375 Fighting Taumaru and Hades Mukuro. The sea breeze was blowing for a while at this time, as if to swear this goodbye full of friendship. The explorer and the other ships moved away from shore. Vers also ordered the voyage to continue. Only the crowd on the explorer looked at Vivi. Vivi watched the crowd with Karoo from the rocks on the coast. Despite the distance, friendship is always there. Discovery gradually disappeared from Vivi's sight. Vivi looked at the disappearing ship shadow, and the tears of joy on her face gradually stopped flowing. Vivi looked at Karoo on the side and said, "Karu, let's go." "Gah!" Karoo exclaimed. Vivi mounted Karoo's back and began to turn and head inland. It's like Rog and Sanji and Luffy breaking through the sea and sailing their own way. Vivi and others are also going on the great journey of building Alabasta. Everyone has their own way to go. On the deck of the Discovery, the direction of the rape blossoms from here has become very blurry. "Vivi, we'll be back," Luffy said. "Vivi, why don't you come with us?" Usopp said in frustration. "I like her too," Chopper cried along with Usopp. Sanji said dejectedly, "Vivi, if you can taste my dishes with us." Nami was also quite sad and said, "I'm too lonely as a girl." Rog was also full of melancholy in his heart. Such a good partner just can't be together. Zoro looked at everyone and said, "Why are you doing this, since you like to deadlift her onto the boat?" The crowd immediately became angry. Green algae head. Cold-blooded. 4 knives. For swordsmanship is not a derogatory meaning, it should be said that he is a swordsman of the 4th grade. Especially Sanji and Usopp, as well as Chopper and Luffy taunted. The explorer continues going. The Drum Nation fleet also continues going. Soon, they went all the way east, and finally sailed out of the waters of Alabasta. When the Drum Nation fleet sailed out of the waters near Alabasta, a small fleet of Marine General sailboats sailed to the waters of Alabasta. The fleet has a total of 15 three-masted Marine General purpose sailing ships, and a 100-meter-long heavy warship. The 100-meter-long heavy warship at the very center and in the front is the flagship of the Marine Fleet, Fortitude. On the deck of the Fortitude, a man in a Marine Admiral's coat stood near the bow, looking at the approaching land of Alabasta. The man is wearing a striped suit and is tall and thin but strong. He has a mohawk on his head. Although the face was middle-aged, the corners of the eyes were wrinkled from long-term hard work. There is a short beard on the mouth. There is a delicate samurai sword on the waist. Although it is in the scabbard, it can be unsheathed at any time. A major marine approached the general and saluted him. "Mo Vice Admiral, we are in the Alabasta waters," Major Marine reported. Mo Vice Admiral turned his head to look at him and said, "Okay, as planned, we will land quickly after reaching the rape blossoms." "As ordered," said Major Marine. The Marine Headquarters fleet quickly prepared to land. Mo Vice Admiral looked steadily towards the land that was getting closer. This time, Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku personally ordered him to go here to perform the most advanced tasks. And Sengoku himself said it was the decision of the Gorosei, 5 elders. He knew very well why this mission was so important. Because Crocodile's evil is only part of it, but the terrifying ancient weapon Pluto actually appeared. Although it was finally destroyed, it still has infinite research value. So the Mole, Vice Admiral, personally escorted the science unit here. "Mole Vice Admiral, we're almost there, aren't we?" Suddenly a young but powerful voice said. Mo Vice Admiral turned around and saw a fat boy with a yuhi-colored belly kabuto and a huge axe standing there. "Zon Taumaru, we're almost there," said Vice Admiral the Mole. Taumaru took another few steps forward, watching the approaching Alabasta with Vice Admiral the Mole. This is Alabasta, Zon Taomaru said. Mole Vice Admiral looked forward and said, well, my task is to escort your scientific troops. And I also need to personally contact Neferutali Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Tell him about the high-level things. This will allow him to work with us. Quote. Zon Taomaru said, thank you. Mole Vice Admiral. It's a business, said Vice Admiral, the mole. Zon Taomaru, who looks a little cute and weird, is the captain of the scientific force. There is a powerful force under the world government, that is, the scientific force. There are a large number of powerful scientists in the scientific force, and they are talents obtained by the world government from all over the world by various means. They create tremendous value by researching various technologies and transforming them into military and civilian use. At the same time, the world government has not forgotten to search for various advanced technologies and let the scientists of the science force crack them. Of course, ancient weapons like Pluto would naturally be attracted. And according to reports from CP3 and Smoker and Hina, Pluto was destroyed by his own explosion. Taomaru and his scientific team to check the Mukuro of Hades at the scene. Zon Taomaru looked at the approaching land with a calm face. Alabasta was shocked when such a big thing happened. The ancient weapon Pluto has been resurrected. But it was quickly destroyed. But it was enough for the world government to send him to investigate. Although the scientific corps is ostensibly affiliated with Marine, it is actually quite independent. Of course Kizaru, one of the 3 Admiral Marines, helped manage the science unit. When Zon Taomaru was given an order by Kizaru in person, he was a little surprised to see Kizaru. After all, Pluto is an ancient weapon in legend. It actually appeared in modern times. Zon Taomaru, you have to work with the scientific team to find the best possible Mukuro after the destruction of Hades. Feed back the information in time, and Vegapunk may also go there in person. Kizaru said to Momomaru. Vice Admiral the Mole finally arrived at the port of Rape. Crowd began to descend and land on the land of Alabasta. The search for Hades, Mukuro, begins now. Zon Taomaru said. Send Taomaru's scientific team and Marine led by Vice Admiral the Mole start the operation together. This quest to find Mukuro, the king of Hades, is crucial. Even the Mole's Vice Admiral and Zon Taomaru were pioneers. Science Corps genius scientist Vegapunk and even bigger characters will make an appearance. The power that can destroy the world must never be mastered by forces other than the world government. Even a disabled Mukuro is dangerous. If it is successfully deciphered, I am afraid that part of Hades can be restored, which is also extremely terrifying. Chapter 376 Joining Robin. In the sea quite far to the east of the Alabasta Sea, the Discovery and the Drum Nation fleet are already far away from the Alabasta Sea. Rog, Sanji, Luffy and Usopp were standing on the deck, looking at the surrounding sea. The boundless sea and the sky full of Shirakumo made everyone feel relaxed and happy. Although separated from his partner, he was able to continue his adventure to the sea with the open sky. Ah, the long-lost sea breeze. Usopp relaxed and enjoyed the sea breeze blowing on his body. In Alabasta, even at sea, the sea breeze is dry. But now the sea breeze is a little wet. This is the normal sea breeze. Nami looked at the surrounding sky and sea. The seagulls fly wildly, and the fish keep rushing out of the sea and jumping back down. Well, this is our sea. Nami said happily. As a navigator, Nami has a very good love for the sea. Her goal in life is to draw a map of the world's oceans. Chopper stood excitedly near the bow of the Explorer. The sea here is neither cold like Drumland, nor hot and dry like Alabasta. For Chopper, the adventure ahead is limitless. Ah, adventure awaits us. This little guy is as curious as anyone else. Luffy was very happy to use rubber hands to bring the whole person to the huge mast to observe the vast scenery. Ah, that's cool, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Rog looked towards the sea, imagining what more powerful weapons would be developed using his plant fruit abilities to a higher level. Zoro lay on the deck of the Discovery and started dozing off. Sanji smokes a cigarette while watching the view of the sea. His eyes fell on the water goddess Izumi again. Felt his heart move for a while when he saw the gentle and beautiful appearance of the water goddess Izumi with fluttering blonde hair. The king of ninjas observes the sea. Vals talked with his subordinates and looked at the map of the sea. Vals walked to the middle of the deck. Everyone, I want to talk about it now. It's time for us to part. We're going back to the drum country. Verse said to everyone seriously. Everyone looked at him first, but they all knew that, after all, they said it last night. After the Drum Nation fleet led by Verse had supported everyone in the battle in Alabasta, they were about to set off to return to the Drum Nation. That's it, then we have to part. Rog said. We are very grateful for the great kindness of the Drum Kingdom. If we meet again in the future, please feel free to ask us for help. Verse said. Alas, we have to part again. I like these warships, especially this one. Usopp said regretfully. Verse looked at everyone and said, don't worry about this. Because we decided to send the Explorer to everyone. What? Everyone was very surprised. Usopp said in surprise, give us this warship. Chopper said in surprise, really? Nami was the happiest and said, that's great. Luffy came down from the mast and said, that way we can continue playing. And Zoro were also a little surprised. Rog said, it's a huge thank you. But how do we handle a ship of this size with so many people? Verse said, well, we all retreat. But your skills are very strong. As long as you control the rudder and mast and the anchor, you will basically be fine. I believe you can do it. Wells was right. With Rog and Sanji's monster-like abilities, they can fully master the basic controls of the warship. Under normal circumstances, a 100-meter warship has hundreds or even thousands of crew members because it needs to fight. Master the mast, rudder, and anchor. Although this warship is huge, the powerful strength of everyone can also be controlled. That's it, then, said Vals. Verse looked at Nami again and said, Miss Nami. I have already put all the goings that I gave you in the warehouse of the Explorer. Nami's eyes lit up and she said, thank you so much. Verse and the senior officers were finally assembled on the deck of the Discovery. After all, everyone is going to say goodbye. It's an honor to be able to fight alongside you, Vals said admiringly. I wish the Drum Country can rebuild into a prosperous and powerful country. Rog said politely. Our friendship will last forever. Everyone is talking. Then the Explorer and another warship erected a large plank horizontally, and then Verse and his party walked over from it. Goodbye everyone. Verse and the Drum Nation officers and soldiers shouted in unison. Goodbye. Rog and Zoro shouted together. In the wave of goodbye, the Drum Nation fleet and the Discovery separated. Watching the Drum Nation fleet go away and finally disappear, everyone can officially go on their own adventures again. However, the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess are still on the Explorer. Because the two have different directions. They need to travel to a transit port island closest to Alabasta before they can manage to get back to their respective destinations by boat. Oops, the buddies are parting one after the other. Usopp said with some regret. Sanji took the opportunity to look at the water goddess Izumi. After all, this beautiful woman will be separated from everyone soon. Goddess, what do you want to eat? I can cook the best food for you. Sanji quickly courted the water goddess Izumi. Izumi said to Sanji, gentle Isho, I'm not hungry now. But I'll thank you very much for giving me a glass of juice. After Sanji got the task, his eyes were full of love. Okay, goddess, waiting for my love drink. Sanji rushed into the cabin quickly. After arriving in the kitchen, Sanji quickly and skillfully began to prepare the juice. First, coconut water. Sanji cut a fresh coconut and poured the milky coconut water into a tall glass. Then add some delicate sugar cubes. Sanji waved a spoon and scooped a cube of sugar into the goblet. Plus some good quality condensed milk. Quote. Sanji opened the bottle of condensed milk and carefully poured the condensed milk into the goblet. After shaking for a while, the ingredients inside were well mixed. A coconut drink with condensed milk flavor is made. By the way, and Miss Nami's. Sanji followed suit and made another coconut drink. Sanji inserted 2 goblets of coconut drinks through straws and placed them on a plate. Ah, a skin-smoothing, nutritious coconut drink. I'm sure Goddess and Miss Nami will love it. Sanji said as he walked with love. Chapter 377 New Member, Dangerous or Lucky. In front of the water goddess Izumi like a dance. Sanji elegantly presented the plate in front of the goddess. Please, goddess, taste my hearty coconut milk. Sanji said gracefully. Thank you, Sanji. Izumi, the water goddess, took a cup of love coconut milk gracefully. After tasting the coconut milk of love, the water goddess Izumi greatly appreciated it. It's really delicious, Sanji, your love coconut milk tastes really good. Izumi water goddess said softly. Really, I'm so honored, Sanji said lovingly. But he soon looked around again. Where is Miss Nami? Now below the deck of the Discovery. In a warehouse of a warship. Nami observes the boxes of going in here. Gold bars, gold bricks, going jewelry. All this makes Nami's eyes full of golden light. Although when the Drum Nation's fleet supported Alabasta before, these goings were loaded onto the ship. But after a grueling life and death adventure in Alabasta, Nami was really happy to see these goings again. After all, living in the world is the foundation of enjoying everything. What's more, Nami now has another case of Alabasta antiques. This box of antiques is also here. It might be worth more than going. Nami put away the box full of Alabasta antiques. Nami packed the box and left here. Back on the deck, Sanji saw Nami coming back and immediately greeted him. Miss Nami, please taste my coconut milk of love. Sanji said very gracefully. Nami just sorted out going and antiques and was in a good mood. Thank you, Sanji. Nami took the love coconut milk. After tasting it, Nami also praised her again and again. Luffy saw the love coconut milk prepared by Sanji. He said, I want it too. And me, Chopper said. Give me a drink too, Usopp said. I'll have a drink too, Roger said. I want to curl my eyebrows, too, Zoro said. The Ninja King said nothing. Sanji said, okay, I'll get you some new drinks. Of course, other people can't get the love drink made by Sanji. Sanji was about to walk back into the cabin. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the cabin. This is a tall woman. A casual outfit, long black hair, and deep eyes. This is, Usopp said in shock immediately after seeing it. Rog also looked towards, it was Ms. All-Sunday. Nicole Robin. Zoro saw the other party, he quickly touched the scabbard on his waist. Usopp cried out when he saw it. The Baroque Works room is doomed. She's here for revenge. Usopp ran nervously. The King of Ninja and Izumi Water Goddess also looked at Nicole Robin. They worked together in the Baroque Works room and they were naturally impressed by this woman. Chopper looked at Nicole Robin suspiciously and said, who is she? Chopper naturally didn't know, because everyone met Nicole Robin not long after they met Vivi. Luffy saw Nicole Robin and said confusedly, who is she? Nami hurriedly gave Luffy a fist and said, you can forget about it. She is the vice president of the Baroque Works room. I met Vivi when we just went to sea with us. Luffy thought for a while, then rubbed his head and said, it seems that there is such a thing. Sanji saw Nicole Robin at the hatch of the ship, and was immediately shocked by her tall figure and beautiful face. The gentleman's heart kept beating on the left side of his chest. His face has become full of love. Nicole Robin stepped forward and scanned the crowd. Although this woman's imposing manner is not terrible, but being swept away by those deep eyes, she feels like she has been seen through. Everyone, don't be so nervous. Nicole Robin said calmly. Zoro asked, why are you here? Nicole Robin said, I am here because I don't have a place to live for a while. Nami looked at Nicole Robin and said, well, then you want to take a downwind boat, right? Well, wait until the transit port where you want to go, and then take their boat. Nicole Robin looked calm and said, I think you are wrong. I am not going to take a downwind boat. I am going to join you because I have nowhere to go. Nicole Robin spoke very calmly, but everyone had expressions of surprise and disbelief. What, you want to join us? Usopp jumped up in shock. Chopper was also very scared when he saw Nicole Robin's mysterious temperament. Nami said in shock, what? You actually want to join us? Zoro looked at Nicole Robin with great suspicion. Roger looked at Nicole Robin and said, you want to join us? Then you need to prove your worth and sincerity. Isn't it, Luffy? Luffy also reacted and said, ah, let her show it. Nicole Robin also smiled. Okay, let me introduce officially. My name is Nicole Robin. I am good at archaeology and intelligence. As a pirate group, you will definitely get some ancient treasures. I can help you solve the above mysteries. And I can provide enough information. Quote. Nicole Robin said. Nicole Robin officially introduced herself. Everyone looked at her and fell into thought. You are good at intelligence and archaeology. This is indeed worth considering. Usopp said. Archaeology. Then there is some role in finding treasures. But, Nami seemed a little hesitant. We might come across some ancient treasure maps or something. Can you decipher them? Roger said. Zoro looked at Nicole Robin repeatedly. Sanji happily walked over to Nico Robin. This young lady, is your name Nicole Robin? Can I call you Sister Robin? Sanji said with concern. Nicole Robin looked at Sanji and said, yes. Sanji quickly immersed himself in his love. Nami walked up to Luffy and said, Luffy, what do you think? Luffy looked at Nicole Robin and said, ah. Let her join. Nami almost fell over in surprise. Luffy is just like that, he has never had any scruples. Others will generally allow it if they show some sincerity. Nami looked at Rog again and said, you all have to say something. Are you really allowed? Rog looked at Robin and said, no matter what, she came to us on her own initiative. And Barlow's studio is also destroyed. We just happen to be lacking an archaeologist. It's okay to have her join. I think so anyway. Chapter 378 Except. After hearing Roger's words, Nami looked at Sanji again. Don't talk about Sanji, he's already fascinated by Robin. Zoro watched Robin coldly. Usopp and Chopper were skeptical. But so far no one has clearly objected. And Robin got on board too. Nicole Robin saw that there was no objection from everyone, and said, okay, I am also one of everyone. Robin walked among the crowd. But Usopp and Chopper are still on guard. Usopp thought for a while, then immediately clapped his hands and said, yes. Usopp quickly found a table. At the table, Usopp sat down. Please take a seat, Usopp said to Robin. Robin sat down in the chair opposite. Usopp begins to question Robin. Tell me about your experience. When did you join the Baroque works and where were you before? What specific archaeological and intelligence knowledge did you have? Usopp asked. No problem, Robin said calmly. Robin has always been very good at intelligence. Although she looked calm, but how much of what is said is true or false, others don't know. Usopp finished asking most of Robin's questions. He asked again, then Robin, let me ask you. You have the ability to conjure arms. Usopp was shocked by Robin's display, albeit only once. Robin said, okay, did you say that? Robin looked up to the deck, where several arms quickly grew. OMG, arm. Chopper said in surprise. Luffy is also very curious to go to the arm, to observe these arms that grow out of nowhere from the deck. It's a scary ability, Usopp said with some fear. Rog and Zoro looked at the arms. Robin's abilities are indeed unique. To be able to grow so many arms out of thin air. Chopper and Luffy play with these arms. Chopper touched his arms, which soon grabbed him. Ah! Chopper was picked up by the arms. These arms didn't hurt him, but kept throwing the cute, furry little guy up. Luffy touches those arms. But Robin did something a little bit. Luffy's straw hat has an arm on the left and right sides. Arms look like Chopper's antlers. Usopp, look, I'm Chopper. Luffy said excitedly. Now it looks like two arms sticking out of Luffy's hat really look like Chopper's antlers. It's so similar. Usopp laughed. Robin also smiled faintly, she only showed her skills slightly. In fact, 3 people love it. But Robin needs to really get along with the rest of the pirates. Also need to get everyone as far as possible. Nami looked at Robin and said, your ability really makes people look and feel horrible. Robin stepped in front of Nami. To her, excuse me, but I have something here. Robin hands Nami a bag. Nami opened the bag, and there were actually Yuhi-colored and blue gems inside. I have some crocodile gems, and I hope you can help me preserve them, Robin said. Nami's eyes were fixed on the gems in the bag, and her face was already full of joy when she raised her head. Okay, just get along well with everyone, Nami said very politely. Robin walked over to Roger again and looked at him. Your combat performance is very outstanding. Are you a plant devil fruit person? Rog asked Rog. Rog said, yes, able to manipulate and modify plants. What is your ability? Grow arms. Robin said, mine is a flowering fruit. It can grow an infinite number of arms. It can be on its own body or on other people's bodies or even objects. 4 more arms grew out of her back, Robin said. 2 arms also grew on the deck. Even Rog had an arm on his shoulder and patted Rog's shoulder. Rog asked again, are you good at archaeology? I am interested in ancient civilizations and legends from all over the world. I will ask you for more advice when the time comes. Robin said politely, no problem. So quickly, almost everyone was figured out by Robin. Zoro looked at everyone and snorted disdainfully. Zoro is the most serious of the pirates. Even if everyone else is down, Zoro will be the last line of defense. But Robin didn't know that if she could provide some information about the famous knife, then Zoro might also be very happy. Robin seemed to see Zoro being difficult and didn't bother. At this moment, Sanji rushed out of the cabin. There was a plate in his hand. There are cups on it. Sanji quickly returned to the galley in the cabin just now. In a hurry, I made a cup of love coconut milk and other people's drinks. Sanji rushed over quickly. He said to Robin very respectfully, Sister Robin, please drink the love coconut juice. Robin smiled at Sanji and said politely, thank you. Robin took the love coconut milk and began to taste it. Sanji tossed some of the other cups on the plate to the crowd. These are freshly squeezed orange juice, you drink it. For the others, because they were too busy just now, Sanji simply dismissed them. Robin looked at the king of ninjas and the water goddess Izumi. Well, you're here too, Robin said. The ninja king said, but we're different, we're just riding the boat. Not joining them. Izumi water goddess said, I didn't expect you to join them. Robin said naturally, no way, after all, I'm not like you. I don't belong. The Discovery, carrying a group of people, continued to sail into the distance. The sea is vast, but there are always some seabirds and fish for company. The group began to control the 100-meter warship. The Explorer is still huge after all. Mary, now hidden in the inner cabin, is only 20 meters long. The volume is even more like a toy in front of this warship. However, as long as the rudder, mast, and anchor are all masters, the warship can move according to the needs of everyone. After all, although the Explorer is a 100-meter warship, everyone does not want to drive it to fight. The dozens of heavy guns in the cabins on both sides of the warship and the fort on the front of the warship deck are basically unnecessary. The rich materials and equipment inside the warship are also sufficient for everyone to use. Okay, keep sailing, Luffy said happily. Roger steered the rudder to continue sailing. Zoro, after confirming that Robin was harmless, first climbed to the top of the huge mast by himself. Stay alone at the lookout there. But he quickly fell asleep. Sanji looked at everyone on the deck and said, "Everyone, pay attention. I checked the warehouse of the warship just now. There are a lot of bread and cans left by Vers and the others. Of course, some vegetables and fruits are missing." Chapter 379 Hunt. Rog looked at Sanji and said, "I have this bag on me." Sanji said, "Okay, we don't have to worry about fruit and vegetables with you here. But there is another very important thing. That is, our meat is only canned. So, I think we need to get some fresh meat." "That's it. Yes, it's uncomfortable to eat canned food all the time," Usopp said. "I also want fresh meat," Chopper said. Sanji became more interested and glanced at Nami, and Izumi, the water goddess, and Robin. In particular, Robin made Sanji's heart boil. The nosebleed almost spit out. This tall black long-haired royal sister made Sanji feel an unprecedented love. Sanji said, "After all, we have a new member joining us. Do you want to celebrate?" Hearing this, Usopp, Chopper and Roger all looked at Sanji sarcastically. "So that's how it is," Usopp said as if complaining. Luffy was very excited and said, "Great. I've wanted to have a party for a long time." Nami glanced at Luffy and said, "It wasn't long before the Alabasta banquet. You want to have a banquet again?" "That's it. Roger, go and get some fruits and vegetables for the banquet. Like Luffy and Usopp, you try to fish and catch seabirds. I'm going to prepare the utensils and the stove," Sanji said. Then Sanji started to turn around, and he was very excited. "A welcome banquet that makes Sister Robin happy is about to begin," Sanji said with a smile. Usopp looked at Sanji and said, "He said it easily. It's up to us to work hard." "But we all want fresh meat," Chopper said. Luffy also said excitedly, "Okay, I'm going to catch the meat." "Ah, meat. Luffy loves meat. Luffy is vulnerable without meat." Rog said to the others, "Okay, I'm going to get fruits and vegetables." After speaking, Rog walked to the cabin. "Get some plant seedlings first. Then use the plant fruit ability to make them grow." Nami was at the helm. She always observes the sea and the sky. Although the great root is calm, there is always a lurking crisis. Usopp looked at Luffy and said, "Luffy, you're not good at going to sea. Then you go catch seabirds." "Okay," Luffy said excitedly. Usopp said to Chopper, "Okay, let's go fishing." "Okay," Chopper said happily. Usopp and Chopper go fishing. Luffy went to catch seabirds. Luffy first aimed his hand at the huge mast. "I'm here." Luffy jerked his arms out. Luffy's arms stretched out and grabbed the top of the huge mast. Then Luffy's arms jerked his body up. Luffy quickly reached the top of the mast. Standing on top of the mast, Luffy looked around. There are many seagulls flying around. "Looks good." Luffy aimed the rubber arm at a seagull. After retracting, he grabbed the seagull. Seagull was caught by Luffy, and its head hit the mast heavily. Seagull was knocked out, and Luffy's left arm was caught by the knocked-out seagull. Luffy continued to use this method, capturing seagulls one by one. Usopp and Chopper were fishing together on the deck of the Discovery. "Okay, let's take a look at Captain Usopp's fishing gear," Usopp said. "Okay," Chopper eagerly anticipated. Usopp took out a firearm with a black metal barrel and wooden handle. The barrel on the firearm is thick, like a bamboo tube. Usopp held the gun in his hand. "How? This is my fishing gun, the net gun," Usopp said proudly. Chopper's eyes lit up when he saw the net gun in Usopp's hand. "It must be awesome, but how to use it?" Chopper said. Usopp clenched the net gun in both hands. He aimed his net gun at a school of tuna swimming next to the Discovery. Okay. Usopp took aim at the school of tuna. Usopp pulled the trigger and the net gun rang out. A metal mesh made of thin iron wire shoots out of the thick black barrel. The net entangled several tuna. Usopp was delighted to see the barbed wire trapping the tuna. Ha ha ha, how's it going? Usopp said proudly. Chopper said in surprise, so handsome. Usopp pressed another wheel on the handle of the net gun. While spinning, he said, okay, I'll take these prey back. But just as Usopp retracted the barbed wire, the group of tuna suddenly broke free with great force. Usopp didn't just fail to recover the barbed wire. Instead, he was about to be pulled down. Ah, what to do? Usopp didn't expect this to happen at all. Chopper quickly changed from a human beast shape to a human form. Chopper, burly like a strong man, caught Usopp. After Usopp was caught, he was relieved to see that it was Chopper. Okay, let's get these prey back together, Usopp said. With Chopper's help, the two men pulled the barbed wire back together. After putting the barbed wire on the deck, there were 7 tuna as big as bulldogs on the deck. Wow, that must be delicious, Chopper said. These sea fish are not enough, because we have more than one big eater here. Well, let's continue fishing, Usopp said. Okay, Chopper said. Usopp and Chopper continued to catch marine fish. The people on the deck were in the cabin when they were constantly catching sea fish and sea birds. Rog is in the kitchen with Sanji. In front of Rog is a box. Inside the box is a pile of dirt. Okay, it's up to you. Roger opened a jar with fresh strawberry seeds inside. Roger held the strawberry seeds in his hands first. The plant fruit energy in the body hits the palm of the hand. Green shimmers flickered in the hands. After Roger's transformation, he scattered the strawberry seeds into the soil. Then the strawberries began to grow rapidly. The strawberries first emerged as seedlings. Then it quickly grew into a low shrub, and the last strawberries grew from the shrub. The strawberries are white at first, then gradually ripen into yuhi's alluring, delicious fruit covered with tiny pockmarks. Because Rog used the ability to transform the plant fruit, these strawberry seeds continued to grow and bear fruit quickly, and there were still a lot of them. There are dozens of strawberries on any strawberry. Rog is also the taste of these strawberries that often needs to be modified by himself. He took a palm-sized strawberry and put it in his mouth to taste. Well, it tastes really good. Chapter 380 Preparation for the Banquet. Rog felt that the strawberries in his mouth were fresh, sweet and sour. It's not just a fruit, it's even a dessert. Satisfied with the transformed strawberries, Roger went on to find other jars filled with plant seeds for the transformation. Sanji, who was also in the kitchen, was preparing dishes. Various plates, bowls, knives, forks, and spoons were prepared quickly by Sanji. While preparing the tableware, Sanji thought excitedly about the situation of the banquet. Ah, Miss Robin, would you please accept my love? Oh, all right, Prince Sanji. Sanji pretends to be hypocritical, pretending to be himself and Robin at the same time. Sanji folded the plate and said, Sister Robin, I will let you enjoy a delicious and loving welcome banquet. Sanji kept imagining how Robin loved the food he cooked. After quickly preparing the tableware, Sanji turned his gaze to Rog, who was also in the kitchen. Sanji quickly walked to Rog's side. I saw that Rog had already produced a large number of fruits and vegetables. There are piles of fresh yuhi strawberries. There are tantalizing clusters of bananas. There are fresh batches of pineapples. There are a huge number of yuhi persimmons. Sanji looked at the fruits that Roger had brought, and was amazed for a while. Rog looked at Sanji and asked, Sanji, are these fruits and vegetables enough? Sanji said with satisfaction, it's great. With so many fruits and vegetables, I can definitely make countless love vegetable and fruit platters. Huh, Roger said. Sanji quickly recovered from his obsession. Good job. Let's enjoy the delicious food at the welcome party later, Sanji said. Sanji also picked up a strawberry and put it in his mouth. Sanji praised it after tasting it. He began to taste bananas and other fruits and vegetables himself. Sanji also praised the taste of these fruits and vegetables. After tasting these fruits and vegetables, Sanji was still full of aftertastes. Okay, Roger, look at my fruit and vegetable platter now, Sanji said. Roger was intrigued and said, okay, let me see. Sanji and Rog walked to the kitchen table where the plates were placed. Two people put fruits and vegetables on the table. Sanji put a large plate on the table. Okay, it's time to start. Sanji picked up a kitchen knife in each hand. Sanji started cutting fruits and vegetables very skillfully with his hands. The strawberries were thrown into the air, and the kitchen knife in Sanji's hand slashed horizontally. After the knife was light, the strawberries were cut in two and fell neatly into the plate. The bananas were peeled off by Sanji, thrown into the air, and then cut horizontally repeatedly with a single knife. Bananas fell in groups after being cut into pieces. Sanji picked up the plate and dropped the banana slices into the plate. Next is pineapple. Sanji first chopped off the top of the pineapple that was covered with leaves. Then quickly removed the thorny skin on the outside of the pineapple. The pineapple was then cut into pieces by Sanji with a kitchen knife. Sanji still managed to get these pineapples onto the plate with skill. Yuhi Persimmons left. The Nishi Yuhi Persimmon, and Rog watched. What shape he wanted to cut the Nishi Yuhi Persimmon into. However, this time Sanji did not cut horizontally. Yuhi Persimmon very gently. The thin skin of the Yuhi Persimmon is cut off. The Yuhi Persimmon ended up on the plate. Did not change the shape of the Yuhi Persimmon, but removed the thin skin of the Yuhi Persimmon. In the vegetable and fruit platter in front of you is a circle of sliced strawberries and a circle of banana slices, then the innermost part is a pineapple slice, and the center is a Yuhi Persimmon. It looks like this vegetable and fruit platter is very beautiful. Sanji looked at the vegetable and fruit platter and said, it's perfect. Wait for Miss Robin, everyone will be satisfied. Rog looked at the vegetable and fruit platter, and was also amazed. This one is not enough, get a few more. Sanji continued to do the same, and made 4 more fruit and vegetable platters. Sanji was very satisfied when he saw the 5-plate fruit and vegetable platter. Well, that should be enough, Sanji said. But what happened to their meat? Sanji said. On the deck of the Discovery. Luffy shouted happily for a while and came down from the mast. I'm down. Luffy got under the mast, more than 20 seagulls rolled up in his hands. Luffy put the gulls on the deck. When Nami saw it, she said, you've done so much. Luffy grabbed the gulls and said, are you afraid there's not enough to eat? I like meat very much. Luffy, how are you over there? Usopp said. Luffy and Nami look at Usopp and Chopper. I saw a mountain of fish piled up behind the two of them. Usopp and Chopper caught a lot of tuna. You were richer, Nami said in surprise. Usopp and Chopper count the tuna. 35 in total, Chopper said in surprise. This is the great role of Captain Usopp's invention of tools. Usopp said proudly. Usopp and Chopper have such a bumper crop that Usopp is extremely proud. Okay, send these to Sanji, Nami said. Okay, let Sanji cook us delicious food, said Usopp and Chopper and Luffy. The 3 picked up groups of seagulls and a large number of tuna and transported them to the cabin one after another. In the galley in the middle of the cabin, Sanji and Rog were surprised that Usopp had brought so many seagulls and tuna. It's really hard for you. Let's cook a feast together, Sanji said happily. Okay, said Chopper, Usopp and Roger, and Luffy. But for Sanji, he was even more happy. Because Robin can taste more of what he cooks. The 5 started cooking together in the kitchen. Sanji is still the chef, while Rog and Usopp help cut through the tuna and seagulls. Remove feathers and guts. On deck, Robin stood close to the bow. From here, there is an endless sea in the distance. Robin's deep eyes looked at the sea. But the heart is changing rapidly. She has been wandering all her life and has to be attached to many forces. But almost all relevant forces have died out. And Robin was the longest in the Baroque works room, and of course Robin got something she wanted. Example, know the content of the historical text of Alabasta. However, it's not all that is actually gained. After Robin saw Rog and Luffy, he saw a group of energetic people. In addition to being powerful in combat, this group of people has an unparalleled cohesion. Robin, who has lived in darkness for a long time, seems to see a hope. This is what we see from this group of young people. A force that brings great hope. Chapter 381 Welcome Banquet. What would it be like to join them? Robin asked himself repeatedly. But she felt that joining them this time would give her unexpected results. Hopefully it turns out well, Robin said. After all, this group of people can be said to be the most sunny group of people she has ever met. Okay, everyone. Sanji's voice sounded. Robin and the others turned their heads, only to see Sanji and Usopp, Roger, Chopper and Luffy coming out with 4 large food trucks. The dining car is filled with carefully cooked tuna and seagull meat, as well as colorful vegetable and fruit platters. In addition, there are some toasts as a side meal. Everyone, in order to celebrate the addition of a new member to our Straw Hat Pirates, we will welcome Sister Robin with a huge banquet. Sanji said excitedly. I'm going to eat it all. Luffy said excitedly. I can't wait to eat those delicious fruits, Chopper said. Everyone, come on, Roger said. Okay, let's enjoy it together. Captain Usopp's tuna. It's delicious after Sanji's cooking, Usopp said. The 4 dining carts were quickly lined up like a larger dining table. Chopper was in charge of carrying the chair, which he quickly set up. Roger, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Robin sat around these tables. The King of Ninja and Izumi Water Goddess are not members of the Straw Hat Pirates, they are also considered as temporary partners to eat together. Everyone, today's tuna is very rich. Grilled tuna steak, stewed tuna, fried tuna nuggets, tuna sashimi. Please eat. Sanji said. These tuna are delicious under Sanji's various cooking. It tastes really good. Roger cut a large tuna steak with a knife and fork. This tuna steak is bigger than a regular steak. The meat is also very textured. In addition, Sanji's cooking is delicious. Usopp eats fried tuna nuggets, nodding in praise. It's delicious, I seem to have some kind of deja vu, Usopp said. Looked at Usopp and said, well, I put alabasta spice in it. No wonder, Usopp said. Chopper keeps enjoying the stewed tuna. The tuna meat is still fresh and full of texture after braising. Chopper eats it, it is also amazingly delicious. The King of Ninjas loves tuna sashimi. A whole large plate of tuna sashimi, the King of Ninjas kept sticking a fork and dipping the chan oil and vinegar into a small bowl on the side. It's really delicious. I used to eat sashimi of small sea fish. Today, I ate tuna sashimi. It's really delicious. Sanji, you are such an excellent cook. The King of Ninja praised. As long as you're happy, Sanji said. Zoro is next to the King of Ninjas, and he is also eating tuna sashimi. By the way, drink. After enjoying the tuna sashimi, Zoro picked up the glass full of rum and took a gulp. The Ninja King also picked up the cup, and also toasted with Zoro and drank. It's a pity, it would be better if sake, said the Ninja King. Luffy, on the other hand, is a tuna made by any method, and it is always the sea to eat and drink. Nami took the opportunity to complain, I don't pay attention to the food. Nami first ate the fried tuna chunks, and when she felt greasy, she ate the pineapple from the vegetable and fruit platter with a fork. It tastes good, did you make it, Rog? Nami asked. Rog said, I'm glad you're satisfied. Chopper had eaten enough tuna, he also used a fork to eat the strawberries in the vegetable and fruit platter. Delicious, Roger. Sweet and sour strawberries, Chopper said happily. Chopper likes desserts, but so does sweet fruit. I'll come too. Roger also used a fork to taste the banana slices in the vegetable and fruit platter. Nami ate the strawberries again and said, yes, yes. But why didn't you get some of my oranges? Ah, I forgot. I'll get more after dinner, Roger said. Mary was still in the inner cabin of the Explorer. And Nami planted 3 orange trees on top of Mary. Rog often uses the plant's fruiting power to boost orange trees to grow huge numbers of oranges. In Alabasta for so long, everyone misses those oranges. Usopp also wants to eat fruit. He saw toast again. Have. Usopp sandwiched pineapple slices between 2 slices of toast. You're so smart, Chopper said in surprise. Of course, Captain Usopp, Usopp said as he ate. I'm coming too, Chopper said. Chopper sandwiches a lot of strawberries between 2 slices of toast. Chopper indulged in a strawberry sandwich. Don't have a flavor. Izumi Water Goddess suddenly said at this time, everyone, do you want to eat some shaved ice? Shaved ice. Quote. Usopp and Luffy and Chopper were all shocked. Izumi Water Goddess first left the chair, and then took out the silver axe. She whispered a spell in a low voice. Frost appeared around the silver axe. Then snow and ice, and finally ice. Hockey. A puck flew out of the silver axe. The puck hits the deck. The puck popped open, forming an ice block the size of a room. Wow, so good, quote. Chopper said excitedly. Well, then you need to take the ice from it for grinding, Usopp said. Shaved ice, it's delicious. Luffy wanted to eat the shaved ice directly. Sanji looked at the huge ice block and said with admiration, as expected of a goddess. The question is, how to grind it? It takes time. Rog said. The Ninja King said, I'll come. The Ninja King pulled out the ninja sword from the scabbard on his back. The King of Ninjas approached the huge ice block and then swung a ninja sword. Ghost Whirlwind Slash. Ice block like a whirlwind. The speed is so fast that it feels like there is nothing. After a while of beheading, the huge ice block finally shattered into a group of ice blocks the size of bricks. Beautiful, said Usopp. Now it's finally time to collect ice blocks for shaved ice. However, these masonry-sized ice blocks still need further processing. Everyone, look at me. Sanji swung the knife and cut quickly for a while. Ice block with the size of the brick actually turned into a pile of ice crystals on the plate. Then Sanji brought the strawberries from the fruit and vegetable platter. Okay, strawberry shaved ice. And I'll give it to the goddess first. Sanji very politely went to the water goddess Izumi and offered strawberry shaved ice. Chapter 382 Shaved Ice. After offering the strawberry shaved ice, Izumi, the water goddess, also politely took it. Thank you, Sanji, Izumi Water Goddess said softly. You, welcome, goddess, Sanji said politely. Sanji made another plate of pineapple shaved ice using the same knife method. To you, Sister Robin. Sanji politely presented the pineapple shaved ice to Robin. Robin smiled and looked at Sanji, and at the same time 2 arms grew out of his elbows to take the plate. Thank you, Sanji, Robin said. Sanji said with love on his face, Sister Robin, you can say whatever you want to eat. Sanji was deeply impressed by Robin's atmosphere. Others started making their own shaved ice with ice block. Zoro took an ice block and placed it on the plate, then picked up a table knife. I am not used to a table knife. Forget it, let's look at it, Zoro said. Zoro waved the knife and cut the ice block the size of a masonry into dozens of small ice blocks the size of a sugar cube. But Zoro didn't chop these into ice crystals, and put them into a rum-filled glass like a bunch of sugar cubes. So handsome, knife flow. Usopp took the opportunity to complain. Zoro glanced at him and continued drinking the chilled rum. Rog and Usopp and Chopper are not as strong as Sanji and Zoro. How to make them into shaved ice? Usopp looked at the huge ice block with great distress. Yeah, Chopper couldn't think of a way. He tried to cut it with a knife, but it didn't work. Need to think of something. Rog said. Woo. At this moment, Luffy's voice suddenly came. They saw Luffy race ice block into his mouth. Attempt to crunch with Kiba teeth. Idiot. The three of them were all helpless. Luffy actually swallowed the ice block, which was as huge as a masonry. Wow, I want shaved ice, not ice block, Luffy gasped. Rog's mind suddenly brightened at this time. Yes, Rog took out a piece of bamboo from his clothes. This is nothing but the bamboo used to transform into the Chenkin bamboo gun. What are you doing with the weapon? Usopp said. You'll know when you look at it, Roger said. Rog used the power of plant fruits in his body. Green shimmers cover the bamboo. Then the front end of the bamboo began to rotate. The original Chenkin bamboo spear became like a drill. Rog used the Chenkin bamboo gun to drill on the brick-like ice block. After the sound of the piercing ice block shattering for a while, the ice block was drilled and shattered into a large pile of ice crystals. Great, said Usopp. Me too, Chopper said. And me, Luffy said. Rog first drilled Chopper's ice block, turned it into ice crystals, and returned it to Chopper. Take whatever fruit you like to eat, Rog said. Chopper grabbed the plate and started making strawberries. Usopp was about to serve his plate. Get it for me, Luffy said. Luffy handed the plate to Roger using a rubber telescopic arm. Roger also drilled Luffy's ice block first. Thank you. Luffy took the plate, and then got bananas, pineapples, strawberries and even Yuhi persimmons. Usopp was very dissatisfied, but quickly came up with a plan. Usopp throws chili star pellets into Luffy's shaved ice. I'm on. Luffy was delighted to swallow a large dollop of shaved ice on his plate. Luffy's expression was cool at first. But his face quickly turned ugly. Ah, icy and hot. Luffy shoots up flames and ice crystals. Usopp applauded after seeing it and said, the fusion of ice and fire. Ha ha ha. Shaved ice to Izumi and Robin, and then to Nami. But Nami wanted to eat orange shaved ice. This also requires Rog to help at other times. After some eating and drinking, Sanji said again, okay, our banquet is only halfway through. There is also a delicious seagull dinner. In addition to the previous tuna feasts, there is also a feast made of seagull meat on the table. Roasted seagulls, fried seagulls, seagull wings, seagull legs, seagull pie. It's all there. Everyone please enjoy, Sanji said. Good. The crowd continued to enjoy the delicious seagull meat. Seagull meat is different from ordinary poultry. These seagulls have been flying above the sea for a long time. Because of their long-term flight, their bodies are very strong. Whether it is the wings, claws or even the torso, the flesh is very textured. And basically not much fat. It's delicious, said Luffy, munching on roasted seagulls. The fried seagull meat is also delicious, says Chopper. Chopper is eating a delicious stir-fry made from chunks of seagull breasts and torso. Captain Usopp thinks that seagull legs are the best food, Usopp said. Zoro eats seagull wings and drinks rum. Seagull meat is actually the most chewy in seagull wings. After all, this is where the seagulls move the longest. Roger eats delicious seagull pie, which is covered in breadcrumbs and black pepper. After frying, it was delicious. It's delicious, Roger appreciated. Sanji was very attentive to talk to Robin. Of course Robin is polite too. However, when everyone was enjoying the seagull meat feast, in the sky, there is a pair of eyes full of hatred looking at the people of the explorer on the sea below. The owner of these eyes is a huge seagull comparable to the size of a human. The huge seagull looked at the deck of the Discovery below with hateful eyes. Although his appearance is in the form of a seagull, some simple clothes on his torso reveal his identity. This is a devil fruit ability user that can transform into a seagull form. Damn, it's these guys who killed my partner. And they're still nasty humans, said the seagull. He looked around, and there were some ordinary seagulls flying around him at this time. These seagulls roared very angrily, telling him that their companions had just been killed by the people below. Luffy had just killed were the partners of these ordinary seagulls. Yet this giant seagull can understand their voices. I see, I'm going to make these guys pay their debts in blood, said the giant seagull. Everyone on the Discovery deck below was still happily eating and drinking. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy all started dancing. Good, really good looking, Roger praised. Robin saw this and said, let me do a show too. Everyone looked at Roger. Then it was all agitated. Sister Robin, you're going to perform. Great. Would you like to have a love waltz with me? Sanji said with love on his face. Robin said calmly, no. I want to show everyone my special skills. Chapter 383 Attack. Robin is standing at the front of the table. She crossed her arms. Robin uses the power of flowering fruit. A lot of arms suddenly grew out of her back. Now, everyone is dumbfounded. Hundreds of thousands of hands stretched out like a peacock on Robin's back. Centered on Robin's back, spread out upward and sideways. Senju Cannon. Robin used a powerful move. A whole 1,000 arms grew out of Robin's back and spread out around him. This beauty and holiness shocked everyone. It's so beautiful, even Zoro said. But he closed his mouth immediately. According to his character, he wouldn't say such a thing at all. Beautiful, Usopp said in shock. It's a mythical figure, said Roger. I've never seen one, Chopper said in shock. Wow, good looking, Luffy said. Water goddess Nami and Izumi also praised them again and again. The king of ninja looked at the Senju cannon displayed by Robin. Wano Kuni has statues like this in temples, he whispered. I didn't expect Robin to take full advantage of his devil fruit ability to show such a beautiful form. Robin is released from his form after showing Senju cannon. The 1,000 arms also disappeared. This is my favorite performance project. If you want to see more, then I will do my best to satisfy everyone. Robin said politely. Sanji was already full of admiration, and said with love on his face, Sister Robin, it's great. Robin also looked at everyone quietly. Although his face was calm for a long time, he always seemed to have a light smile. But right now, above the Discovery, the huge seagull just now grabbed a bundle of bombs with both claws. The bombs are all cylinders, but the bottom is similar to an awl. Well, it's time for you to go to the west. The giant seagull loosened its claws. The bundle of bombs disperses. A total of 7 bombs nearly 2 meters long fell from the sky. The bombs fell to the deck of the Explorer below. The bombs ripped through the air and hit the people on the deck who were laughing and dining. Everyone just saw Robin's performance and was still amazed. But the catastrophe was imminent. Suddenly Zoro felt a murderous aura above his head. He was the first to feel it. Then the King of Ninja suddenly felt that something seemed to be coming from above. Fighting in the dark for a long time, the Ninja King is very sensitive to being attacked. Even Rog felt something was wrong with Vivi. Sanji was immersed in love and did not feel the approaching danger. Others are laughing and see no danger. Zoro looked up quickly. I saw 7 huge bombs falling from the sky. Be careful. Zoro quickly pulled out the katana from his waist. 2 of his 3 katana swords were in his hands, and 1 was in his mouth. 3 knife flow, tornado. Zoro's 3 katana swords quickly burst out with amazing sword energy. The sword chi slashed upwards sharply. Hit those 7 heavy bombs like a tornado. 7 bombs were hit by the tornado. 2 of the bombs that were deflected to the outside were slightly redirected. 5 more bombs continued to fall on the deck. Others reacted quickly. Crap. The crowd hurriedly avoided. Move quickly away from the direction of the heavy bomb. 5 heavy bombs had better hit the Explorer's deck. Boom. Rumble. 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 5 earth-shattering explosions in a row. Even the hull of the explorer trembled violently. Which were redirected by Zoro's tornado attack, fell into the sea beside the hull. After the explosion, a huge water Jinchuiki column rose into the sky. After the explosion, a thick plume of smoke filled the deck. On the deck, Roger began to stand up hard. The huge impact from the explosion just now knocked him down. There are also many bruises on the body. Oops, what about the others? Roger looked around. Not far away is Chopper. Roger hurried to Chopper's side, helped Chopper up and said, "Chopper, are you all right?" Chopper struggled to his feet, his face sullen. However, this little guy has strong fur and is basically unscathed. "I'm fine. How about everyone?" Chopper said, looking around. Everything around was smoke billowing. Even the two of them could see an obvious hole being blown out on the deck. Cough cough. A familiar voice rang out for a while. "It's Usopp." Roger and Chopper rushed over. The two only saw Usopp lying on the deck. "I'm hurt." Usopp groaned. Chopper hurried close to Usopp's body to examine him. "Strange. You don't have any major injuries other than minor scratches," Chopper said strangely. "Ah, then I'm traumatized," Usopp continued to moan. Rog pulled Usopp up and said, "Don't make a fuss. Now everyone doesn't know what's going on." The three quickly searched for the others. The thick smoke on the deck was also dissipated by the sea breeze, and finally the three of them saw a group of dense human arms wrapped together like tents in one place. "Is it Robin?" Roger said. The three rushed to the front of the group of arms. The arms dissipated quickly, and finally Robin and Nami were inside. "Robin, Nami, are you all right?" Roger asked. "Ah, it scared me to death," Nami said in exaggerated fright. Robin's expression was calm. This woman who has lived in the dark for a long time already has a strong ability to bear cruel murder and various crises. "Miss Robin, Miss Nami." Sanji's voice came. Everyone saw Sanji, who was covered in ashes, rushing over. Sanji still had some bloodstains on his face, and he also suffered some skin trauma. But the playboy quickly rushed in front of Robin and Nami. "Miss Robin, Miss Nami. You're fine," Sanji said. Sanji was very happy, but he quickly looked around again. "Oops, what happened to the goddess?" Sanji said. "I saw a spot on the deck. The King of Ninja and the Water Goddess Izumi are together." Izumi, Water Goddess and Ninja King were also unharmed. "The goddess is fine, that's fine," Sanji said. Everyone looked to the deck, and now Zoro and Luffy were left. "You're all fine, too." Zoro's resolute voice sounded. "I saw Zoro come over. He is still blessed with 3 katana swords in his arms and mouth." Just now, it was Zoro who used the tornado attack to deviate from the 2 heavy bombs in time, and also created an opportunity for everyone to avoid. "Green algae head, sure enough, there is no problem," Sanji said. Luffy left. "Where is he?" Usopp said. Chapter 384 Leo the Seagull. When everyone looked around, they suddenly heard a sound for a while. "Ah, it's so uncomfortable." When Usopp heard it, he said, "It's Luffy's voice." Everyone followed the sound and saw Luffy struggling in the sea near the Discovery. "This crap," said Usopp. Rog quickly took out the cane whip from his clothes. The vine whip in Roger's hand shot out quickly, grabbing Luffy and pulling him back. Luffy was pulled back to the deck of the Discovery. Whoosh! Luffy gasped in embarrassment. At the same time, he spit out the sea water that had been poured into his stomach. Everyone looked around and saw 5 large holes on the deck of the surrounding explorer. The smoke has not yet completely dissipated. However, the explorer is a 100-meter warship after all, and the warship is made of steel and high-quality wood. Both the structure and the hardness of the hull are extremely resistant to impact. 5 heavy bombs damaged the deck, but couldn't really destroy the explorer. "Who attacked us?" Zoro looked around. Rog's eyes swept to the sky. I saw it in the sky, that is, above the explorer. A flock of seagulls fly above. Everyone also saw the seagulls above the explorer, and one of them seemed to be relatively large. What's going on? Luffy said. We were attacked, and these heavy bombs didn't fall for no reason, Roger said. Yes, those heavy bombs don't appear out of nowhere. Someone must have attacked. Usopp raised his chin and looked up. Chopper looked at the gulls, and he seemed to feel something was wrong. Especially the gigantic seagull, which, in proportion to the other seagulls, was about the size of a strong man. The King of Ninja looked up at the sky and seemed to remember something. In Wano Kuni, there was once a bird with the ability to transform into a crow. The King of Ninjas saw it with his own eyes, that is, the legendary crow Tengu. Alabasta, Bell is also transformed into a bird fruit, a falcon form. Could it be that this is also a bird fruit person? Everyone, it seems that we have indeed encountered an enemy. Especially the largest seagull in the sky. The Ninja King said. Really? Usopp said. In the sky above Discovery, the largest seagulls are flying while observing the Discovery below. Damn, still alive. He didn't expect that the explorer below was just injured, and none of the people above died. It can be said that the bomb he used just now was not easy to bring. If you go back again, it will take a lot of effort. Otherwise, I can make them feel fear, said the human-turned seagull. He quickly lowered the altitude and flew down toward the explorer below. Everyone on the Discovery saw the visitor flying down. Be careful, Zoro was always on guard. Sanji stood in front of Robin and Nami and said, Ladies, let the gentleman guard you. Luffy clenched his fists and watched. Rog also prepared Vine Whip and Stake Air Cannon. Chopper hid behind Usopp and looked suspiciously at the huge seagull that flew down. The gulls kept flying down, and finally slowed down and landed on the deck. After the seagulls landed, Roger and the others took a closer look. I saw that the seagull was huge as a burly man. And there are also casual clothes worn by humans on the torso. After the seagull landed on the deck stood firm, it looked at everyone with hatred and contempt. Rog and Sanji are also always ready to attack. The seagull then began to change its body. Gradually changing from a giant seagull, the two wings began to shrink and became arms. The legs and bird claws also became human legs. The torso has also become slightly thinner, but it is still burly. The head has changed from a seagull head to a human head. It's just that the head still looks a little bit sharp. Although he has become a human, he still looks a bit like a seagull. However, the sharp head like a seagull and the burly body are simply out of harmony. It turned out to be human beings, Zoro said. Luffy said, Wow, the freak with the bird head. No, it's supposed to be a devil fruit. It's like Alabasta, Bell, Usopp said. Rog looked at each other and said, Did you attack us just now? Exactly, I dropped the heavy bomb just now. Seagull said. The Seagull man does not shy away from his actions. Luffy's face changed greatly after hearing this, and he said angrily, Why are you attacking us? The Seagull man glared at him. You're too embarrassed to say it, said the Seagull man sternly. Seagull's eyes were filled with infinite anger and hatred. Luffy looked puzzled. Seagull man stared at Luffy and continued, You were the one who killed dozens of seagulls just now. That's why I had to come and avenge them. Roger looked at the Seagull man and said, Those are wild seagulls. If you are raising them, you want to ask us to compensate for the loss. The Seagull man looked at Rog and said sarcastically, Compensate for the loss. Will I still throw heavy bombs on your ship like that? I didn't say I wanted revenge. Then you wouldn't say you're going to kill us because we killed dozens of seagulls. Roger asked. You're right, it seems that you still don't understand. Then I'll tell you something. The Seagull man said contemptuously. Seagull man glanced at everyone and said, I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Leo. I am a person who hates humans. Since I was a child, I was excluded because of a face similar to a seabird. Until one day I got a bird fruit. A devil fruit in the form of a seagull. Then I became a seagull man who could fly in the sky. And while flying in the sky, I was able to communicate with seagulls to the fullest. And many human beings are despicable and shameless. Mukuro seagulls are often mutilated. So I decided to act as the patron saint of seagulls. And lead seagulls to avenge their revenge on humans. My seagulls and I often attack some human ships and eat those crew members. This is my experience. After hearing these experiences, everyone present was a little surprised. The seagull man named Leo in front of him was originally a human, but he hated human beings. He partnered with seagulls, attacked humans together, and in turn turned humans into food. Chopper was surprised for a while when he heard this. He was the opposite of Leo in front of him. Chopper was originally a reindeer who was repelled by other reindeer because of his blue nose, and finally got the devil fruit. Became a reindeer man. But his life was changed by some kind-hearted and enterprising people among human beings. Whether it's Sharulik, the eternal benefactor who mentally let him out of the predicament, or the Dr. Gerva who gave him medical skills and cared for him for many years, or the partners of these Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 385 Chopper vs. Leo. For Chopper, it was the humans who brought him back to life. Humanity taught him to help others and friendship. However, Leo in front of him has changed from a human to an anti-human seagull, and led the seagulls to kill humans. Too much. Even if there is a tragic encounter, it will not be unprovoked killing like this. Chopper suddenly stood up and scolded. Rog and the others looked at Chopper, and Leo looked at Chopper with contempt and hatred. Chopper stood up and scolded Leo angrily. You're going too far. Even if you have an unfortunate past, you shouldn't kill innocent people. Chopper snarled. Leo looked at Chopper, and this very small reindeer-like little guy actually reprimanded him in such a decent manner. Ah, it turned out to be a guy who ate zone devil fruit. It's not good to become a reindeer, Leo said contemptuously. Chopper said solemnly, also, I am not a reindeer turned into a human. I was originally a reindeer who ate human fruit and turned into a reindeer. Leo was a little surprised, and then said, so it is. But even if it is like this, you still work so hard to keep these guys as pets. Chopper said, no, you're wrong. I'm not a pet, I'm everyone's buddy. Part of a group of people who are chasing their dreams. Not all humans are what you think, my pals are dreams of their own. I have my own dreams. I chase them with them. Sailing far away. It's not something that a guy like you can understand. Leo was also a little annoyed after hearing this. This little guy, who was not looking straight in front of him, dared to reprimand him like this. Leo looked at everyone and said, no matter what you say. If you dare to kill my seagull partner, then I will let you die without a place to be buried. And each of you eats seagull meat, so neither of you don't try to run away. Luffy said angrily, okay, if you want to fight come on. Wait, Luffy, give this guy to me, Chopper said. Luffy looked at Chopper and said, well. Chopper turned his attention to Leo. Leo also seemed to feel the spirit of this little guy. Rog, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Robin, Nami, Izumi, the water goddess, and the king of ninjas are all watching this battle. Chopper and Leo, reindeer and seagull. Battle between the two. This is not just a battle of two people, but a battle of two beliefs. Leo looked at Chopper contemptuously and said, it's a reindeer that knows no bounds. Chopper quipped, come on, you seagull head. Chopper quickly took out a blue wave ball and swallowed it in his mouth. Then his body changed quickly, of course he couldn't fight in a small human beast form. Chopper's body quickly grew taller and turned into a strong man in human form. Leo looked at Chopper and said, okay, this is it. Chopper preempts, throwing his fist at Leo. Leo's body quickly dodged, despite his burly body, but his movements were quick and agile. Leo dodged a direct hit from Chopper's right fist. Right hook. Chopper shifts his right fist into position. Leo squatted down quickly this time. Chopper's right uppercut missed again. Leo took the opportunity to punch at this time. A punch to Chopper's jaw. Boom. Chopper was hit in the jaw and started to lean back. Leo took the opportunity to fly his legs and aimed at Chopper's body with a flying kick. Chopper flew out and hit the deck. Chopper. Damn. Usopp saw Chopper being shot. Leo looked at Chopper and said sarcastically, "That's all you have." Chopper got up from the deck again. "It's not over, continue." Chopper's aura was stronger than before, and he looked at Leo. Strengthen arm strength. Growth quickly started on Chopper's arms. In particular, a muscle pimple the size of a watermelon grew on each arm. Leo looked at Chopper, a little surprised. He didn't expect Chopper to have such a transformation mode. Chopper rushed over quickly and attacked Leo with a wave of his arms. Leo dodged quickly. Chopper quickly attacked Leo's location. Leo jumped away quickly. As a seagull man, although his human form cannot fly, he moves very quickly. Bang! Chopper's attack quickly hit the deck beneath Leo's feet. The wood is shattered. Leo quickly jumped to Chopper's back. His feet were aimed at Chopper's spine and it was a flying kick. Fur strengthening. Chopper's body changed suddenly, from a strong-armed giant to a giant fluffy ball of fur. What? Leo was shocked. His foot also hit the Chopper, but it was as if he had hit a huge fluffy hairball. Leo not only failed to attack, but was bounced off instead. He quickly distanced himself. Now Leo feels that Chopper is not as simple as it seems. The General's own devil fruit abilities are human form, beast form, and human and beast form. But the Chopper in front of him seemed to have innumerable variations. It seems that you are really not what you seem, just a little reindeer. Leo said. I'm not a kid, I'm a man. To be a great pirate on a great course with you all, Chopper said. Leo looked a little surprised and said, Pirates? You are actually pirates. I can't see it, a group of children. I thought you were just general shipping businessmen or some kind of travelers. Leo couldn't believe that Chopper and Roger and Luffy were actually pirates. I didn't expect to meet a group of pirates today. But if you are pirates, then I am a sky pirate. Leo said. Usopp felt an odd sense of black humor at this point. Although Leo is a ruthless seagull, his appearance and expression are also stern and contempt for others. But there is something funny about the words. Chopper reverted back to human beast form, then this time into reindeer form, landing on all fours, ready to charge. Leo looked at Chopper and said, It's really a reindeer, it's a blue-nosed reindeer. It's rare. Corner strengthening. Chopper's antlers quickly grew longer and were all exaggerated. Chopper rushed towards Leo as fast as a yak running fast. Saw Chopper rushing towards him. If the horns had poked him, it would have been seriously wounded, though not fatal. Leo jumped away quickly. But Chopper also quickly changed direction and sprinted. Leo's jumping speed is not superior to Chopper's running, and Chopper runs extremely fast in this state. Chapter 386 Chopper's Brave. Chopper quickly caught up with Leo. Damn. Leo was forced to jump out of the deck. Chopper quickly changed state again. Jump boost. Chopper quickly changes from reindeer to human form, and has extremely strong legs. Chopper jumped up quickly, this time approaching Leo. Eat my hoof. Chopper hit his right hoof hard. Leo was caught off guard, and hurriedly resisted with his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. This blow knocked him out and fell heavily on the deck. Chopper also fell to the deck. Good job, Chopper, Usopp cheered. Chopper successfully knocked Leo into the air. Chopper stood on the deck, looking at Leo. Leo got up from the deck again. He looked at Chopper and gasped, Good job, you've surpassed my expectations. But I'm going to teach you a lesson in real time. Leo began to change his body this time. His body was still burly but with some feathers added. The hands become more like claws. The head, which was originally sharp, has now become more like the head of a seagull. Leo has transformed into a human beast form. Chong. Leo's two hands were scratching at each other like sharp claws. Sparks are falling. Leo's fighting momentum suddenly increased. Okay, reindeer, come on, Leo said. Chopper looked at his opponent very cautiously. With his animal instinct, he could feel the opponent's strength on a completely different level. Leo rushed over suddenly and quickly. His right hand slammed into Chopper. His hands were as sharp as claws. Now that he couldn't dodge, Chopper quickly waved his arms to resist. Leo's right paw hit Chopper's arm, blocking his chest with extreme force. Chopper got hit, his body started to retreat backwards. Death claws. Leo finished his attack. Chopper just hit is not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. Chopper's strength was also strong enough to lift the carriage, but this way he was hit by the claws of death and retreated backwards. Chopper barely steadied his body, but when he saw the blocking left arm, blood was flowing. A stinging pain spread all over the body for a while. Chopper looked at the wound on his left arm. The opponent's attack is very powerful, almost all of them want to hurt the bones. However, the ordinary human body was directly cut open. After all, Chopper was rough-skinned and thick-skinned to withstand the attack. Leo moved again, his body rushing towards Chopper. Chopper quickly blocked, but this time the opponent disappeared from the front. Leo quickly reached the rear of Chopper. Two death claws hit Chopper in the back. Chopper rushed forward in pain, and finally collapsed on the forward deck. Chopper, Usopp and Luffy called nervously. Chopper struggled to his feet, but Leo approached quickly. Death claws. Fur strengthening. Chopper used a life-saving form at a critical moment. Leo's claws caught on Chopper's huge fluffy fur. Even the razor-sharp death claws are no match for Chopper's reinforced fur. It's like a sharp machete is useless even if it cuts on soft vines. Leo's claws were deflected. Chopper took advantage of this moment to slow down, then quickly pulled away and was almost at the bow of the boat. Chopper reverts to human beast form. Chopper quickly changed form. Brain strength. Chopper's hooves come together. The eyes began to change rapidly and began to scan Leo. Leo was rushing over quickly, in Chopper's eyes. The strength and weakness of Leo's whole body were quickly analyzed. Leo's attack is very fast, and his two hands combine strength, speed and sharpness like claws. But there is no invincible enemy. Have it. Chopper figured out a way. Chopper quickly changed form again. Corner strengthening. Chopper is transformed into a reindeer again, and the two antlers grow rapidly. Leo looked at Chopper. Chopper suddenly changed into this form, which was also shown just now. It is possible that he wanted to escape. Leo's body continued to pound Chopper. Chopper jumped up quickly when the opponent was less than 10 meters away. Chopper's jumping power and running speed are great. Jumping up such a short distance, coupled with huge antlers. The huge antlers stabbed Leo directly. Leo's terrifying claws couldn't hit Chopper. Because Chopper's antlers are 2 meters long, and Leo is not Luffy, his arms are more than 1 meter long. Is no way to attack Chopper at all. In addition, Leo was originally a charge, and Chopper also jumped up. This impact, combined with the sharp antlers, gave Leo a heavy blow. Leo flew out in pain. 2 bloody holes were pierced through the ribs. There was blood all over the deck. Leo rolled more than 10 times before stopping. This guy who was so arrogant just now was hit hard now. It's not over yet. Chopper rushed over quickly, this time in human form. Leo was badly wounded and was barely able to get up. Strengthen arm strength. Chopper's arms grew watermelon-sized muscle bumps. Leo just stood up and wanted to move. But 2 cuts in his ribs were painful for a while, delaying his movement. Crossed hoof. Chopper's hooves came together, and his arms gathered a surprising amount of power for a full blow. Boom! Chopper's hoof cross hit Leo hard in the chest. Leo's chest was penetrated by force like a cross. This time, Leo spewed blood from his mouth and flew out. Because Chopper's attack was too powerful, Leo flew out of the deck. Good job, Chopper! Usopp and Luffy shouted excitedly. Leo flew out completely. Fly down towards the sea outside the explorer. The traumatized Leo tried his best to maintain his will, and concentrated his energy to mobilize his whole body to quickly change his body shape. He went from a human beast form to a full beast form. His arms became giant gull wings, and his legs became giant claws. The torso became a sturdy seagull body, and the head was completely transformed into a huge seagull head. Leo's body changed from the human beast form to the seagull form of the beast form again. He flapped his wings hard, and just as he was about to fall into the sea, he flew up from the sea and dashed into the air again. After all, Leo is also a devil fruit power user, and once he falls into the sea, it must be very dangerous. Or to say certain death. On the deck of the Discovery, Chopper beat Leo with great effort. How handsome! Usopp exclaimed. Chopper knocked that seagull head off. Luffy said happily. Zoro looked up at the sky and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chopper, our pride. Usopp continued to cheer. Rog also looked around suspiciously. Anyway, the Seagull Man is not so weak. Chapter 387 Leo's Will for Vengeance. Suddenly, the seagull that Leo turned into flew again. It flew to a position dozens of meters high in front of the explorer's bow. Rog saw that there was still a lot of blood on this guy. Leo in seagull form looked down at everyone on the deck angrily. Because he is a Zone Devil Fruit power user, his body recovery ability is very strong. Although the wound has not completely healed, the bleeding has basically stopped. Bastard, you actually made me so embarrassed. But when I come back, you will feel the fear. Leo said contemptuously. Luffy shouted, stop bragging, come down and fight if you can. Chopper also said, come on, let's continue the fight to the death. Leo said contemptuously, HMPH, a guy who can't fly is also worthy to challenge me. Of course I need to admit that you do have an advantage where you can stay. But I will soon let you taste what terror is like. I'll come back and kill you all. After Leo finished speaking, he continued to fly towards the higher sky. Everyone on the deck, Rog and Zoro had to admit that Leo was flying really fast. Leo flew above the sky again and flew away with the little seagulls. Everyone on the Discovery deck watched Leo disappear. What? A gutless guy, Usopp said contemptuously. Is this guy just here to be annoying? Luffy asked suspiciously. Rog looked at Leo who had disappeared and said, don't be too careless, I'm afraid he won't just let it go. So he's coming back? Chopper asked. It's hard to say what he will do, Roger said. Sanji looked at Nami and Robin and said, Miss Nami, Sister Robin. Don't worry, gentlemen will protect beautiful women. Nami looked at Sanji and said, then it's all up to you. Okay, Miss Nami, Sanji said. Now, although Leo was beaten by Chopper, it always made people feel that there was still some potential danger. Rog looked at the deck again. The deck was hit by 5 heavy bombs before, and the explosion caused 5 large holes. Everyone, let's fill these holes. Rog said. Usopp also looked at these big holes. Yes, but how to make up for it? Usopp said with some doubts. Leave it to me, Roger said. Others are also waiting to see what Rog can do. Rog took out a sapling. Then it is to concentrate the power of the plant fruit in the whole body, and inject the power of the plant fruit into it. The sapling is enveloped in green light. The sapling grew rapidly and became as thick as a wine barrel. And it is more than 20 meters high. Okay, we can use this tree as a material to repair the deck. Cut the tree into planks and nail it to the deck, Rog said. Usopp saw the tree and said, so that's how it is. but still need to find a way to saw the tree. Rog said. Luffy looked at Zoro and said, Zoro, help us make the planks. Zoro said, okay. He glanced at Sanji again and said, curly eyebrows, are you not here to help? Sanji said, of course I'll help too, after all ladies fall easily. My balance is not that bad, Nami said. Robin walked over and said, let's help too. Okay, Nami said. Chopper said suddenly, wait a minute, everyone has injuries. Roger said, yes. Usopp said, Chopper, treat yourself first. You have injuries on your chest and back. Chopper said, okay, I'll treat you all after I've treated your body first. Of course, I'll give you some ointment and apply it yourself. After all, everyone is a flesh wound. Everyone was basically wounded, but Chopper, who was fighting with Leo, was the most seriously injured. Chopper hurriedly used medicine and bandages to heal himself. Of course, his own self-healing ability is also very powerful. Others applied Chopper's wound salve to their own wounds. After the treatment, Chopper asked everyone, my wound is healed. Are you all okay? No problem, everyone shouted. Then let's do it, Chopper said. In the battle just now, Chopper took the lead. He has always hoped that he can become strong and make everyone look up to him. Then everyone on the Discovery began to repair the large holes on the deck together. Zoro and the Ninja King cut the trees into dozens of broad planks with their blades. Rog, Chopper, Luffy handled the handling. Usopp and Sanji were responsible for nailing it to the top of the big hole. But Usopp used a hammer, and Sanji used his feet. Just as everyone on the Discovery was working hard to repair the deck, Leo flew back to an island with the common seagulls that surrounded him. The island is small but full of steep cliffs. After flying back to the island, Leo landed in a cave on the side of the cliff. After landing in the cave, Leo began to change his form, and his body became a human beast form. Now Leo looks like an out-and-out seagull man. Leo continued to walk into the cave, and the more he went inside, the more hay there was. Like the hay that birds use to build their nests. This cave is like a huge bird's nest. After entering the depths of the cave, here is a room. There is a table and several sofas. Although Leo is already a seagull man, he is still human after all. Moreover, a lot of items were seized in the human cargo ship that Leo led the seagulls to sack. These furniture and supplies were seized from human cargo ships. Leo sat on a sofa. At the same time, he brought a bottle of spirits from the cabinet beside him. He pulled the cork and drank it for a while. After binge drinking, Leo hiccuped and took a breath. He lay on the sofa and looked at the wound on his ribs. With the strong recovery ability of his body, his wounds were able to heal quickly. However, in order to speed up his recovery, Leo took a short break and then stood up and took some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics from another cabinet where medicines were stored. After taking it quickly, he closed his eyes and lay on the sofa to rest. In his mind, Leo imagined the scene of the previous battle. Unbelievable, he who once flew in the sky and killed an unknown number of humans and destroyed an unknown number of ships, was actually defeated by a reindeer. Thinking of this, Leo opened his eyes. His heart was full of anger, anger that wanted revenge. But reason told him that revenge should be careful. Next time, they must be buried in the sea, Leo said. Now, according to the speed and orientation of the explorer, it is impossible to leave the sea area too quickly. But definitely attack the explorer again within a day. Chapter 388 Great King Seagull. At this time, there was a sound of wings flapping in the cave for a while. Several seagulls flew in and surrounded Leo. The seagulls called to Leo, and Leo understood them. Okay, don't worry, I won't give up revenge. They will definitely die worse than before, Leo said. These seagulls seemed to be assured by Leo, flying around him happily. Leo took out some salted sea fish and bread from the cabinet again, and ate and drank with wine for a while. After resting and thinking for a while, Leo stood up. He was going deeper into the cave. Leo continues going, and is down. After walking down for a while, Leo came to a large cave. There is nothing else in it, but swarms of goods. Leo led the seagulls to attack and loot many ships and obtained a large amount of cargo. There are many kinds of ammunition in it, Leo observes as he walks by. I saw that there were swarms of rifles, artillery, and shells. Going further inside, I saw groups of heavy bombs being placed here. Each one is 2 meters long. The shape is a cylinder plus a cone. It is exactly the same as the bombs used by the Leo air raid explorer. These are all obtained when Leo captured an arms ship when he attacked a ship before. The weapons on the munitions ship were also marked made by Dressrosa. Leo collected them here because he thought that these weapons could one day be of great use. Previously, after he learned from the seagulls that the seagulls had been killed, he quickly went to investigate. It turned out that the other party, Chopper and Rog, were on a 100-meter warship, so they resolutely decided to use these heavy bombs to attack each other. As a result, the explorer successfully withstood the bomb attack, and all the people on it survived successfully. Leo went straight to the fight, only to be defeated by Chopper. Of course, being defeated by Chopper is also Leo's underestimation. However, there are so many enemies on the exploratorium, and they are obviously not weak. Leo wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't be desperate like this. He wants to give full play to his advantage of being able to fly, soaring in the sky and bombing with heavy bombs. I must let you die without a burial, Leo said. But now there is a major problem. Leo himself can carry up to 7 heavy bombs in seagull form. Otherwise it will affect the flight. Leo also needs more powerful helpers. Thinking of this, Leo left the cave first. Returning to the previous cave, Leo walked out of the cave's entrance again. Leo once again changed into a seagull form. He flew out of the cave and flew around the cliff. On this small island, the cliff where Leo lives is the cliff of the headquarters. On the island, there is a huge cliff to the west. The 2 cliffs are the most visible on the island. Leo started flying towards the cliff to the west. At the same time, Leo also called out a group of ordinary seagulls. Leo flew to the west cliff with dozens of seagulls. Flying near the cliff to the west, Leo and the seagulls slowed down. The cliff to the west is different from the cliff where Leo lives in the east. There are many nests of small seagulls around the cliff where Leo lives. It can be said that Leo lives with ordinary seagulls. But this cliff to the west is different, there are no other seagull nests around. This shows that very powerful creatures live here. Ordinary seagulls dare not live at all. Leo led the little seagulls to the mouth of a huge cave on the west side of the cliff. The entrance to the cave is huge enough to accommodate elephants in and out. When they got here, the little seagulls around Leo all had some natural reactions that seemed to be afraid. Don't worry, I'm here. They won't do anything, and although they are the kings among the kings. But after all, they are the same type as you. Leo comforted. Leo entered this huge cave with the little seagulls. Entering the huge cave, Leo kept moving. The little seagulls around were also closely surrounding Leo. After walking for a while, Leo and the little seagulls were already deep into the huge cave. Once inside, there was a huge pile of dry trees ahead. But the trees are like stacked bird nests. Common seagulls' nests are also stacked with hay. However, the living creatures here use trees to build up their nests. This shows the size of the living creatures here. Leo and the little seagulls also stopped. Leo looked forward, and there was darkness ahead. But there was a low voice. Suddenly a pair of huge eyes appeared. These eyes are huge and full of momentum. And it is extremely sharp, like the eyes of a bird. The little seagulls all want to step back. Leo waved quickly. Everyone, I am here to meet you, must have something important. Leo said. The owner of these huge eyes looked at Leo. Everyone, although you are unusual, you are also a member of the seagulls. Recently, evil humans have killed our partners. And they have also made them into barbecues and enjoyed them on the sea. These little seagulls can be further told in more detail. Facts, Leo said. With Leo's courage, these little seagulls stepped forward one after another. They chattered about what happened. Leo can also understand their language. After a while of narration, the owner of these eyes also understood what happened. A harsh bird chirping sounded. This sound is not only harsh, but also mixed with huge wind blowing this huge cave. So, it's good that you can understand these things. After all, the seagulls have been brutally killed and abused, so we can't just sit back and watch. If you all act with me, then please come out of the mountains. Leo said. After Leo finished speaking his position. In the darkness, in addition to this pair of huge eyes, 3 pairs of eyes appeared one after another. A total of 4 pairs of eyes are full of momentum and hatred. The owner of the front pair of eyes began to stick his head out. A huge beak sticks out first, then white feathers. That huge beak can swallow a yak in one bite. The huge head is the head of a huge seagull. Majestic, majestic, it feels enough to hold your breath. The other party gestured like this to indicate that they were willing to act with Leo. The king of seagulls, you are willing to kill the enemies of seagulls with me. I am very happy, Leo said. On this island, the cries from the western cliffs resounded throughout the island. Leo and the most powerful King Seagull will attack together. Chapter 389 Rest After War. On the deck of the Discovery. After a lot of hard work, everyone finally repaired the big holes that were blown up by 5 heavy bombs. After the tired people, they are resting one after another. Izumi uses magic to create a large ice block, and Sanji helps make it an iced drink to quench your thirst. Everyone drank drinks while blowing the sea breeze. It was getting late now, and the sun was already setting. Rog looked around and said, "Okay, no matter when the opponent will attack. But our speed should be faster." Looking at the main mast of the Discovery, the sails on the huge mast were only half pulled. "I'll go get it first." Roger took out the cane whip. Roger aimed his cane whip at the top of the main mast. It was then shot towards the mainmast and hit the top of the mainmast. With the help of the vine whip, Rog was also brought up. Roger reached the top of the mainmast and looked around. The view to the surrounding sea from here is better than from the deck. Rog then untied the mainmast sail further. The mainmast sails are fully opened. From here, Rog observed the setting sun. The sun was already halfway down to sea level. However, after the sails were fully unfolded, the speed of the explorer was further accelerated. Roger then descended from the top of the mainmast with a cane whip. After arriving on the deck again, Rog put away the cane whip. Rog. Izumi Water Goddess walked to Rog's side at this time. "What's the matter?" Roger asked. Izumi, the Water Goddess, said, "Rog, I can use magic to create a huge wind force to propel the ship. It may not work very well, but I will try my best." "It's so hard for you," Rog said. Usopp and the others were also very excited when they heard it. "Can it really be like this?" Usopp said. "How spectacular would that be?" Luffy said. Izumi Water Goddess went behind the main mast sail. She raised the iron axe and whispered a spell in her mouth. A wind formed around the iron axe, and then the wind grew stronger. Eventually a huge storm formed and blew towards the mainmast sail. This time, a huge thrust was given to the mainmast sail. The speed of the explorer is also accelerated. The speed was about doubled, but soon after more than 10 seconds it slowed down again. The storm created by the magic of the water goddess Izumi also disappeared. Izumi used the magic just now, she also took a breath. This method has little effect. And it's quite labor-intensive. Izumi said. Usopp said. Not bad. It's really cool, Luffy said. Sanji rushed to the front of the water goddess Izumi after seeing it, and said in admiration, "It is indeed a goddess." Izumi Water Goddess looked at everyone and said, "But the time is too short, I'm afraid it won't work." Sanji disapproved and praised. Don't talk like this, the goddess's ability can also play a role at a critical time. Luffy looked at the sky, and now the sunset on the horizon was about to go down. Sanji, it's time for us to have dinner. Luffy said expectantly. Looked at Luffy and said, what a glutton. But then again, it's getting dark soon. Sanji looked at the water goddess Izumi again with a loving face and said, Goddess, I will cook a big meal for everyone later. Sanji then walked happily towards the cabin for a while. Rog looked at the sunset that was almost going to go down in the sky, and everyone was stared at by the enemy. But what will happen next, we have to wait and see. If it's destined to be like this, it's no use running away. Only fighting bravely, Roger said. Usopp looked up at the sky and saw some seagulls flying. Seeing these, Usopp seems to have some shadows in his heart and said, I don't know if these seagulls are the partners of the seagull head guy named Leo. Rog also looked at the seagulls and said, in this case, how about shooting them down? Okay, Usopp said excitedly. To deal with the gulls, Roger used the plant fruit ability to grow a tree with ball-shaped nuts the size of a baseball. Using these spherical nuts, Usopp shoots with his specially reinforced slingshot. A seagull flies above the main mast of the Discovery. Usopp aimed at it with his slingshot. Usopp, you must do your best, Chopper said expectantly. Rog also looked at Usopp expectantly. Usopp took aim at the seagull above the main mast. But the seagull didn't care about flying at all, and seemed to think that only firearms could knock it down. Must kill. Nut Star. Usopp shoots a nut from the reinforced slingshot. This baseball-sized nut is packed with speed and power. The seagull was too late to escape and was hit. After a while of the birds screaming, the gulls fell to the deck. After the gulls fell, Chopper and Roger both applauded. So handsome, Usopp, said Chopper. Marksman, Roger said. Usopp said proudly, it's nothing. Usopp went on to shoot baseball-sized nuts with a reinforced slingshot. The reinforced slingshot he is using now is made of plant wood modified by Rog using the ability of plant fruits. And the texture is good enough to withstand a lot of fired weapons. A seagull was shot down. In total, more than a dozen seagulls surrounding the Discovery were shot down. On the deck, Roger and Chopper grabbed the shot-down seagulls and prepared to send them to Sanji. Now, I can enjoy seagull meat again at night, Chopper said happily. Everyone brought the seagull meat to the cabin again, and sent it to Sanji's kitchen. These more than 10 seagulls were actually dispatched by Leo to monitor the explorer and the crowd, but they turned out to be a delicacy for everyone. The sun gradually and completely set at the end of the sea. It's night time. On the deck of the Discovery, the crowd continued to sit around the table and enjoy dinner. Beside the dining table, everyone was talking and laughing, as if the previous attack was gone. Wow, that's delicious, Chopper said happily. Delicious, delicious, Luffy said, filling his mouth with bread and seagull meat. The table was filled with roasted seagulls and seagull soup. There is also fruit cake and butter bread. To Izumi Water Goddess, Nami, and Robin. Rog and Zoro and the King of Ninjas began to fight. Of course, all three of them were careful not to get drunk. During this dinner, Usopp began to rant about his heroic experience. Think back to when Captain Usopp roamed the sea. Even small sea kings had to become Captain Usopp's pet. Usopp raised his glass and said eloquently. Chapter 390 Night Attack. Really, Chopper said as he ate the cake. Usopp continued, of course it's more than that. Captain Usopp also rescued Marine's warship with one hand inadvertently. Usopp gushed about his glorious deeds. Just as dinner was being held on the deck of the Discovery. Above the sky, Leo, who had transformed into a seagull, spread his wings and flew. Only the moon and stars shine in the dark night. But it wasn't a problem at all for Leo. The eyes of seagulls can also clearly distinguish objects on the sea below at night. Behind Leo are 4 gigantic seagulls. These 4 are the great king seagulls that Leo invited. The king seagull is more than 20 meters long with its wings outstretched. These great king seagulls are actually 4 brothers. They were formerly giant seabirds that lived in the windless zone and fed on sea kings. But Leo found them once, and there was a conflict. But Leo won the recognition of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull with his strong ability and the spirit of defending the seagull race. They also went to live on the cliffs above Seagull Island, the great route where Leo is located. In the past, many ships traveling in the waters of the great route were attacked by Leo, and the 4 brothers of the great king seagull often helped. They hunted and killed humans, while Leo took all kinds of weapons and supplies from ships. This time Leo personally invited them to go out together. The 4 brothers of the great king seagull were furious when they heard that the seagulls were slaughtered and even used as food. They came with Leo to attack the explorer and the crowd. But they didn't come empty-handed. A lot of heavy bombs were tied to the torso of the 4 brothers of the great king seagull. 30 heavy bombs were strapped to the torso of each great king seagull. The shape of these heavy bombs is exactly the same as the heavy bombs used by Leo's daytime raid on the explorer. The king seagulls were carrying heavy bombs, and under the guidance of Leo, they were preparing to attack the Discovery. Leo himself only carried 4 bombs. He's mostly guiding and revenge this time around. These stinky humans, I must destroy you, Leo said fiercely. After constant flight, Leo and the king seagulls finally flew to the sea area where the explorer was. In the sea below, the Discovery is driving. Although it was night, Leo and the king seagulls were still able to see the explorer below clearly. Leo's sharp eyes saw the faint firelight on the deck of the ocean explorer below for a while. Damn, killing so many seagulls. How dare you have a comfortable dinner like this? However, you will soon feel what it is called terror, Leo said. Leo was the first to fly towards the explorer below. The king gulls followed, but they flew higher. Leo flew above the Discovery and aimed at the front of the deck. That's where Rog and Zorro had their dinner. Suffer it, bastards. Leo aimed at the deck and dropped 2 heavy bombs first. 2 heavy bombs hit the deck. The people who were dining on the deck were talking and laughing. At this moment, Rog, Zorro, and the King of Ninjas all felt something was wrong. A dangerous aura approached. Zorro induction is especially strong. Zorro and the Ninja King suddenly looked up and saw 2 heavy bombs falling. Although Gecko and the starlight were dim, they were still able to see the 2 heavy bombs. Seeing this, Zorro said, "Oops, hurry up and find a way to deflect the bomb." Rog quickly took out a cane whip. Quickly infuse fruit power into it. Vine whip. Super rattan net. Rog used the plant fruit ability to interweave the vine whip repeatedly, turning it into a huge net. A huge net shrouded the deck above, and quickly pounced toward the top. When the 2 heavy bombs were only 10 meters away from the deck, they were caught by the huge super rattan net. Okay, let's go. Zorro and the Ninja King jumped up quickly and grabbed one side of the super rattan net. The 2 worked hard together. The super rattan net and the 2 heavy bombs inside were thrown into the sea on the left side of the Discovery deck. After the 2 heavy bombs were dropped, they exploded quickly. Boom, rumble. 2 explosions sounded, and the water Jinchuriki column sputtered dozens of meters high. Everyone on the deck was terrified. Usopp was terrified and lay on the deck. Chopper ducked behind Luffy in horror. Luffy also exclaimed the huge splash of water Jinchuriki column. Wow, that's cool. Rog, Zorro, King of Ninjas. Is this the show the 3 of you are performing? Luffy said excitedly. Rog and Zorro said helplessly, "What, we were attacked." The Ninja King was also shocked for a while, and then he quickly observed the surroundings. Now suddenly attacked, there is no one but Leo. And the heavy bomb used just now was also used by Leo. Usopp stood up immediately and looked around and at the night sky. My God, look. Usopp pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone looked up at the night sky. I saw a shadow like a seagull in the sky. The shadow is in the sky above the explorer. But judging the appearance, there is no doubt that it is Leo. But what really terrified and surprised everyone was that there were 4 giant seabird-like things flying higher in the sky. What's going on? Usopp said in surprise. I'm afraid we have more than one enemy, Roger said. There are a lot of monsters, too, Luffy said. In the night sky, the 2 heavy bombs that Leo first dropped were successfully blocked. What? It's like this, Leo said in surprise. On the deck of the Discovery below, Roger looked at the terrifying shadows in the night sky. It doesn't matter if you fight on deck or on land. But worst of all, the enemy is in the sky. The enemy is attacking here by taking advantage of the sky. At this time, the water goddess Izumi said, I'll try it. Izumi suddenly used an iron axe. She held up the iron axe and whispered a magic spell in her mouth. There is wind around the iron axe, and then a storm. After forming a storm, Izumi, the water goddess, shot the storm over the huge sails of the explorer's mainmast. Under the influence of this powerful storm, the Discovery accelerated and sailed forward. Wow, so fast, Luffy yelled. It's so exciting, said Usopp. Nami exclaimed, it's scary. Sanji quickly rushed to the helm of the Discovery and began to steer. Don't worry, ladies, I won't deviate from the ship with me, Sanji said. Sanji steered the rudder hard, allowing the 100-meter warship to stabilize its direction and continue going. Chapter 391 Out of Crisis. But after more than 10 seconds, the Exploratorium slowed down again. When Rog saw Izumi's water goddess's method, he immediately came up with a plan. That's right, folks. We need strong winds right now so that we can move fast. Even for a short period of time. If we can maintain this wind consistently, the ships can continue to move quickly out of this area, Rog said. Usopp said, your idea is good. But how can we get out of here quickly? So the continuous wind, even the Izumi water goddess can't maintain it for a long time. Rog also felt a bit of a headache, and he said, this one too. Izumi water goddess said to everyone, I will do my best to ensure that this ship can move quickly. Now the situation is urgent, and it is necessary to avoid the attacks of those enemies at night. However, Rog had another idea in his mind, and said, well then. Hold on, I will quickly transform a plant weapon. Go do it, Sanji said. Just like this, everyone on the Discovery began to act urgently. Izumi water goddess cannot maintain wind power for a long time, she can create storms every once in a while. This, coupled with Sanji's timely change of direction, greatly enhanced the irregularity of the explorer's driving. During this precious time, Rog quickly used almost all the power of plant fruits to quickly transform plant weapons. It was a sapling that was transformed by Rog. Rog's whole body was flashing green light, and the sapling in his hand was quickly transformed. Leo in the sky also found something wrong with the explorer. This huge 100-meter warship actually keeps moving like this. Leo decided to let the giant seagulls join the battle. Everyone, it's time for you to show Kamui, Leo said. The 4 brothers of the great King Seagull tweeted for a while, and they started to act. The 4 great king seagulls began to lower their altitudes and bombard the explorer below. They dropped heavy bombs one after the other. The bombs ripped through the air and hit the explorer below. But just as the heavy bombs were about to hit the explorer's sails accelerated due to the storm created by the water goddess Izumi. Actually dodged these heavy bombs. Just like that, in the ongoing battle, more than a dozen heavy bombs thrown by the king seagulls were all dodged. Heavy bombs fell into the sea. The explosion splashes up the Jinchuriki column in streaks of water. The explorer continued to sail. And in addition to accelerating, it also changes direction irregularly from left to right. On the explorer, the water goddess Izumi worked hard to create storms. But this consumes a lot of magic. Others were also very nervous, and Usopp and Chopper and Luffy were swaying and bumping against the deck. Rog is desperately transforming the sapling. Even if the surroundings are shaking, Rog is still focused. Okay, Roger said. Rog completed the transformation of the sapling. Rog didn't say much, but put the saplings in place. Then it grows rapidly. After growth, the top of the sapling opened a huge hole. In other words, the tree is already like a chimney. Rog continued to use plant fruit power. Misty tree. A large amount of smoke was constantly pouring out of the top of the misty tree. At this time, the exhausted Izumi water goddess also looked at Rog. Clouds of smoke spread rapidly and blocked the top of the explorer. The surroundings of the discovery were also blocked. And this huge smoke is still expanding. Leo and the king seagulls in the sky were shocked. Leo looked at the huge smoke pouring out of the explorer. What's the matter? Leo said in disbelief. Clouds of smoke form the mist. Cover the discovery. The scope of the fog is enough to cover more than a dozen warships or a fleet. In this case, bombing becomes extremely difficult. Leo and the great king seagull have excellent eyesight. But he couldn't see the objects in the fog clearly. On the deck of the Discovery, Roger was also exhausted after manipulating the mist tree to spew a lot of smoke. Finally, Roger breathed a sigh of relief. The desperate use of plant fruit power just now made Rog exhausted. After Rog's transformation, he manipulated the mist tree to produce so much smoke, so that the explorer was protected by this fog. Roger is exhausted now. Usopp looked at the mist above and around him and said, "That's it." Luffy said incredulously, "It looks interesting, but what is all this fog for?" Usopp said helplessly, "In this way, the enemy can't see us clearly and can't attack." Sanji looked at the surrounding fog and said, "It's really a good idea. It's hard for the enemy to drop bombs to hit us. They can't judge at all." Zoro looked around and said, "That's not bad." Izumi was also relieved from the exhaustion of frequent casting of magic. "This way we can catch our breath," Izumi Water Goddess said. Now after tense, a huge sea fog was finally formed by using a large amount of smoke from Rog's fog tree, allowing everyone to breathe. And there is another point. Although these fogs are huge, Rog's fog tree continues to pour out smoke to replenish, so that these fogs can be maintained for a long time. Rog asked Nami after a short rest and said, "Nami, what about the weather around you?" Nami said, "Okay." As a navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami knows a lot about weather. She is able to tell which direction the weather around her is changing from the temperature, wind direction, and the behavior of the waves and everything around her. Nami began to judge the surrounding weather conditions. After being so frightened just now, everyone was gearing up for it. Chopper looked at the surrounding fog, although he knew that the enemy couldn't attack because of the fog. But the little guy was still full of fear. "Now because of the fog, I can safely come down for the time being." Rog also continued to rest. As long as the fog continues, there is no need to worry about Discovery being discovered. These mists became a barrier for the Discovery. Luffy looked around, and the fog was already acting as a huge barrier. Suddenly Luffy's stomach growled. "Sanji, I'm hungry again," Luffy said to Sanji. Sanji immediately said helplessly, "Is your stomach a bottomless pit?" Chopper looked at the sky and the surroundings, only to see a thick fog shrouded around him. "Finally, I can feel at ease," Chopper said. "In any case, at least you can rest easy for a while." Nami finally came to a conclusion after judging the weather for a while. Chapter 392 Calm Before the Storm. Nami Grandmaster Meteorology, able to accurately predict all kinds of weather. She can even feel the changes in the surrounding environment just through her body and predict the weather. Nami once felt the changes in the surrounding weather when she walked around the deck once, and as a result, large hailstorms began to fall. "Everyone, I made a prediction about the weather. There will not be too much sea breeze in this area tonight. But soon after 10:10 is bright, there will be a relatively severe storm," Nami said to everyone. Everyone's expressions were different after hearing this. It's fine tonight, right? Zoro said. There is wind after the 10:10 is bright, so these fogs can be said to be dangerous, Usopp said. Luffy said nonchalantly, there's still one night left. You can still enjoy it. After you've eaten, have a good dream. Usopp slapped Luffy in the head and said, it's really useless to eat and sleep. Rog said, well, at least one night is safe. But I don't think they'll give up. The current situation can be said that Leo has extreme hatred for everyone on the Explorer. He certainly won't let it go. Let's do it like this. Let's rest for the night first. There are advantages during the day, although there will be storms. But it will also hinder the enemy to a certain extent. At that time, we may be able to find a way to defeat the opponent. How? Sanji said. Everyone agreed. Really good. Wait till dawn to find a way to fight them, Luffy said. Everyone was a little tired, and Sanji then made some snacks and tea, making everyone a night snack. Then everyone went to rest. The fog above the Discovery has always existed, making it impossible for Leo and the others in the sky to attack. In the night sky, Leo and the King Seagulls were unable to attack due to the fog of the Explorer. The fog above the Discovery was large enough to cover a fleet. Damn, it's impossible to attack if you can't see clearly, Leo said. The fog above the Discovery was large enough to cover a fleet. Can't find the specific location. Throwing heavy bombs like this is also a waste. Leo looked at the huge sea fog below, and the four brothers of the great King Seagull behind him. Now it's time to make combat decisions. Okay, everyone, let's rest on the nearby reef first. I'll send little seagulls to keep scouting here. Don't you feel it? There's a storm coming, but that's after dawn, Leo said. Birds have a strong sense of the weather. Both Leo and the King Seagull realized that the storm was coming after dawn. It doesn't make sense to be in such a hurry now. The four brothers of the great King Seagull all agreed. Leo and the four brothers of the great King Seagull flew to the nearby reef to rest. Leo turned his head to look at the mist. Wait until dawn, you will die very miserably, Leo said. After Leo and the great King Seagull flew away, a group of ordinary little seagulls flew here to investigate the situation. Inside the cabin of the Discovery in the mists. Everyone is resting. Of course, some people sleep soundly, and some people eat snacks. Some people read books. Others are researching new weapons. Rog is researching new plant weapons. After all, there may be a fierce battle after the 10:10 is bright. There will be a storm tomorrow, and the battle may be beyond my imagination. In a cabin room, Robin is reading a book in the room. The Discovery was left to the Straw Hat Pirates by Vols. But there are also some marine knowledge and some history books on it. Robin read these before going to bed to increase knowledge. For Robin, the Straw Hat Pirates faced another enemy shortly after she first joined. Is this an adventure or a curse? Of course, it wasn't the danger posed by Robin. But the Straw Hat Pirates themselves are a group that challenges all kinds of dangers. To Robin, these young people seemed a little crazy. What a great adventure. Robin closed the book. Then she went to bed safely. The Discovery floated at sea, and the surrounding mist provided cover. But all this is the calm before the storm. The night was finally over. It's time for the next morning. The sky just brightened, and Leo and the four brothers, the great King Seagull, flew from the reef to the sky above the Discovery, which was still shrouded in fog. Leo looked at the mist below. Those mists are still thick, and people can't see clearly in the daytime. However, the weather was still gloomy during the day. The sea breeze also gradually increased from the previous breeze. Leo looked at the mist below and said, HMPH, soon you will have nowhere to hide. Leo and the King Seagulls carry heavy bombs ready to deal a fatal blow to the Discovery. At this time on the deck of the Discovery ship, Rog, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, Robin, King of Ninja, Izumi Water Goddess are all gathered on the deck. Even at times like this, everyone ate sandwiches made by Sanji and drank coffee made by Sanji. Sanji, you did a great sandwich, Robin appreciated. Really, Sister Robin, I'm the happiest when you like to eat, Sanji said lovingly. Usopp looked up at the sky and around as he ate his sandwich. At this time, although the surroundings were still foggy, the sky became somewhat brighter because of the daytime. The wind is indeed getting stronger, and it looks like there will be a real storm soon, Usopp said. Chopper drank his coffee, looked around and said, there's a storm coming. That's scary. Chopper was born in the kingdom of ice and snow, and was shocked by all the bad weather on the sea. Chopper's ice can be said to be a super powerful natural disaster. Rog looked around the explorer and said, the real storm has not yet come. And there are more terrifying enemies than the storm. Now on the deck, the surrounding sea breeze gradually strengthened. It is clear that the sea breeze will become very strong in the near future. Luffy looked around, eating sausages and sandwiches and said, wait for the storm to come. This much fog will blow away. This is also our opportunity, Rog said. There's a lot of wind in the storm. That way we can use the sails to sail faster. That's a good idea, Sanji said. Of course, risks also come with them, if there is a storm. The fog will be blown away, and the explorer can use the wind to speed up its navigation. Sure enough, with time passing minutes and seconds. By 8 o'clock, the sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger. The mist created by the mist tree also began to be blown away. The time has come, and now we need to move as fast as possible, Nami said. No problem. Everyone is fighting spirit. After a night of preparation and rest, everyone has to work hard. Chapter 393 Fight in the Storm. The sails on the explorer's main mast were pulled to the max. At the same time everyone is ready to fight. The sea breeze is getting stronger and stronger, and the fog begins to be blown away on a large scale. At the same time, the sky was gradually raining. It's finally here, Zoro said. Leo and the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull in the sky looked down at the sea. The fog was blown away, and the Discovery revealed its hull. After seeing it, Leo said happily, it's great. I can finally attack. Although the stormy weather is coming, it is finally able to attack without the fog. Leo didn't want to wait any longer. After all, the longer it took, the worse things might get. Okay, let's start bombing, Leo said. Leo and the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull began to bomb the explorer below. On the deck of the explorer, everyone could see Leo and the 4 King Seagulls clearly. Everyone in Leo has seen it. But what really shocked everyone was the king seagull. The giant seagull has more than 20 meters of wings outstretched. Flying in the sky is like a giant. OMG, said Usopp. What is this? Chopper said. How can there be such a huge seagull? Sanji said in surprise. This is really a monster. Roger said. Wow, I really want to ride on it. Luffy said. Robin looked up at the sky and felt that these giant seagulls were huge. I have no choice but to fight, Zoro said calmly. Izumi Water Goddess and Ninja King are also ready to fight. Leo was the first to fly above the Discovery. Go to hell, you stinky man. The 2 heavy bombs Leo was carrying were dropped. 2 heavy bombs hit the explorer below. The bomb is coming, the right rudder is full, Commander Nami said. No problem, Miss Nami. Sanji quickly completed the right full rudder. The huge hull of the Discovery turned to the right. As soon as the hull turned around, 2 heavy bombs hit the sea, and suddenly a violent explosion splashed an astonishing amount of water. The Discovery managed to dodge 2 heavy bombs. Good job, Luffy cheered. Sanji, great work. Nami also praised Sanji. After hearing this, Sanji said with love on his face, Miss Nami, listen to your orders. There is another very important reason why Sanji is at the helm. That was Nami's order, and Sanji tried desperately to do it. In this way, Sanji can perform exceptionally at critical moments. This makes the explorer more likely to survive. After Leo's attack failed, he looked towards the explorer. Now the explorer has increased in speed due to the storm's sea winds. And it seems that the helmsman is also a master at the helm. It seems that it is much harder to sink them than expected. Next, it's up to you, the four brothers of the great King Seagull. Leo said. The four great King Seagulls all made amazing calls, and then began to bomb the explorer. The great King Seagulls began to lower their heights. They aimed at the explorer for a dive. On the deck of the Discovery, Nami saw the King Seagulls diving. Sanji, irregular sailing, Nami ordered. Okay, Miss Nami. Sanji is now a 500% fighting man. With Sanji's swift steering changes, the Discovery veered erratically from left to right across the sea. The King Seagulls have already started throwing heavy bombs. Each one drops 4 heavy bombs. A total of 16 bombs fell on the explorer below. The heavy bomb hit the sea behind the Discovery and quickly exploded in the sea, setting off a Jinchuriki column of water. There were also some heavy bombs hitting the sea on the side of the explorer. The towering water Jinchuriki column was created by the explosion. On the deck of the Discovery, it was originally rained because of the storm, but now the water waves generated by the water Jinchuriki column are scattered on everyone. It's spectacular, Luffy said excitedly. Idiot, how can you be like this? Usopp and Chopper said. Rog saw this shocking sight. If it hit the sea, it would be nothing. It would be a disaster if such a heavy bomb hit the deck. Rog felt unprecedented pressure. Now need to figure out how to avoid being hit by these heavy bombs. That's why Rog spent an astonishing amount of energy researching and transforming new plant weapons last night. Roger put a stake around his right arm, which wrapped around his wrist. Okay, it's time for you to show your power, Rog said. This stake is not the stake air cannon that has been used before, but a powerful weapon with amazing power. The power of the plant fruit in Rog's body was continuously injected into the stake. The front end of the stake began to expand rapidly. A hand, and then an arm, grew out of the front of the stake. It's just that this arm is made of trees. The shape is just like an arm. Okay, hand of the giant tree. The arms on this stake continue to grow longer and get bigger. Eventually it grew into a huge arm big enough to grab a cow. Usopp said in surprise when he saw Rog's giant wooden hand. Is this the arm of the giants? You'll know right away, Roger said. In the sky, the King Seagull kept dropping heavy bombs. Another heavy bomb was not dodged and was about to hit the deck. At this time, Rog's right arm manipulated the hand of the giant tree to quickly catch the heavy bomb. And then quickly thrown to the side of the sea. Boom! The sea exploded violently. Amazing water Jinchuriki columns splash up. Rog successfully evaded the heavy bomb with the hand of the giant tree. After Rog used the giant wooden hand to successfully evade the attack, Usopp said, "It's amazing." Chopper also said, "So cool." Luffy said, "Have fun." Zoro is always paying attention to those giant seagulls in the sky. Always get some weird weapons, Zoro said. The King of Ninja also admired Rog's ability in his heart. The great King Seagull continued to drop heavy bombs. This time, 5 heavy bombs were dropped in a row, 3 of which were evaded by Sanji's rudder. But after all, the Explorer is a 100-meter warship with a huge hull, so that there are still some heavy bombs that can hit this heavy warship. 2 other heavy bombs crashed into the deck of the Discovery. Rog quickly grabbed one of the heavy bombs with the hand of the giant tree and threw it into the sea. But there is also a heavy bomb. Zoro waved his swords at this time. Knife flow, rhinoceros. Zoro used his dual swords when the heavy bomb was only more than 10 meters away. The resulting cyclone deflected the heavy bomb. Heavy bombs also hit the sea beside the Discovery. Under the cover of Rog's hand and Zoro, the Discovery managed to evade 2 heavy bombs. Chapter 394 Sailing in Bombardment. The giant seagulls in the sky continued to fly, and they looked down at the Explorer. No matter how it attacks, the Explorer can dodge or block. to continue the successful attack on the explorer. Then there must be more intensive bombardment. The king seagulls lowered their heights further and aimed at the explorer below. Although the storm is very strong now, the king seagull is not only huge but also powerful. The big king seagulls dropped 6 heavy bombs together. A total of 24 heavy bombs bombarded the Discovery in rapid bursts. This wave of bombardment was astonishingly powerful. The sea around the Discovery was splashed with soaring water Jinchuriki column. The Discovery was under the command of Nami, with Sanji at the helm and constantly evading. Huge water Jinchuriki column kept rushing around the Discovery. There were still some heavy bombs falling, but Rog's giant wooden hand and Zoro successfully fended off these heavy bombs. However, the Explorer is huge after all, and it is still relatively difficult for heavy warships up to 100 meters to avoid these heavy bombs. Still, a heavy bomb hit the stern area of the Discovery. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The hull of the Discovery swayed violently, and thick smoke was blown out from the stern. After being hit by this heavy bomb, the exploration of the Explorer also experienced a severe deviation. Sanji quickly stabilized the rudder. The hull of the Discovery trembled violently, but luckily the stern was bombed. If the side of the ship was hit, then it would be devastating. Immediately after, another heavy bomb hit the middle of the Explorer's hull. The violent explosion caused the Discovery to shake violently on the sea. "Scared me," Usopp said. "Wow, we're going to be bombed," Chopper said. "That's cool," Luffy said. Usopp couldn't complain, looked at Luffy and said, "This idiot." Sanji desperately held the rudder. "Ah, so scary." Nami bumped into Sanji as the deck shook. Sanji felt extremely happy. "Miss Nami, I will lead everyone out of danger," Sanji said with high fighting spirit. Sanji continued to work hard to stabilize the rudder. Another heavy bomb hit the front of the Explorer's deck. Rog hurriedly used the hand of the giant tree to stop the heavy bomb. After the heavy bomb was stopped, it was thrown into the sea by the hand of the giant tree. After the heavy bomb exploded, it caused a huge wave. 3 more heavy bombs hit the middle of the Explorer. Because everyone is in the exploration front deck area, there is no defense in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy bombs exploded violently, and the deck of the Discovery shook violently. The Discovery deck was severely damaged. However, the attack of the King Seagulls still did not stop. Heavy bombs kept falling down again and again. Another 4 heavy bombs hit the deck of the Discovery. In addition to the damaged wood and steel, there was a raging fire on the deck of the Discovery. But fortunately, the stormy sea breeze and rain made these fires quickly extinguished. The Explorer is now scarred, but still moving. The King Seagulls further intensified their bombardment in order to destroy the Discovery. The 4 great King Seagulls screeched loudly and threw swarms of heavy bombs. The Discovery continued to dodge heavy bombs. A large number of heavy bombs hit the sea again, splashing into the sky Jinchuriki column. However, some heavy bombs hit the Discovery. Although Rog and Zoro they blocked some. Still, some heavy bombs hit the Explorer. The hull of the Discovery was severely damaged. Although the flames and smoke were dissipated by the storm. However, the deck of this 100-meter warship has been greatly damaged. The storm is still fierce, but the Explorer can also use the wind to travel quickly on the sea. The Explorer rides the wind and waves, sailing hard on rough seas. However, the Explorer was able to successfully resist the bombardment of the King Seagulls, thanks to the storm. The storm affected the attack and flight of the giant seagulls to some extent. More importantly, the Discovery can sail fast on the sea with its huge sails. The King Seagulls continued to bomb. Now the 4 King Seagulls have been bombarded for a long time, although they have hit the Discovery many times. But they are still annoyed. The Explorer has been hit so many times and hasn't sunk yet. The 4 brothers of the Great King Seagull decided to fight to the death. The 4 Great King Seagulls lowered their altitude further and bombarded the Explorer intensively. The bombs slammed into the Discovery. "Be careful," Roger said. More than a dozen bombs hit the Explorer in a row. A violent explosion on the deck of the Discovery. Rog urgently blocked the crowd with the hand of the giant tree. After intensive bombardment, the King's seagulls flew past the 100-meter warship. Rog's giant wooden hand was also severely damaged. Fortunately, everyone was safe after the bombing. "It's scary. How is our ship now?" Usopp looked to the deck of the Discovery. The deck of the Discovery was a mess, but the most shocking thing was that the main mast was down and the sails were broken. The rest of the submast was also destroyed. Now the Discovery is a warship that just drifts. "No way," Usopp said in shock and despair. "How do you sail like this?" Chopper said. Rog also looked at the bad deck. Now the deck of the Discovery is a mess. The sails and masts are beyond repair anyway. Now it can be said that the Explorer is already a warship that can only drift. Nami looked at the mess on the deck and said in horror, "How do you drive like this?" Sanji worked hard to continue at the helm. Although there is no sail, the sea is still surging. The storm made the waves of the sea itself wreak havoc. Nami's mind suddenly brightened when she saw this. "Sanji, I'll command you now. We use the natural surging of the waves to change direction," Nami said. "Okay," Sanji said energetically. Although the Discovery is already a messy warship, Nami is still in command of the warship. As an excellent navigator, Nami worked very hard to command Sanji to change the direction of the Discovery. The storm made the sea water surge. Even if there is no sail, it can be adjusted according to the surging direction of the sea. That way the Explorer's hull will also use the waves to travel. During the storm, the 100-meter-long hull of the Discovery sailed on the waves of the sea. The King Seagulls saw that the Explorer was not sunk, and flew back again. Seeing this situation, Usopp was also terrified. "Hurry up and think of a way," Usopp said nervously. Chapter 395 Air Kill. Zoro looked at the flying King Seagulls. He looked at Rog's giant wooden hand again. "Roger, it's up to you," Zoro said. Rog immediately understood what Zoro meant. "Okay," said Roger. Rog manipulated the hand of the giant tree to grab Zoro. The King Seagulls were about to dive bomb, and at this time Rog seized the opportunity to throw Zoro out. Zoro was thrown by Roger's giant wooden hand like a baseball was thrown. Zoro flew straight to the diving giant seagulls. His 3 katana swords are all in place. The samurai swords on his arms are horizontally behind, like an eagle soaring into the sky with its wings outstretched. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's at the moment. After the King of Ninjas on the deck saw it, he said in shock, "Could it be that he is going to use that kind of move?" Zoro used a powerful bottom-up flying 3-sword style move when he first met and battled the King of Ninjas in the reign of Alabasta. The great King Seagull was still diving, and he didn't even pay attention to the flying Zoro. Zoro looked directly at the giant seagull in front of him. 3 swords flow, eagle slash. Zoro's 3 knife slashes with powerful slashes. Kill like an eagle flying into the sky. Zoro's arms and katana are like 2 wings. The samurai sword on the mouth is like an eagle's beak. The King Seagull and Zoro drew closer for a moment. PFF'd. Zoro's body flew over the great King Seagull. The body of this great King Seagull suddenly began to fall downward. Blood flew from the air. The other 3 King Seagulls were shocked and flew away instinctively. The King Seagull, who was being beheaded, finally swooped down onto the deck of the Discovery. Boom! By Zoro smashed on the Discovery. Everyone looked at the great King Seagull. I saw that it was now covered in blood on its head, apparently mortally wounded. "Where's Zoro?" Chopper asked suddenly. "Oops, Zoro is missing now," Roger said. Zoro made a powerful attack just now, but he also flew far away. "I am afraid it has fallen into the sea." Zoro, Luffy shouted towards the sea. Zoro, Usopp and Chopper also hurriedly shouted. Rog looked towards the sea, bit Kiba and said, "Zoro, you must be safe." Zoro fell into the sea just after using a powerful beheading move. Zoro is also difficult to swim in the waves. He simply held his breath and started swimming under the water. After getting under the sea, Zoro felt that it was more stable than the sea. The sea flow is not so exaggerated. It's no wonder, because the sea is surging because of the storms blowing. The sea below is much calmer. Below this, Zoro begins to swim towards the bottom of the Explorer. Zoro made it to the bottom of the Explorer after some swimming. He stuck his head out from the side of the boat. Rog was the first to discover Zoro. "Zoro," Roger said. "You're still alive," Usopp said. "Great," Chopper said. Zoro was a little embarrassed and said, "Don't talk nonsense, help me up quickly." Rog directly put down the hand of the giant tree and brought Zoro up. Zoro returned to the deck, panting hard. "It's thrilling," Zoro also said. The Ninja King walked up to Zoro, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Zoro, great job." Zoro said to him, "Vivi Isho, well, that's how swordsmen fight." Although the King of Ninjas is usually taciturn, he is Zoro these days. The two sides actually have a great understanding. It can be said that a hero cherishes a hero. "But the crisis is not over yet," said the Ninja King. "I saw the surviving 3 king seagulls continue to fly over. The 3 great king seagulls were full of anger. They have been roaming the sea together as 4 brothers for a long time. But now one has been killed. The remaining 3 great king seagulls can be said to be surprisingly angry. They flew towards the Discovery with astonishing speed. This time they will use heavy bombs for a devastating attack. This time it's really you and I." Everyone on the Discovery deck was very serious this time. It will now be a matter of life and death for both parties. The King of Ninjas said, "Roger, it's up to you." Luffy said, "I'm going up too." Zoro said, "How can I be without me?" Roger said, "I see." Rog grabbed the 3 with a giant wooden hand. Izumi Water Goddess also began to prepare at this time. She whispered magic in her mouth. And the 3 axes, the golden axe, the silver axe, and the iron axe, were taken out together. This extremely powerful magic attack. The 3 great king gulls swooped quickly towards the Discovery. Ice, fire, wind, united storm. _______. Izumi casts powerful magic. The swarms of icicles, fireballs, and the force of the wind killed the past. These attacks hit 3 great king seagulls head-on. Although these individual lethalities are not large, they have caused great disturbance to the great king seagull. The giant tree hand controlled by Rog clenched the 3 and said, "Go." Luffy, the King of Ninjas, and Zoro were thrown out. The 3 flew to the 3 king seagulls respectively. The 3 king seagulls are also about to drop all the dozens of heavy bombs left. Rubber, Tempest. 3 swords, profound truth. 3,000 worlds. Ghost killing god slash. The powerful attacks of the 3 hit the 3 great king seagulls. The 3 king seagulls were hit by the 3 ace tricks. After a while of screaming, the 3 king seagulls lost their balance and fell to the sea below. The 3 also flew out after this life and death battle. The last 3 all fell into the sea below. Rog and Usopp saw the giant seagulls falling. 3 great king seagulls fell to the sea. Fortunately, the explorer was already using the waves to move forward urgently at this time. Otherwise, the body of the 3 king seagulls smashed on this is really a headache. The huge bodies of the 3 king seagulls all fell into the sea. No matter whether the 3 king seagulls were dead or injured, they all sank into the sea completely. But at this moment, the first king seagull that smashed on the deck just now actually trembled. Those eyes suddenly opened. These are eyes with endless hatred. Everyone was startled by these huge eyes. Usopp was horrified and said, "Oh my god." Rog reacted immediately, and quickly manipulated the neck of the great king seagull, the hand of the giant tree. After holding his throat for a while, the king seagull completely died. But those huge fierce eyes kept looking at everyone. "Don't worry, it's dead," Roger said. At the same time, the giant wooden hand controlled by Rog loosened the neck of the king seagull. Chopper stepped forward to check it out very cautiously. Chapter 396 Fall of the Opponent. "No problem, it's dead," Chopper said after examining it. Chopper Grandmaster Medicine, able to determine whether a creature is dead. With Chopper's judgment, Usopp was relieved. "Well, Captain Usopp is going to declare victory for everyone." Usopp quickly and exaggeratedly jumped on the head of the great King Seagull to preach. "You heroic sea warriors, under the heroic leadership of Captain Usopp, finally killed the powerful and ferocious giant seagull monster. This should be celebrated, not only for the glory of Captain Usopp. It also belongs to the sea warriors. Glory," Usopp said proudly. Chopper was excited to hear Usopp give a glorious speech. Rog looked towards the sea again. "What happened to Zoro?" Roger said. "Now Zoro, Luffy, and the King of Ninjas are all alive and dead. But both of them were able to swim in the sea. As long as Luffy doesn't have an accident." In the sea, Zoro and the Ninja King both fell into the sea and swam under the sea. And Luffy also struggled and sank under the sea. Zoro catches this landlubber with the Ninja King and swims together. After swimming for a while, we finally reach the side of the explorer. "Look, where is it?" Usopp said. "Here," Chopper said. "Leave it to me." Rog hurried to the rear right of the explorer and manipulated the hand of the giant tree to grab the three together. Zoro, Luffy and the Ninja King were caught on deck. Luffy was doused with seawater. Zoro and the King of Ninjas looked very embarrassed. But it was a victory anyway, Zoro said. "Nice fight." The Ninja King said, "Zoro, I really saw it this time. The purpose of a swordsman is to not be afraid of death." Usopp said, "The enemy is nothing special in the air. You have finally achieved victory under the leadership of Captain Usopp." Rog said, "By the way, hurry up and save Luffy." When everyone looked at Luffy, whose stomach was bloated like a balloon, was being squeezed out of the seawater by Chopper. As expected of a doctor. Really dedicated, the King of Ninjas sighed. Usopp said proudly, "This is because Captain Usopp taught the crew well." Chopper worked hard for a while, he finally squeezed all the seawater out of Luffy's stomach. "Luffy!" the crowd shouted. Luffy opened his eyes slowly. He opened his mouth and said, "Meat." Then sat up. "Where's the meat? Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" Luffy asked quickly, looking around. Usopp said with shame, "I didn't forget to eat meat after drowning in a coma." Luffy realized it was a dream, and remembered fighting. "Have those gulls been killed?" Luffy asked. "They've all been killed," Roger said. "Great," Luffy said. Now after a fierce battle, the 4 king seagulls were finally eliminated. The explorer is already a mess. The crowd then went to the front of the deck again. Now the fighting has basically stopped. But there is still a dead king seagull on this deck. "So big, what to do?" Chopper said. "Throw it into the sea," said Usopp. Luffy suddenly had an idea and said, "By the way, how about being food? Seagull meat is delicious. It's still such a big seagull." "Well, it's also a good idea." Everyone agreed. Sanji looked at the huge seagull and said, "Such a large seagull can cook for a long time." Luffy said happily, "I want to eat seagull roast, seagull stew, seagull sandwich, seagull meat, chan noodles." Usopp said, "You know what to eat." Everyone laughed. After a brave battle, everyone finally eliminated the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull. The storm was still raging, but there was a major victory aboard the Discovery. In the stormy sky, Leo continued to fly here. He witnessed the defeat of the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull. 4 supergiant seagulls that used to feed on sea kings were killed like this. Swarms of heavy bombs were also unable to destroy the explorer. How can this happen? Leo is still unimaginable. He was able to roam the sky over this sea for a long time, mainly relying on himself and his partners, the four brothers, the King Seagull. Now the four brothers of the great King Seagull are killed in battle, and now he really can only fight on his own. Even so, you need to gamble. Leo made up his mind. He can't hold his breath now. Leo quickly lowered his altitude and took advantage of the stormy weather to fly low over the sea to the Discovery. On the Discovery, everyone was gasping for breath after the fierce battle. The battle severely damaged the Explorer's deck and some of the upper decks. Although the storm was violent, the Explorer was a 100-meter heavy warship, so there was no need to be afraid of these waves. It is enough to float freely on this sea. At the front of the deck, everyone is resting. I am so exhausted, Nami said. Scared me, Chopper said. It's a tough fight, said Zoro, a box of amazing endurance. Everyone fought really well, Robin said. Sanji, the king of ninjas, and Rog went to the galley below the cabin and took some drinks and food. Everyone is tired too. Let's eat and drink, Rog said. Sanji used 3 bottles of juice for Nami, Izumi, the water goddess, and Robin. Miss Nami, goddess, Sister Robin, you can enjoy my carefully prepared juice, Sanji said. Thank you, Nami said. Sanji, you're always so thoughtful, Izumi water goddess said. Robin also took the juice and said, Sanji, you are really a good gentleman. Sanji's whole body trembled after hearing the praise of the 3 beauties. Sanji is willing to serve everyone, Sanji said with love. Rog starts eating meat and bread with Luffy and Usopp and Chopper. The Ninja King toasts Zoro with drinks. Although it is still windy and rainy, everyone is very happy. This fight was so exciting. I must write Captain Usopp's memoirs, Usopp said. Chopper cheered. Okay. Luffy ate and drank with no regard for others. After Rog talked to the others, he said thoughtfully again, by the way, that Leo has no results yet. Usopp said, that's right. But I think he must be afraid of our strong fighting power, and he has already gone to nowhere. Rog was a little skeptical and said, I always feel that he will still rush in. Chopper was also lost in thought, saying, I don't think he can give up. Now, only Leo is left without showing up. Chapter 397, Leo's Sneak Attack. Now there are 2 cases to judge. One is that Leo knew that his strength was not enough because the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull were killed. Simply stop fighting with people. The other is to temporarily evacuate in order to continue to take revenge. But the final result was unexpected. Leo had actually taken advantage of the complex stormy weather here to fly close to the sea level, approaching the Discovery and preparing to attack. The Explorer is floating on the ocean. But at this time, Nami suddenly discovered something. Look, Nami said. What's wrong? Everyone went to the bow. Looking into the distance, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. I saw a huge storm spinning in the distance ahead. And that storm directly rolled up the sea. An amazingly huge rotating water Jinchuriki column is formed. What a spectacular view, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. This is a miracle. Usopp saw this rotating water Jinchuriki column, and there was at least 400 or 500 meters in diameter in the water Jinchuriki column. Even if the Explorer approaches, it will be drawn into it. It's spectacular, said Chopper. Rog sighed after seeing it. This is really a rare sight in the world. Others were also amazed. This soaring swirling water Jinchuriki column is enough to roll in everything around it. Now even some giant sea fish can be seen swirling in the water Jinchuriki column. However, with the huge rotating water Jinchuriki column, it is still a long way from the Discovery. Don't be shocked, everyone, hurry up and prepare to turn the rudder, Nami said. Okay, said the crowd. Sanji quickly reached the rudder. Nami continued to stand near the bow. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew up from under the bow. He grabbed Nami with his claws. The crowd looked in shock. It was Leo. Leo turned into a seagull, changed into flight, and grabbed Nami with both claws. Ah, help! Nami shouted in horror. Leo looked fiercely at everyone on the deck, and he pulled away and flew to the sea. Bastard! Let go of Miss Nami. Sanji angrily wanted to rush out of the boat. He actually attacked. Usopp said. Now Rog, Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin and Izumi are all ready to fight. Leo actually attacked with his super powerful flying ability. Everyone bites Kiba's teeth and reprimands. Leo kidnapped Nami and flew over the sea. HMPH, do you think this will make me give up? Leo said with hatred. Zoro said, what the hell do you want? Leo said, of course I will kill you. Luffy can't wait to rush over and say, you bastard. Usopp hurriedly stopped him and said, be careful, he is kidnapping Nami now. If you hit Nami, she will fall into the sea. Rog also looked at Leo seriously. Now that Nami is kidnapped, it's tricky. Rog looked at Robin and walked slowly to Robin's side. Robin, it's up to you later, Roger said. Robin looked at Roger out of the corner of his eye and said, okay. Leo continued to say with contempt and hatred, you stinky humans. Although I killed the 4 brothers of the great King Seagull, but I am not a group of unwise guys. I will torture you. At this moment, Leo turned his gaze to the rudder again. Leo took out some small bombs that he carried with him. He threw the bomb at the rudder. Small bombs exploded suddenly at the rudder. After a burst of fire, the rudder was completely destroyed. Usopp looked to the rudder and then to the spinning water Jinchuriki column in the distance. My God, said Usopp. Rog also looked at the damaged rudder. After the rudder is damaged, the Discovery will go straight to the Jinchuriki column, the soaring spinning water. No one who was present like this could escape. It turned out that Leo first hijacked Nami, and then took the opportunity to destroy the rudder. This way, everyone can be wiped out. Scumbag, Chopper scolded angrily. Leo said contemptuously, reindeer that is used as a pet for humans. This is your fate. Chopper bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, wanting to mash Leo into flesh. Rog said with a serious face, since you have accomplished your goals, then let go of Nami. Our partners will stay with us even at the last moment. Leo looked at Rog, silently said, okay, let you die together. Leo began to fly higher, over the bow of the Discovery. He was about 50 meters away from the deck. Go down. Leo released his claws and Nami fell. At this time, Rog looked at Robin and winked. Robin quickly crossed his hands. 6 flowers. Anchor flower. Robin activates the ability to bloom fruit. Leo, who was flying in the air, was about to fly away. But suddenly 6 arms grew out of his body. What? Leo was shocked. His wings and neck were quickly jammed. Leo's entire body lost his balance and began to fall. Nami was falling. But Sanji and Zoro and Usopp and Chopper pulled Luffy away like a life pad. Nami landed on top, unharmed. After Leo was attacked by Robin's moves, he fell heavily on the deck. But it's not over yet. Rog quickly shot the Vine Whip. The Vine Whip quickly tied Leo Wuhua together. Leo in seagull form lost his ability to move. Rog looked at Robin and said, thanks a lot. Robin said, you're welcome, are we partners? Although Robin joined the Straw Hat Pirates not long ago, he saved an important partner. Leo struggled hard on the deck. He didn't believe in the failure just now. Even if he is attacked by people on the deck, he can quickly dodge with his speed. But now he was defeated by the opponent's incredible ability. Damn, Leo said. But quickly a group of figures stood in front of him. It's angry Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, Roger, and others. And of course Nami. How dare you kidnap my partner? Luffy punched Leo in the head. You bastard, you actually hurt the lady. Sanji kicked Leo in the head. Death, Chili Star. Usopp shot out a Chili Star projectile. Leo swallowed and breathed out flames. Chopper angrily punched Leo in the head. "You scumbag," Chopper said. Rog and Zoro didn't shoot, but looked at Leo with contempt. Of course, the gang fight against Leo is indispensable to Nami. Nami came to Leo, who was beaten and bruised. "How dare you!" What followed was a stunning punch and kick. Even Usopp and the people around him were shocked. Nami's arrogance is the first in the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 398 Turn the Tide. After Leo was beaten by the group, he was already embarrassed. However, he was still stubborn and said, "No matter how much you vent, you will go to hell with me." Everyone was heartbroken for a while. After all, the giant spinning water Jinchuriki column ahead is getting closer. And the rudder is broken. Rog walked up to Leo and said, "Anyway, you have to go to hell first. And we won't sit still." Leo saw Rog's eyes with a strong sense of certainty. He also doubted in his heart whether Rog had a way to turn things around. Roger said, "Luffy, you send him to the west first." "Okay," Luffy said happily. Rog hurried to the back of the hull of the Discovery. He has a way to reverse everything. Luffy in the bow, with the help of Chopper and Sanji, pulled his body into a slingshot. Usopp pulls the slingshot and Leo the projectile. Nami does the counting. 1, 2, 3, launch, Nami said. Usopp let go of the giant slingshot. Leo was shot. From the bow, it flew towards the spinning huge water Jinchuriki column. Leo was shot out full of unwillingness and anger. His body flew to the side of the spinning giant water Jinchuriki column, was sucked by the airflow, and then got involved in the spinning giant water Jinchuriki column. His body was quickly devoured by the water Jinchuriki column. Become one of the countless creatures inside. Into this kind of water Jinchuriki column is simply no way to survive. Luffy and Nami punished Leo, they were happy for a while. But then there was some frustration. The huge and incomparably swirling water Jinchuriki column ahead is not far away. The destruction of Leo and the delay just now brought the explorer closer to the giant spinning water Jinchuriki column. Of course, the rudder was destroyed, and there was no way. "Is there really no way?" Usopp said with tears on his face. Nami was too scared to cry. "It's horrible," Chopper said. Luffy still waved his fist stupidly and said, "Come on, smash this water Jinchuriki column." Nami punched him and said, "Idiot, you're still like this at this time. Can you beat him badly?" Sanji quickly rushed to the helm, trying hard to see if it could be repaired. "Is there really nothing I can do? I can't let the three ladies die here," Sanji said. Zoro and the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess all looked forward in shock. Robin was thinking about what Rog was doing from time to time. Discovery is continuing to approach the spinning water Jinchuriki column. Everyone can feel the amazing huge airflow. The explorer continues to go. There was cries and howls on deck for a while. At this time, the direction of the explorer suddenly deviates a little to the right. At this time, everyone felt that this was an illusion. However, the explorer continued to veer to the right. The explorer sailed in an arc-like trajectory from the right side of the giant rotating water Jinchuriki column. Usopp and Luffy are both looking to the side of the sky-high Jinchuriki column in disbelief. "We made it," said Usopp. "Our escape," Chopper said. "Get out of the water Jinchuriki column," Nami said. "We escaped," Luffy said. "Yes, we escaped." All cheered together. Everyone on the Discovery deck was very happy. Sanji came over at this time and said, "Strange, the rudder was completely destroyed." He looked at Zoro. "Could it be that Roger used that?" Sanji said. "I think so too," Zoro said. Then everyone walked towards the stern together. At the stern, I saw Roger standing at the stern. The giant wooden hand on Rog's right arm was used. At this time, Roger's giant wooden hand was steering the huge stern rudder under the stern of the Discovery. The rudder of the boat is really at the stern. The disc-like rudder on the hull is the real rudder that uses a lever to turn the stern. That's how Roger steered the explorer's stern rudder, allowing the ship to escape danger. Rog, you are so smart. Usopp and the others all shouted. Rog looked at everyone and said, fortunately, this weapon is very versatile. Rog continued to control the warship with the hand of the giant tree. Under the condition that Rog used the giant wooden hand to control the direction, the explorer continued to sail a long distance. The storm finally stopped. The sky is clear again. Rog also doesn't have to go to great lengths to control the warship. Everyone rested on the deck that remained intact. After resting here for a while, everyone enjoyed the sunshine. The fighting in the storm just now seemed to have passed for a long time. Ah, it's like a dream, Luffy said. In the storm just now, everyone fought fiercely with Leo and the King Seagull. It's not very long, but it's a thrilling adventure. Usopp drank a drink while writing a diary of his sailing adventures. Used to record the great battle in this storm. Okay, this part of Captain Usopp's Adventures, Adventures in the Tempest, is finished. Usopp said happily. Chopper was also delighted to see Usopp's account of his sailing adventures. Great, I want to see it too, Chopper said. Okay. Usopp showed Chopper a record of his sailing adventures. Chopper read Usopp's masterpiece. One morning full of terror and storm, on the deck of a huge ship sailing in confusion, the brave Captain Usopp led the brave sea warriors to ride the wind and waves. Quote. Chopper read it with gusto. Usopp was excited to explain the content to him. Rog looked at the sun and Shirakumo in the sky. A sea breeze blows. In the tense moment just now, it was fortunate that only by using his powerful plant weapon could he be able to turn the world around and save his life. I don't know what dangers will be encountered in this vast sea. The danger is not only from the sea, but also from the sky. Rog looked at Robin, who was chatting cordially with Nami at this time. One of Robin's newest members is to help everyone fight the enemy together. And save Nami. From this point of view, Robin is at least more sincere about going on an adventure with everyone. Of course Robin also has his own purpose. It scared me to death, Nami said, still with lingering fears. But you were really cared by everyone. So many people put you first. Miss Navigator, Robin said. Don't be polite, just call me Nami. Of course, I'm really important. After all, it doesn't matter if you don't have a captain, you can choose again. Without a navigator, it's fatal, Nami said. Okay, Nami, Robin said. This adventure made Robin a lot less isolated from everyone. Although she still has an inexplicable distance from everyone. Chapter 399 Seagull Dinner. Luffy looked at the corpse of the great King Seagull on the Discovery again. Luffy said to Sanji, Sanji, get ready to cook this giant seagull. Sanji looked at the King Heiau and said, what a glutton. But I should work hard to cook for the ladies. Thinking of this, Sanji immediately fell into extreme joy. But cutting such a huge king seagull still needs help. Sanji said to the others, I need someone to cut. You guys too. Okay, said the crowd. Rog, Zoro, the Ninja King offered to help. Luffy was too clumsy and Sanji just asked him to help with some clutter. Rog took out the iron birch greatsword and swung the iron birch greatsword to cut the great king seagull. Zoro and the King of Ninjas naturally need not be said. Particular, Zoro can be said to be surprisingly efficient in cutting the body of the king seagull. Seeing Zoro's amazing efficiency, Sanji also praised, Chlorophyte is really a good helper. After cutting off the head, tail and claws of the great king seagull, everyone threw it into the sea. The remaining feathers are plucked, but these gull feathers are huge and can be used to craft some items. The remaining seagull body became 2 giant seagull legs, 2 giant seagull wings, and a seagull torso body that was cut into several large pieces. The seagull meat was transported back to the cabin galley below. Although the upper deck of the Discovery had been severely damaged before, many of the deeper cabins below were still well preserved. The galley is in the deeper cabin. In the cabin, Sanji cooks in full swing. Others also act as help cooks. Saying while preparing the seasoning, la 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 la. First-class chef Sanji cooks a delicious seagull feast. Miss Nami is happy, the girls can't smile. Robin, this is how my sister fell in love with Sanji. Zoro, who was helping the cook here, hummed disdainfully after listening to it for a while. Rog and Usopp took it easy and continued to work. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. It was actually Nami and Robin who came to the kitchen. Sanji looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Ah, Miss Nami, Sister Robin, you are here." Nami said, "Ah, it's Robin who thinks you're working hard. Wants to help. That's why I am here too." Robin looked at Sanji and said, "I'm sorry to keep making you all so hard." Sanji immediately said respectfully, "Wherever you should work hard for ladies and gentlemen." When saying this, Sanji also rotated his body to show his love. Robin said, "I'll do some work anyway." Sanji said, "Sister Robin insists so much, so you can join in too." Robin went to a pile of dishes to wash. Used to squeeze quite a few dishes and bowls and cups that needed to be washed. Robin is standing in front of the dishes and utensils that need to be washed. 8 round flowers, blossoms. Robin crossed his arms and activated the blossoming fruit ability. Suddenly 8 arms grew out of Robin's body. The 8 arms then began to form 4 pairs and began to wash the dishes and cutlery. Nami praised, "Robin, your method is really efficient." Robin said, "It's a small matter." Nami also started to help. But she soon acted like a conductor, instructing everyone how to work. Nami is more of a real captain than Luffy at times. The kitchen was lively, and everyone worked together. It's afternoon again. Near the bow deck under the setting sun, everyone had dinner together. This time on the table, the amazingly huge seagull meat was put on the table. "It's delicious," Usopp said, gobbling. "Ha ha ha ha, it's delicious," Luffy said, filling his mouth with food. Luffy also felt that there was not enough food on the plate in front of him, and often used rubber arms to reach out to other people's plates to get meat to eat. Sanji said dissatisfiedly, "Really, glutton." Robin is also indifferent to Isha when he sees Luffy's appearance. Sanji hurriedly said to Robin with a loving expression, "Get used to it. Luffy is gluttonous here, so don't eat too slowly." Roger and Chopper also ate seagull sandwiches and drank special drinks together. Ice block at this dinner. Before the meal, the water goddess Izumi used magic to create enough ice block for everyone to enjoy. Zoro and the Ninja King sip chilled rum and gorge on grilled seagull steak. The meat on the king seagull is huge, so that there is no need to pick the bones. Except for a few ladies such as Robin who were present, everyone else was munching. Laughter and laughter filled the deck of the Discovery. After the big meal, everyone rested leisurely on the deck. "Okay, do you want to drink some coconut milk after dinner?" Roger asked. "Want?" shouted Usopp and Luffy and Chopper. Roger brought over a flower pot and put the coconut seeds transformed from plant fruits into the flower pot. Roger pressed his hand on the flower pot and activated the plant fruit ability. A coconut tree grows rapidly in a flower pot. "Wow, that's cool," Chopper said. After the coconut tree grew up, dozens of coconuts appeared on it. Rog patted the coconut tree, and 2 coconuts fell from it. "Okay, if you want to drink, come and get it. I also have a straw ready here," Rog said. "I want a drink. I want to drink too." "And me." Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper rushed over together. The coconuts were taken off and the openings were cut with a knife. You can also add various seasonings according to taste, such as ice block, milk, sugar cubes, chocolate and so on. "Wow, good drink," Luffy said. "I like it with milk. It's good to have a light drink after a meal." Usopp added milk to his coconut. Chopper sucks a coconut in his hand. "It's delicious, I like chocolate coconut milk." Chopper said happily. Rog added sugar cubes to the coconut he drank. Well, it's good. Next time I will consider directly transforming the coconut with sugar or milk flavor. Rog said. Hearing this, both Chopper and Usopp lit up. That's great, let's save milk. I want to drink natural milk, coconut milk. Usopp said longingly. I want chocolate coconut milk, Chopper said obsessively. Rog looked at them and said, I will find a way to transform it. Zoro and the King of Ninjas are not interested in coconut milk, and they continue to drink chilled rum. Sanji is very loving to Robin, Nami and Izumi Water Goddess to offer his concocted coconut milk. Thank you so much, Sanji. You are so attentive, Robin said politely. Thank you, Sanji, Izumi Water Goddess said. Chapter 400 Zoro's Endurance. Sanji almost fainted with joy after receiving the compliment. He finally came to Nami and presented Nami with coconut milk. Miss Nami, please enjoy, Sanji said. Nami took the coconut milk and said, thank you, Sanji. But I still have a very important question. Can you guys repair the rudder on that bow soon? Sanji looked at the rudder near the bow. Yeah, I can't let Rog always steer the stern rudder, Sanji said. Okay, Miss Nami, please enjoy the coconut milk first. Sanji will direct everyone to do it, Sanji said with high fighting spirit. Sanji was very willing to implement Nami's orders. To be a gentleman is to fulfill a wish for a lady. This is Sanji's mantra. Sanji quickly rushed to Rog and the others. Everyone, we have to do important things first. Repair the rudder, Sanji said seriously. Usopp swallowed the coconut milk and said, yes. Roger said, well, after all, it's very difficult to have no rudder. After a while, everyone got up and tried to fix the rudder. After inspection, it was found that the rudder near the bow was only partially destroyed on the deck. Roger and Chopper were responsible for throwing away the dismantled damaged parts. Then Sanji and Usopp started making homemade rudders. Although Usopp is not a professional boatmaker, he also makes some basic things. Usopp, you did a good job, Sanji said. Usopp continued to manufacture the rudder seriously and said, of course, otherwise, how could the Usopp factory be a super weapons factory? Usopp's factory is not really a huge factory, but Usopp carries tools to make various tools and weapons. With Usopp as the core and with the help of others, a rudder was finally successfully manufactured. Then Usopp and everyone else installed the homemade rudder on the original rudder. Everyone, our new rudder is ready, Usopp said. Okay. Luffy and Chopper cheered together. Usopp began to swing the rudder to control the 100-meter warship. Sure enough, the new rudder can also control the direction of the 100-meter giant ship. Great, we can sail again, Usopp said. With the new rudder, the explorer can start sailing in the established direction again. But Rog and Sanji looked back. The deck of the Discovery was still a mess. Hefeng sails on the explorer's deck. Although it can control the direction now, it can only travel naturally by the waves. Without a mast Hefeng sail, even if there is wind, it cannot be powered. Sanji looked at Roger and said, Roger, do you have a way? Rog looked at the messy deck and said, indeed, it's time to repair here. And the mast Hefeng sail is also needed. Sanji said, then I'll leave it to you. Roger said, okay, but I need tonight. I'll give you the tools tomorrow. Luffy heard it too and said, Roger, we're going to repair the ship again. Of course, it's very inconvenient to walk like this, Rog said. But it's not in a hurry, after all, there are no emergencies around now. When the sun set in the sky, everyone returned to their respective rooms in the cabin. In the cabin of the ship at night, the crew of the Discovery was active in their own rooms. Some go to bed early. Some have snacks and drinks. Chopper and Luffy and Usopp who slept and ate. Others are more serious. Robin continued reading in the room. The books here have a lot of history and legends about sailing. Robin reads some monster legends about the history of seafaring. In the depths of the Great Root, a huge sea monster attacked the ship. It once ate the entire crew of the ship. Robin read this passage. Reading this, Robin seemed to have a gloomy feeling for a while. It seemed that the sea monster swam up from the deep sea. Raid the explorer. But Robin quickly came to his senses again. What are you thinking? Keep reading. Robin muttered to himself. Robin read the book of historical lore for a while and put it away. Then she started reading a book about archaeological remains. Rog is studying and transforming plants in his own room. After all, the explorer needs to be repaired. For example, the deck only needs ordinary wood. At that time, the wood is cut into planks and nailed. But sailing is a problem. The sails of a ship as large as this need not only be huge, but strong. Rog repeatedly used plant fruit power to transform plants in the room. Nami was reading books about sailing in the room. In a way, Nami has to take the highest risk. After all, navigators play a role in navigating ships. All crew members are in danger if the ship is lost. Izumi also meditates on magic in her room. But there are also people who have re-entered the deck of the Discovery in this dark night. The front of the deck of the Discovery, Zoro trains here with 3 katana swords. Hi. Zoro bites Kiba and lifts the bar. The barbell weighs 10 tons, but Zoro can lift it with one hand. It is this kind of constant physical exercise that makes Zoro a strong body. Zoro's chest and back were full of sweat under the light of Gecko and the stars. Bronze-colored muscular muscles feel very strong. Zoro is the only one in the Straw Hat Pirates who focuses on combat. Most of his time is spent cultivating. You can raise your sword at any time even when you are drunk. Zoro itself is the last sword of the Straw Hat Pirates. After constant strength training, Zoro put the bar down. He swung his katana and started practicing his skills. A person who specializes in boxing and wrestling can only need strength. But Zoro is a swordsman, and he cultivates his strength in order to assist him in developing stronger swordsmanship. The first is the word Hidao. This sword was passed down to him by the master. And its earlier owner was not Zoro, but a senior sister who made him aspire to become the world's largest swordsman. It is that bond and commitment that keeps Zoro from forgetting his mission. This word with the word and path carries Zoro's eternal pursuit of kendo. He must realize that great dream. The first is one-shot training. Zoro's power is also the most concentrated in a slash-like state, and it is also the best attack against high-strength and high-hardness enemies. Who is a King Kong indestructible body, was killed by Zoro's slashing steel blow. After finishing the swordsmanship training of the first sword, Zoro started the training of the second sword.